I did not arrive in a world of high martial arts, I simply became a useless middle-aged man. The only thing I could take pride in was my son, a monstrous talent hailed as a once-in-a-10,000-year prodigy. I had intended to accept my fate for the rest of my life, pinning all my hopes on my son's eventual ascent to greatness. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a benevolent father support system was activated. My cultivation level would forever remain 4 major realms higher than my son's. Thus, I began to play the role of a destitute, struggling father. By day, I would hunch my back, carrying loads at the docks. By night, I would cough up blood at home, feigning weakness so my son would continue his frenzied training. Meanwhile, I could sit back and reap the rewards in the shadows. When the system first activated, I initially believed I was dreaming. Suddenly, a flood of information cascaded before my eyes like a rushing waterfall. The Benevolent Father Support System has been successfully activated. Currently binding to Descendant Su Yu. Current realm of Descendant. Great perfection of the body tempering realm. According to the rules of the Benevolent Father's support, the host's realm will always be 4 major realms higher than the descendants. Host's realm elevated to great perfection of the Grandmaster realm. Descendant is practicing the Fierce Bull Fist and has achieved minor success. Host's Fierce Bull Fist automatically advances to great perfection with comprehension of fist intent. Descendant is operating the basic key breaking technique, having just entered the path. Host's chi breaking technique automatically advances to great perfection, evolving into the primordial unity chi manual. Immediately afterward, a terrifying, unprecedented surge of heat appeared without the slightest warning. It erupted within my long-withered Dantian. If my original body had been a dried-up riverbed for 20 years, it was now as if a galaxy had descended upon it. As the torrent surged through me, I gritted my teeth, a suppressed roar escaping from my throat. Yet this agony was accompanied by an indescribable sensation of ecstasy. I could feel it clearly. My Dantian, shattered for 20 years, was being reconstructed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It healed, expanded, and in an instant transformed into a golden ocean of chi. Next were the meridians. My meridians, once withered and obstructed, underwent a transformation. Under the purification of that golden energy, they were like withered wood meeting the spring. They instantly widened. They emitted sounds like the snapping of taut bowstrings. The skin across my body began to flush a deep red. My pores expelled foul-smelling black impurities, and my bones creaked audibly. My muscles were being reshaped, filled with such destructive power that even a battle-hardened Grandmaster like me could not help but tremble. A minute later, that violent surge of energy gradually subsided, transforming into streams of vitality. It flowed into my limbs and through my meridians. I sat shirtless in the darkness, my eyes flickering open. A flash of electric light as tangible as reality surged forth. It illuminated the dim room. It was not a dream. I raised my hand to inspect my palms, which had once been rough, calloused, and scarred. That layer of skin had now sloughed away, replaced by a complexion as smooth as a newborn's, yet pulsing with explosive power. I lightly clenched my fist. The air in my palm was instantly compressed, emitting a sharp, crisp crack. My golden finger. My own golden finger has finally arrived. I began to laugh, laughing until my eyes turned red. After 40 years of life, 20 of which were spent as a cripple discarded like a stray dog on the city walls, and having to grovel before my own son for a few thousand credits, I had truly believed I was destined to rot in the mud for the rest of my life. To think that the heavens have finally opened their eyes. Looking at the words Grandmaster on the system interface before me, my breath became ragged. In this world of high martial arts, the ranks are strictly defined, the body-tempering realm where one forges their flesh, skin, and bones. A strength of 1,000 caddies is the foundation of the martial way. In the blood key realm, one generates internal energy within the body, using this energy to nourish the physique and extend one's lifespan. The Dantian realm involves opening the acupuncture points to the energy of heaven and earth, allowing one to project true chi. Such a person can be considered a master of a region. The Grandmaster realm allows one's will to influence the material world. One can traverse the skies, and even a falling leaf or a flower petal can become a lethal weapon. They are the true elite class. At my peak, I had only reached the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. But a Grandmaster, that is an existence that towers above the ordinary masters, capable of resisting bullets with their physical body and solidifying true chi into steel. A single such individual can hold a small base city single-handedly. In this entire Kanglan base, the strongest person on the surface is the city lord himself. It is said that he has only just touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. And now, merely by sitting motionless on my bed, I have become one of the most formidable combatants in this city. Furthermore, the criteria of this system are simply tyrannical. I suppressed my agitation as golden light flashed in my eyes. My son is in the body-tempering realm, and I have directly gained 4 levels to become a Grandmaster. If my son were to break through to the blood key realm, would I not be able to ascend to the martial king realm? That is a martial arts expert capable of walking upon the air. If only my son would put in just a little more effort, I would ascend to immortality on the spot. I swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that the idiom hoping one's son becomes a dragon had become a tangible reality. This isn't just raising a son, this is clearly raising a super-level experience bag. Just as I was immersed in the joy of possessing such power, a stifled roar echoed from the room next door. It was the sound of a fist striking a sandbag. I moved slightly. I am now a Grandmaster, my senses sharpened to the extreme. Even through the wall, I could clearly perceive the scene unfolding next door. In the small room, Suyu wore only a pair of shorts, his entire body drenched in sweat, his youthful face filled with defiance. Tirelessly, he threw the most fundamental wild ox fist over and over again. Every punch aggravated the wounds on his body, causing him to wince in pain, yet he did not stop. The youth's eyes were brimming with deep resentment. I refuse to accept this. For my father and for the registration fees, I must become stronger. I do not believe I cannot defeat you. As long as I break through to the Blood-Chi realm, I can enter the underground tournament and earn money. Suyu muttered these words through gritted teeth while throwing punches. Listening from the next room, my heart suddenly trembled. So this foolish boy wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night because he was desperately trying to find a way to make money, even intending to participate in black market boxing, that place where it is a matter of life and death. You foolish child, the joy in my eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented gentleness and a bone-chilling killing intent. I slowly rose from the bed, and the cheap floor tiles beneath my feet, unable to withstand the unintentional pressure emanating from me as a Grandmaster, shattered into pieces instantly. I looked down at the debris on the floor, took a deep breath, and immediately suppressed my aura. The Grandmaster, whose presence could shake the heavens, had vanished, and in his place appeared to be that same ordinary middle-aged man. But only I knew that everything had changed. I walked to the window and gently pushed it open. The cold night breeze swept through my slightly disheveled hair. My gaze pierced through the veil of night, looking toward the brightly lit, wealthy district in the heart of the city. I fished a half-finished, cheap cigarette from my pocket. With a flick of my finger, I realized I lacked a lighter. A streak of golden chi erupted from my fingertip, instantly igniting the tip of the cigarette. I took a deep draw. Through the swirling smoke, when clouded and dull, were now deep as a starry sky and terrifying as an abyss. In the past, I lived with my head bowed. That was because I had only one pathetic life to lose and a son to raise. But if someone dares to break my son's legs, I will shatter their bones first. I casually flicked the cigarette butt out the door. The ember traced a crimson arc through the air, and the moment it landed, it unleashed a violent burst of energy, piercing the solid concrete floor into a bottomless, silent hole. Time for bed. I turned and lay down on the bed, feeling a sense of calm I had never known before. Tomorrow morning, I will deal with that wretched deputy commander's nonsense for my son, and dispose of him while I'm at it. Tonight, the Shanglan base still dances in peace, with no one paying attention to a small corner of the slums. At 5:30 a.m., the slum district in the lower zone of the Shanglan base remained shrouded in a hazy mist. I sat before a worn wooden table, a bowl of thin porridge, a plate of salty pickles, and a few eggs laid out before me. Suyu bowed his head, quietly stuffing the food into his mouth. The swelling on his cheek from last night had subsided, but the bruise stood out starkly under the dawn light. Stop worrying about your martial arts training, son. Focus on your practice at school. Leave everything else to your father. My voice was calm, yet it radiated an unshakable resolve. Suyu paused, chopsticks in hand, and looked up at me. He felt I was different today. My eyes, which had always been weary and dull, were now as deep as an ancient well, impossible to fathom. Yet he merely assumed I was trying to comfort him. He gave a soft nod, his eyes flickering with a mix of determination and helplessness. I am leaving. I stood up and reached for my faded gray uniform jacket. The moment I crossed the threshold, my back was no longer hunched as it had always been. Even though I tried to restrain the aura of a Grandmaster, every muscle and every bone in my body pulsed with a rhythm as steady as the mountains. I now have two objectives. First, to stand as a pillar for my son so he may continue his path in martial arts. And second, to use this newfound strength to find my wife. The 6 a.m. subway emitted a deep, mournful wail as it threaded through the gaps of the steel forest. As I stepped through the main gate of the district patrol office, my keen senses immediately detected an anomaly in the atmosphere. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and palpable unease. Typically at this hour, everyone would be busy with shift handovers or grumbling about the canteen's rations. But today many had gathered in small groups within the shadows. Whispering to one another, their eyes filled with visible terror. "Old Sue, you've finally arrived. Come here quickly. Something has happened." A figure hurriedly broke away from the crowd. It was a longtime brother from my squad. The face, weathered by years of wind and frost, was etched with anxiety as he pulled me toward a secluded corner. Lowering his voice, he spoke, "A grave incident has occurred. Have you heard anything yet? What exactly has happened?" Last night, near the section of the wall we guard, a demonic beast managed to slip inside. The creature infiltrated the affluent district and attacked the only son of a noble family. Word is, he's a relative of a high-ranking official in the inner city. The superiors are furious and are threatening to dismantle the entire patrol squad. You and I were on duty last night, and that section of the wall didn't lose a single brick. Surely this does not concern us. I replied calmly, but my friend looked at me with despair. Old Zhang slapped his thigh hard, his voice trembling. "I asked you to cover my shift last night, but on paper it was still his team's rotation. Now that the noble is severely injured, Lang Qian's uncle, Lang Zhenmin, will certainly move to protect his nephew. If they shift the blame onto those of us without backing, claiming we neglected our duties and concealed military intelligence, that is a capital offense." Before Old Zhang could finish, the broadcast speaker in the patrol hall blared out. "All members of the 3rd Company on duty report to the interrogation room immediately for investigation. Anyone who arrives late will be dealt with according to military law." Terrified out of his wits, Old Zhang grabbed me, attempting to leave. "Old Su, we must find a way to align our testimonies." I gently brushed Old Zhang's hand away, my gaze fixed on the upper floors of the office building. "You go on ahead. I have a personal matter to attend to." "Old Su, where are you going?" That direction leads to the captain's office. Oljin called out in a hushed, desperate tone from behind me. I did not even turn back. Since the world has changed, I will no longer endure this thankless task. At this moment, though the door of the captain's office was tightly shut, my senses allowed me to hear the conversation within clearly. I did not knock, but pushed the door open and walked directly inside. The two individuals in the office turned around, startled. The middle-aged man, Liang Jianmin, was leafing through the duty roster with a grim expression. Beside him, Liang Qi was curled up in a chair, his face deathly pale. He had yet to change out of his expensive nano-combat suit, and his collar still carried the lingering stench of alcohol from last night's debauchery. Seeing me burst in, Liang Jianmin's expression darkened instantly as he slammed his hand against the desk. Sui, who gave you permission to enter? Get out and perform your duties. I have come to resign. Resign? Sui, do you think this place is a marketplace? You come and go as you please? A major incident occurred at the city walls last night. An intruder slipped in and a noble was attacked, yet you were the one on duty. Upon hearing the word resign, Liang Qi initially panicked, but then, as if grasping at a lifeline, he sprang to his feet and pointed his finger at me, shouting, "That's right, uncle. Although I asked old Su to cover for me for a while last night, it was only because I trusted him. It must be him. He definitely let the culprit in on purpose, wanting to frame me and take revenge because I was strict with him in the past. You are truly vicious. To harm me, you would disregard the safety of the entire city. Damn you, you lowly commoner, you want to see me ruined, don't you?" Liang Qi grew more fervent as he spoke, becoming increasingly convinced of his own lies. His face twisted with malice as he lunged toward me. Raising his hand to strike me, I stood motionless, not even blinking. To a Grandmaster, Liang Qi's movements at the early stage of the blood circulation realm were as slow as a snail. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a faint, imperceptible ripple of energy surged from my body. Felt as if I had collided with an invisible wall of reinforced concrete. My entire body sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the filing cabinet in the office, landing amidst a pile of scattered documents. You dare to strike back? Liang Qi clutched his chest, staring at me in sheer terror. Liang Jianmin also rose to his feet, a flicker of astonishment appearing in his eyes. He was a master at the Jianxian realm, yet he had not even seen how I moved just now. Sui, do you intend to resist the investigation? Liang Jin's voice deepened, carrying the oppressive weight of a superior. Until last night's case is brought to light, you are going nowhere. If you obediently confess now, claiming your negligence allowed the culprit to slip in, perhaps I can still help you resolve this matter quietly. Otherwise, what about your son Suyu, who is currently studying at Yizhong School? Liang Jianmin spoke slowly, his tone dripping with menace. After all, the child of a criminal will never pass a background check. My gaze turned cold as ice in that very moment. I might be indifferent to the slander of these mere ants, but I cannot tolerate anyone using my son's future as a hostage. Captain Liang, I advise you to retract those words immediately. I took a single step forward and the previously silent office was suddenly swept by a violent gale. The glass windows groaned under the pressure, unable to withstand the force. Liang Jianmin felt as though his heart had been targeted by an ancient beast. His internal energy, which had been circulating, halted in that instant. Who exactly are you? Cold sweat poured down Liang Jianmin's face as he struggled to stand, realizing his legs were trembling uncontrollably. At that very moment, the telephone in the office suddenly rang, shattering the lethal standoff. Liang Jianmin picked up the receiver with trembling hands, and a panicked voice echoed from the other end. Captain Liang, this is dire. The city's internal investigation unit has arrived at the gate. They say they are here to apprehend whoever was directly responsible for patrolling District E, specifically the person who was covering for Liang Qi. Liang Jianmin's hand shook and the phone clattered onto the desk. He looked at his good-for-nothing nephew, then back at me, unfathomable as an abyss. If I remained a member of the patrol team, and if I were to accept the blame or admit full responsibility beforehand, then his nephew might be able to escape the repercussions. If you wish to resign, I can sign the papers. But first you must perform one final task for me. Liang Jianmin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with the frantic desperation of a cornered beast. To the investigation team to shoulder the blame for this matter. I will grant you a sum of wealth you could not earn in a lifetime. Enough for your son to study martial arts at the great outer bases. Well, what do you say? I looked at him as one would look at a fool. It seems 20 years spent at the lowest rung of society has left you all with severe delusions. I slowly turned and began walking toward the main gate. This rotting patrol squad is truly no longer worth remaining in. As for your so-called investigation and your desperate search for a scapegoat, whoever dares to block my path, I shall strike them down. As for you, I turned my head slightly to look at Liang Jianmin. You dare to act in such a manner. I only hope your superior, the deputy commander, can manage to protect your dog's head. As I stepped out of the main gate, the heavy alloy doors of the office could no longer withstand the lingering force of my aura and collapsed into rubble. Liang Jianmin slumped back into his chair, drenched in cold sweat. Only when my presence had completely vanished did he begin to gasp for air, his eyes filled with seething malice. You bastard, even if you are a hidden master, so what? This Shanglan belongs to the Wang family, not the Su family. You wish to resign, do you? Very well, I shall let you go, but I will ensure your life is utterly ruined. Hello? Is this the commander? A few minutes later, I walked along the desolate street. I was, of course, not wandering without purpose. My objective was clear, the private residence of the deputy patrol commander. If the other party wishes to obstruct my son's future, then I shall personally go to claim it back. To me, the high and mighty figures unreachable to those in Shanglan are nothing more than slightly larger ants. Even the deputy commander has at best only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm, his blood and essence yet to be refined. Before a great Grandmaster, how are they any different from a mortal in the body tempering stage? My heart remained as calm as still water. I am not a man who delights in slaughter. 20 years of hardship have eroded my temper, leaving behind only the deepest, coldest composure. As long as the other party knows their place, I have no desire to incite a massacre within this base. But as I entered a bustling commercial street on the edge of the base, several presences behind me drew my attention. Captain, is there something unusual about this, Sun Wu? Two figures, a man and a woman clad in specially made, form-fitting combat gear, were communicating rapidly through their earpieces. According to the files, his Dantian was shattered. He should only possess a fraction of his physical strength left. He does not look like a man who has failed to recover from his injuries. The cold-eyed young man, referred to as the captain, felt his pupils constrict to the size of needlepoints as he stared fixedly at my retreating silhouette. An indescribable aura radiated from his body, much like the sensation of peering down into a bottomless abyss. The superiors had issued a kill order. Liang Jinmin reported that I was a liability who could not be allowed to escape. They were to find an isolated location and eliminate me. I continued to walk with casual indifference, even pausing to glance with interest at the martial arts examination, advertisements displayed on the holographic billboards along the street. The tracking skills of these individuals were, in my eyes, as rudimentary as a game of hide-and-seek. I deliberately slowed my pace, leading these pursuers through a labyrinthine alleyway until I finally came to a halt before an abandoned heavy machinery factory. Everywhere stood the skeletal remains of rusted cranes and decaying steel beams. The wind whistled through the gaps, creating a mournful wailing sound. I ceased my movement and slowly turned around. The setting sun cast my shadow into a long distorted streak upon the ground. You have followed me for 3 city blocks. Are you not weary? Come out and bask in the sunlight. As my words faded, 5 figures, 3 men and 2 women, emerged from the silent blind spots surrounding me in a pentagonal formation. They had effectively sealed off every path of retreat. The cold youth leading them was named Han Feng. A dark alloy long blade in his hand shimmered with a chilling blue light as he stared at me, his gaze brimming with suspicion. Suwu, a Grandmaster from 20 years ago, now reduced to such a pathetic state. I am deeply curious. Your Dantian was shattered, so how were you able to repel Liang Qi back at the City Defense Bureau? Other than the demonic arts that sacrifice human lives as practiced by the Star Demon sect, I cannot conceive of another possibility. I chuckled. It was the indulgent look of an adult observing foolish children. Those miscellaneous rabble of the demon sect who traded their souls for power were not even worth a second glance from me. Quite the contrary, it is you who are the fools. You believe every word that escapes Liang Jinmin's lips. Is your brain merely there to increase your height? How dare you treat us with such contempt? One of the women in the group furrowed her brows. She was the scout of the team, known for her overwhelming arrogance. With a sharp shout, her body moved like a streak of blue lightning, 2 thin blade-like daggers in her hands tearing through the air. The piercing whistle of her strike aimed directly at my eyes and throat. This blow was the full explosive. I stood perfectly still, my hand yet to be raised. It was only when the blade was less than an inch from my throat that my figure shifted strangely, retreating a distance in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, within the girl's perception, I had transformed into a weightless after-image. No matter how keen her blade, she could not touch me in the slightest. To demand a life without proof, your style of conduct truly remains consistent from beginning to end. I sighed, a flicker of icy coldness flashing in my eyes. Attack together. Seize him, do not give him a moment to catch his breath. Han Feng had perceived the hidden depth of my movement. He unleashed a thunderous roar, drawing his steel blade from its sheath and manifesting a blade aura of true energy several meters long, striking down from above. At the same time, the other members moved. Some threw punches with the force of heavy artillery, while others unleashed hidden weapons coated in paralyzing poison. A combined assault from 5 Xianqian-level experts would give even a Grandmaster a headache, yet I moved as if strolling through my own courtyard, weaving effortlessly through the dense web of attacks. Each time a strike was poised to make contact, I would either tilt my body slightly or flick my hand, and the force, heavy as a mountain, would be gently deflected to the side. The attacks from the team collided with one another, slamming into the abandoned machinery and scattering sparks in a violent explosion. Yet, from start to finish, one of my hands remained in my pocket, my expression so indifferent that it sent chills down their spines. Stop! Han Feng hurriedly retracted his blade, drenched in sweat, signaling the others to halt. His chest heaved violently. The look in his eyes was no longer one of suspicion but of absolute terror. He had finally realized that I was not using any demonic arts whatsoever. This was an absolute suppression born of pure martial supremacy. If I were truly a disciple of the Star Demon sect, with the speed I have demonstrated, your necks would have been snapped long ago. Han Feng's voice began to tremble. I clasped my hands behind my back, my gaze sweeping over these youths, then looking toward the government office further away. What cultivation realm I am in is of no importance. What matters is that evidence is not something to be fabricated by mere words. If those in power wish to use me as a scapegoat, do you all wish to be the blades in their hands? Or perhaps, has the one behind you become so arrogant that they can kill at will within the base? These words struck like thunder, leaving Han Feng and the others drenched in cold sweat. I turned, leaving them with an imposing figure that defied comprehension. I am leaving. Tell that master of yours that in time I shall pay him a visit. Having spoken, my figure flickered in place before vanishing into the shadows of the complex factory, leaving only the members of the investigation team to stare at each other in bewilderment. At Shanglin No. 1 High School, the campus was permeated with the atmosphere of martial arts. Su Yu sat alone in the corner of the classroom. The clamor of the break seemed to be separated from him by an invisible, fragile wall. He bowed his head, his hands tightly gripping a basic internal energy cultivation manual with worn edges. In his heart, there was only one thought. If he could just endure until the martial arts examination, if he could only leave the slums, all the humiliation would vanish into the wind. What happened to your face? A voice clear and melodic like an oriole resonated beside his ear. Su Yu held his breath. He knew who it was without needing to look up. Su Luolo, the school beauty, wore a light blue uniform skirt, her high ponytail swaying slightly as she exuded a vibrant, youthful aura that captivated those around her. I was careless while walking and took a fall. Su Yu's voice dropped, deliberately maintaining his distance. Su Luolo frowned, her beautiful face showing a hint of anger. Oh, and who falls and ends up with a handprint on their face? Was it Dai and his group who cornered you? Su Yu said nothing, simply turning his back to her. Does that wretch think he can do whatever he wants just because he has connections to the city defense force? Shulula was so angry that her chest heaved. I will go and reason with him. I refuse to believe this school has no laws. Don't go, Luoluo, please don't. He will cause my father to lose his job. My father has worked there for 20 years. That job is his lifeblood. Looking at Su Yu's swollen, reddened face, even stained with dried blood, Shuluolo felt a sharp ache in her chest. She bit her lip, her eyes turning slightly red. So what if he loses his job? Are you just going to let him bully you forever? At worst, I will beg my father, from now on, just stay away from me. Su slowly released his grip, his voice cold and devoid of any warmth. Someone like me is not worthy of standing by your side. Suyu, you are an absolute blockhead. Su Luoluo stomped her foot in frustration, tears welling in her eyes before turning and running back to her seat. This scene was captured by a young man with blonde hair sitting in the front row. He smiled with a twisted expression, his fingers gliding rapidly across his phone screen as he sent a message. Brother Tai, that brat Stungo is flirting with Lak again. He even held her hand. Before the second theory class had even concluded, Tungu was summoned to the second corridor, a remote area obscured by the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. As Tenengu stepped inside, the heavy alloy door slammed shut behind him. 5 burly students stood waiting, surrounding him completely. The dormitory supervisor sat at a distance, sipping tea. He cast a single glance at the group. Upon seeing Wang Tai leading them, he expressionlessly put on his headphones and turned away. A fatherless bastard who truly does not know his place. Wang Tai, dressed in an expensive martial arts uniform, cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing sharply in the silence. He had also reached the great completion of the body-tempering realm, but having been bathed in precious elixirs since childhood, his blood vitality was far superior to that of an average student. I told you stay away from Hualak Lak, or I will break your legs. Do you treat my warnings as mere whispers in the wind? With a crisp, sharp crack, Wang Tai launched a forceful slap directly across Tungu's face without warning. Tenungu was sent reeling to the side, the metallic taste of blood instantly flooding his mouth. He gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. That dead-eyed look of yours is truly an eyesore. When I return, I will have my uncle order the dismissal of your useless father. I will ensure he is charged with dereliction of duty and rots in prison for the rest of his life. Dismissal and imprisonment. These 2 words struck like poisoned needles, piercing through Tenungu's already tightly coiled nerves. That was his father, the man who had endured 20 years of hardship just to raise him. I told you, do not touch my father. And if I do, what then? Do you really think trash like you can contend with me? Wang Tai wore an expression of utter contempt as he threw another punch, aiming directly for Tenungu's face. At that very moment, Tungu felt a surge of unprecedented violent heat erupt within his previously silent Dantian. It felt like a flood that had been dammed for over a decade, shattering its banks at this exact instant, causing the very air around him to solidify. Deep within Tungu's pupils, a flicker of golden light ignited. His body, once frail from a lack of proper nourishment, suddenly saw his muscles ripple with renewed power, while a faint layer of crimson true chi began to manifest upon his skin. As a calloused hand, Wang Tai was stunned. He realized his fist felt as though it were trapped within 1,000-year-old ice. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not move it in the slightest. Wang Tai was horrified to discover that the aura emanating from Su Yu was rising at a terrifying speed. It directly shattered the barrier of the body-tempering realm, the oppressive pressure leaving him struggling to breathe. Blood Chi realm is nothing. I have already warned you. Do not touch my father. Su Yu's voice turned incredibly raspy, as if carrying the tone of a beast, and he took a half-step forward. With his back arched like a drawn bow and his waist coiled, he unleashed the most fundamental movement of the ferocious bull technique. A low, indistinct sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Wang Tai's entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. He slammed heavily into the reinforced wall in the distance. Before he could even scream, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a pile of mud, his life or death uncertain. Wang Tai. How is this possible? A monster. The remaining lackeys were frightened out of their wits, staring at the near-tangible aura swirling around Su Yu. Having lost all courage to retaliate, they scrambled away on their hands and knees. The supervisor in the distance was so terrified that he dropped his teacup, shattering it into pieces. He hurriedly tore off his headset and pointed at Suyu, shouting, "What do you think you are doing? Are you trying to start a rebellion? You have injured young Master Wang. Even 10 lives would not be enough to pay for this." Suyu stood in the middle of the martial arts arena, staring blankly at his own hands. In that moment, he felt his body surging with infinite power. But as his reason returned, a deep sense of dread welled up within him. He had broken through, yes, but he had also crippled the son of the deputy commander. "I have brought disaster upon myself," Suyu muttered. At that very moment, in a distant place within the base, footsteps suddenly halted. Ding detected Descendant Suyu has made a breakthrough in combat. Advanced to the early stage of the Blood Chi realm. System Father and Son synchronicity activated. As the Descendant's realm increases, the host's cultivation level synchronizes. Current Descendant realm, Blood Chi realm, 2nd stage. Host realm increased to Martial King realm, 6th stage. What is the matter? Why is your face as pale as if you've seen a ghost? Look over there, isn't that space where Suyu was empty? He was just taken away by Wang Tai and his group a moment ago. Shululo sat in her chair, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. A sense of unease gnawed at her, for she understood Wang Tai all too well. He was a spoiled young master who relied on his uncle's position as vice commander to act with impunity, a man who would stop at nothing to satisfy his whims. She stood up abruptly and raced toward the second martial arts arena. As she pushed open the heavy alloy doors, the scene before her left her breathless. Wang Tai lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious like a dead dog, his fate uncertain. His previously arrogant lackeys were now trembling in the corner, not daring to even draw a full breath. And Suyu, the youth who had always been quiet and kept his head bowed, stood frozen in the center of the arena. "Suyu," Suloluo cried out as she rushed forward. How dare you commit such violence within the school grounds?" The proctor hurried over, his soul nearly leaving his body at the sight of Wang Tai on the floor. His finger pointed at Suyu, trembling uncontrollably. "Do you have any idea who Wang Tai is? You have brought a great calamity upon yourself, Suyu. What on earth were you thinking?" The head teacher's face was filled with horror and apprehension. Suyu turned his head slowly, his hollow eyes burning with a heartbreaking tenacity, his voice raspy and chilling. He spoke. "He wanted to frame my father and send him to prison. I could not simply let him walk away." The proctor stomped his feet in fury, his words reeking of sycophancy. "Even if he said those things, how dare you strike him? You have only hastened the death of your useless father. Vice Commander Wang could crush you and your father as easily as one would crush 2 ants. As the words left his lips, the screeching of tires and the rapid clatter of leather boots echoed from outside. A middle-aged man and woman, their presence radiating a soaring murderous intent, stormed into the room. Tire. The middle-aged woman let out a tragic shriek, rushing to Wang Tai's side, while the man dressed in elite tactical combat gear scanned the room with eyes as venomous as a viper's. It was Wang Tai's father, Wang Hong of the Wang family. As he looked upon his only son in such a miserable state, the very air around him seemed to freeze. Who did this? Wang Hong's voice was a low grind from the depths of his throat, each word vibrating with lethal killing intent. The proctor scurried over like a fawning dog, pointing obsequiously at Suyu. "Lord Wang, it was this brat from the slums. I do not know what kind of madness took hold of him, but he suddenly went berserk and attacked young Master Wang Tai. Even we could not stop them in time." Very well indeed." Wang Huang laughed in his fury. The formidable aura of a middle-stage blood realm cultivator erupted, pressing down on the surrounding students until they could barely breathe. In this Shanglan city, no one has ever dared to beat the son of Wang Huang into such a state. "Today, I will shatter every bone in your body. Do not touch him." Sululuo spread her arms wide to shield Suyu, her eyes rimmed with red as she screamed. It was Wang Tai who led men to intercept him. It was they who struck first. You cannot simply disregard the truth and abandon all reason. Wang Huang let out a cold, contemptuous snort, his gaze sweeping over Shuluo with the indifference of one who considers human life as worthless as grass. In this Shanglan city, the Wang family is the law. He swung his hand, and a powerful surge of internal force materialized into a visible current of air, directly knocking the frail Shuluo aside. "Luo." Suyu shouted in alarm, his body darting out like a streak of lightning to catch Shuluo firmly in midair. At that very moment, the golden light within Suyu's eyes exploded into full brilliance. His blood energy, which had been largely depleted from his breakthrough, roared back to life like a parched forest encountering the spring rains. A faint, imposing pressure radiated from his slender frame. He gently set Shulo down and slowly turned to face the middle-stage blood realm expert. "You wish to strike me, and you dare to lay a hand on her?" Suyu's voice became unnervingly calm, a stillness so absolute it sent a chill down one's spine. "You creature who knows nothing of life and death, kneel before me." Wang Huang roared, his entire body charging forward like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. His claw strike carried a piercing sonic boom aimed directly at Suyu's throat. He had clearly intended to kill. He cared nothing for the fact that his opponent was merely a student. The surrounding teachers were so terrified they instinctively closed their eyes. However, at this instant, Suyu's senses had transcended into a miraculous state. Wang's lightning-fast movements appeared full of openings in his eyes. Suyu uttered a soft cry. Instead of blocking, he bent his body in an unnatural manner, sliding across the ground to narrowly evade the lethal blow. He immediately closed the distance to Wang Huang's flank. "What?" Wang Huang's pupils constricted as he sensed a looming danger. The full power of Suyu's cultivation surging from his feet, traveling up his spine, and concentrating in his right palm. That palm strike was swathed in a brilliant. It was an essence of vitality purified to the absolute extreme, now erupting in a blaze. That palm strike landed directly upon Wang Hong's lower abdomen. A dull, heavy thud echoed throughout the martial arts hall. The sound was not that of flesh striking flesh, but rather like two 10,000-pound iron blocks colliding. The ferocious expression on Wang Hong's face froze entirely. He sensed a surge of power so overbearing and unreasonable. It was like a venomous dragon burrowing into his Dantian. In that single moment, it shattered his defensive barrier of vitality. This expert at the middle stage of the vitality realm was sent flying backward like a tattered sack, crashing through an entire row of testing equipment, and finally he dropped to one knee, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The proctor stood there with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a whole chicken egg. How could this be possible? Clutching his abdomen, a glimmer of genuine fear finally surfaced in Wang Hong's eyes. He was clearly just a brat who had recently achieved a breakthrough. How could he possibly wound me? Su Yu panted heavily, the sweat on his body evaporating into white steam under the intense heat. Although he had repelled his opponent, this type of challenge against a higher realm had pushed his body to its very limit. I will kill you. Driven by rage born of shame, Wang Hong drew a high-frequency vibrating short blade from his chest. At that exact moment, when the situation hung by a thread, the ceiling shattered and the massive alloy support beams snapped like dry twigs. The twisted steel shrieked with a teeth-grinding sound. Dust filled the sky, blending with falling debris to form a massive column of light under the sun, casting a beam directly into the center of the martial hall. And standing in the very center of that light, a figure stepped through the void. Wearing my familiar combat suit, the silver-gray gear, I appeared even more imposing than a Dragon Clan member, as purple-gold vitality flowed around me like a tangible silk ribbon. A martial king realm expert walks through the air, their physical form suspended at will. This is the mark of transcending the mundane, truly stepping into the higher echelons of life evolution. A terrifying, indescribable pressure descended. Like 10,000 great mountains collapsing at once, it instantly filled the entire hall. Apart from Su Yu, who was shielded by a gentle aura, everyone else present, be it the dean, the class instructors, or the students from earlier, felt their legs go weak and they all simultaneously collapsed to their knees. This was not a choice of will. It was a primal tremor from deep within their genes in the presence of a superior life form, forcing them to kneel. The center of this overwhelming pressure was none other than Wang Huang, who had just been intent on killing Su Yu. Wang Huang no longer possessed even a shred of the demeanor expected of a blood condensation realm powerhouse. He lay there like a crushed toad upon a butcher's block, his body splayed out in the shape of a cross, pressed firmly against the cracked, uneven earth. His bones groaned and snapped under the strain, his face contorted in agony, eyes bulging as he stared fixedly at the godlike silhouette in the sky. As the figure walked through the air, Wang Huang struggled to breathe, his throat emitting a sound like a broken bellows. The malice in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a sense of boundless primal terror. A martial king? Since when did the Kanglan base possess a martial king? In a place where even a Grandmaster is considered a formidable figure, a martial king is nothing short of a legend, a god among men. The man in the sky slowly lowered his head. Within those violet gold eyes there was only the cold indifference of a superior gazing down upon an ant. In this moment of deathly silence, Su lifted his head to look at the figure, who seemed both familiar and yet like a stranger. His eyes immediately reddened, and with a trembling voice, he called out that single word. The sound of him calling for his father struck like a bolt of lightning against the consciousness of everyone present. Xue Luoluo, kneeling on the ground, struggled to lift her head, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. That man, the same father who guarded the city walls. The dean was so terrified that his entire body shook uncontrollably. His mind echoed with the words he had just spoken, berating Su Yu as trash. As his vision blurred, he wished he could simply lose consciousness on the spot. Heavens, he had just mocked the son of a martial king for being unable to pay the enrollment fee. You dare touch my son? The figure descended, hovering 3 inches above the ground. He looked down at Wang Huang, his tone so calm it sent a chill down the spines of all who heard it. You truly have guts, don't you? Senior, it is a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Wang Huang felt the tangible killing intent and his spirit shattered. He begged desperately for mercy. I did not know he was your son, my lord. Had I known, I would not have dared to touch him, not even if I had 10,000 lives. I am a member of the Wang family, and my brother-in-law is the deputy commander of the garrison. Please, show some respect. The man could not even be bothered to hear the rest of his drivel. He lifted his right foot gently, then brought it down as casually as if he were extinguishing a cigarette butt. There were no flashy techniques, nor any earth-shattering explosions. There was only the sound of a watermelon being crushed by a heavy mallet. Wang Huang's head, along with his desperate pleas for mercy, burst instantly into a pile of gore beneath the man's foot. The headless corpse twitched twice before falling completely still. Fresh blood splattered across the face of the middle-aged woman standing beside him, Wang Tai's mother. The warm, metallic scent of blood roused her from her stupor. The middle-aged woman gazed upon the headless corpse of her husband, and her entire being collapsed, sinking limply to the floor. Her limbs scrambled frantically backward, her expensive gown stained with filth and gore. You killed him? You actually dared to kill him? I remained expressionless. Turning around, my blood-stained leather shoes crunched against the shattered tiles, step by measured step as I advanced toward her. Do not come any closer. The middle-aged woman's hair was disheveled, her makeup smeared into a mask of pure terror. She reached out, grasping for a final straw of salvation. My brother is Wang Meng, the deputy commander of the City Defense Army. If you kill someone of the Wang family, he will not spare you. The city lord will not spare you either. She shrieked until her voice grew hoarse, attempting to invoke these connections to drive away the specter of death looming over her. However, my footsteps did not falter for even half a second. Is the deputy commander of the City Defense Army truly so formidable? This rhetorical question dripped with utter contempt. You relied on your brother's influence to indulge your son as he bullied his classmates at school. Your rampant arrogance today is the retribution you deserve. As my word trailed off, I slowly raised my right hand, and within my palm, purple gold chi began to condense with violent intensity. The air surrounding me warped under the immense heat. No, stop. The middle-aged woman felt the suffocating grip of death closing in. In despair, she squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. In that moment of critical peril, a furious roar thundered from afar, accompanied by the sound of something tearing through the air at high speed. The already precarious heavy doors of the martial arts hall were blasted inward by a tremendous force. A figure clad in silver command armor lunged inside like a cannonball, radiating an imposing aura. The newcomer possessed a stern countenance, his internal energy surging like a furnace. It was none other than Wang Meng, the deputy commander of the City Defense Army, who had arrived in haste upon receiving the news. The moment he stepped inside, he witnessed the headless corpse of his brother-in-law and his sister held captive within the reach of my palm. You scoundrel! Wang Meng's eyes blazed, yet he instinctively assumed that within the Kanglan base, no one would dare to commit murder in his presence. No matter who you are, to openly commit violence within the academy and slaughter the Ghost Clan, you are defying the entire legal order of Kanglan City. Wang Meng drew the alloy warblade from his waist, the tip pointing directly at me as the pressure of a Grandmaster realm expert erupted, attempting to suppress his opponent and force him to kneel and surrender immediately. If not, I looked back at this big shot who had rushed here to throw his life away, a flash of impatience flickering in my eyes. The law? I let out a cold laugh. Where was the law when you were bullying my son? Where was the law when you tampered with the entrance quotas? And now you speak to me of the law? My figure suddenly vanished from where I stood. Wang Meng felt his vision blur, for the man who was 10 meters away had closed the distance to his very nose in the blink of an eye. The aura of a martial king, so terrifying it caused his soul to freeze, erupted at this moment, completely unreserved. Who are you? Wang Meng's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks, and the war blade in his hand could not even be swung in time. The paralysis gripping his entire body revealed to him a desperate truth, the insurmountable gap between the two sides. In your next life, remember to manage your family well. My hand, firm as an iron vise, gently gripped Wang Meng's skull. Without a word of nonsense, without a hint of hesitation, I crushed it as if it were a rotten tomato. This deputy commander, whose authority loomed over the Kanglan base and held the life and death of countless people in his grasp, did not even have time to let out a scream, his head exploding instantly. The headless corpse staggered, and the war blade in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. I casually flicked the blood from my hand, as if discarding something filthy. The entire auditorium fell into a dead silence. One could hear the drop of a pin. Sui Luolo covered her mouth, and the Dean of Academic Affairs went limp, his eyes rolling back in terror. I stood amidst the pool of blood, the malice that had gathered in my heart for 2 years finally beginning to dissipate. Today, I am truly incensed. Ordinarily, with the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes, there is much I could endure. One could retreat, one could offer a dismissive smile, but there is one thing, 10,000 times over, that must never happen. They were never to lay a hand on my... I turned toward Wang's mother, who had already fainted from sheer terror, the killing intent in my eyes unyielding. My gaze then swept toward the dean, who was trembling in the corner of the room. Senior, I implore you to show mercy. Before the speaker even arrived, a deep, resonant voice flooded into the ruins of Martial Arts Hall No. 2 like a rising tide. The hand I had been about to lower paused midair. I turned my head. My golden-purple eyes stared coldly toward the entrance. Where light and shadow intersected, an old man dressed in traditional Tang attire, with hair as white as frost, slowly emerged from the haze of dust. His gait appeared heavy, yet with every step he took, the debris beneath his feet turned into silent, fine powder. An early-stage Grandmaster, this was the supreme authority of the Kanglan-based City Lord Fan Hong. Usually, Fan Hong was a figure who stood high above the masses, the guardian deity of this concrete jungle. But at this moment, a cold sweat broke out across the old man's forehead. His back, usually held straight, could not help but bow slightly under the palpable, heavy pressure of my martial king aura, signaling a posture of deep humility. I am the City Lord of Kanglan-based Fan Hong. Fan Hong took a few steps forward but halted exactly 10 meters away from me. That was the boundary of death he instinctively sensed. He cast a glance at the 2 headless corpses on the ground. His eyelids twitching uncontrollably, he took a deep, steadying breath, then bowed deeply, his voice tinged with a measure of reverence. Senior, I have learned a little of what transpired today. It is truly a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The corner of my mouth curled into a smile brimming with hidden meaning. Those 2 words rolled off my tongue, heavy with mockery. Fan Hong pressed on with stiff determination. The members of the Wang family, usually relying on their meager contributions and influence, have indeed been somewhat arrogant and tyrannical. As the city lord, I have been occupied with the defense of the city, and I failed to strictly discipline the families under my jurisdiction. However, the culprits Wang Huan and Wang Mon have now paid the price. They have received the punishment they deserved. As for the remaining woman and student, their crimes do not warrant death. I hope, Senior, you can look past this and temper your wrath. Fan Hong chose his words with exquisite precision, offering me enough face while attempting to prioritize the bigger picture to settle the matter. However, I suddenly threw my head back and let out a booming laugh. What a magnificent misunderstanding, what a display of lax discipline, and what a claim of undeserving death. My laughter came to an abrupt halt. I lowered my head, then pointed a finger like a sharp blade directly at Suyu, who was watching from not far away. Fan Hong, open your dog eyes and look closely. If I did not possess the strength of the martial king realm, would it not have been Wang Huang trying to kill my son and Fang Meng aiming to execute me on the spot just moments ago? Where, then, is this misunderstanding you speak of? My voice grew steadily louder and colder, each word striking Fan Hong's heart like a heavy sledgehammer. If it were my son and me who had died today, would you still stand here and call it a misunderstanding? I suspect you would have simply signed the condemnation report, declaring us nothing more than commoners causing a disturbance deserving of our deaths. Fan Hong's face turned deathly pale. He opened his mouth but found no words to defend himself. Because every word I spoke was the truth. This is the unspoken law of this world of high-level martial arts. The weak are prey for the strong are the kings. Since you are the ones who established these rules, do not blame me for refusing to follow them. A purple light erupted within my eyes. Right now, I am only targeting those who attempted to commit murder. You all emerge one by one like clowns, attempting to lecture me on reason and mercy. How utterly ridiculous. As the words left my lips, I did not withdraw my hand. Instead, I suddenly intensified my pressure. This time, it was not aimed at the entire hall, but focused precisely upon the three survivors. Wang Tai's mother, Wang Tai himself, and the dean of students were already terrified to the point of stupor. Agonizing screams echoed throughout the space. The middle-aged woman, already collapsed on the floor, felt as if an ancient divine mountain had suddenly descended upon her back. Crack. That was the sound of the bones throughout her body, shattering under the immense pressure. Her well-groomed face instantly turned a deep bruised purple, and fresh blood sprayed uncontrollably from her mouth and nose. Her entire body flattened against the ground like a pile of mud. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and it was clear that she was breathing more than she was inhaling. As for Wang Tai, the schoolyard tyrant who once stood unrivaled, his condition was even more wretched. Under the immense pressure, his internal organs, already damaged by Suyu, were completely pulverized. He convulsed violently in a pool of his own blood, his features twisted into a mask of pure agony. A gurgling sound rose from his throat. His ragged, wheezing gasps filled the air, and the glare he fixed upon me no longer held malice, leaving only the death. As for the Dean of Academic Affairs, he was already reduced to a bloody mess, wailing, "Senior, please spare my life. Senior, spare me. I have elderly parents above and young children below. Please treat me like a fart in the wind and let me go." Witnessing this scene, City Lord Fan Hong's expression turned utterly ghastly. As a Grandmaster, when had he ever been treated like a base beast? Yet, seeing my purple gold chi radiating without restraint, he dared not make a move. He knew all too well the disparity between a martial king and a Grandmaster. It was the difference between heaven and earth. If I truly intended to kill him, I doubt it would take more than 10 strikes. Fan Hong took a deep breath, forcing down the fury of being humiliated, his tone growing hurried and heavy. "Senior, wait, I do not intend to obstruct your vendetta. It is just that this Fang family..." Fan Hong stepped forward, lowering his voice, carrying a mix of warning and entreaty. Although the Wang family is merely a clan in Shanglong City, their main lineage resides in the Great Jiangnan region. It is said that they have an ancestor serving as a high-ranking official in the military, and they even possess connections with formidable war god-level experts. Now that Wang Huang and Wang Meng are dead, the Wang clan will surely collapse. If you slaughter these remaining two defenseless people today, it will ignite an endless blood feud. By then, I fear it will invite the arrival of terrifying powerhouses or even the pursuit of the Federation. Speaking to this point, Fan Hong paused for a moment. Observing my expression, he continued, "Senior, with your peerless techniques, you are naturally unafraid. But what about Su Yu? He is still young. If he is forced to live a life of hiding and wandering the world from this day forth, unable to even enter a proper martial arts university, is this truly what you wish to see, Senior?" These words finally caused my gaze to waver. I do not fear death, nor do I fear battle, but I fear for my son. I risk my life to become stronger. Is it not so that Su Yu can live uprightly under the sun like a normal person? I let out a cold laugh, my eyes sharp as blades as I shot a glare toward Fan Hong. Using the Federation to pressure me? Using the Wang family to pressure me? Fan Hong, do you think I am afraid? However, I am not an unreasonable man. I redirected the oppressive aura that was snuffing out the last breaths of the other three. Pausing briefly, "You want me to spare these dogs' lives?" I pointed at the Wang family mother and son lying on the ground like dead dogs, then pointed at Fan Hong. "Since you insisted on protecting them, then pay the ransom to buy their lives. You rush to protect them only because you fear the prince of the prefecture will hold you accountable, threatening your reputation and your official position. Since it is for the sake of your official post, should you not be willing to pay a heavy price on their behalf?" Fan Hong was stunned, but his heart surged with relief. As long as negotiation was possible, he knew the expert, despite his anger, was still acting rationally. To a powerful cultivator, crushing a few ants is hardly satisfying. But if their deaths can be exchanged for tangible resources, that is the true maximization of profit. Rest assured, Senior. Pan Hong spoke hurriedly, fearing the expert might change his mind. I am willing to act as a guarantor, as long as you spare their lives. I represent the city lord's mansion and the prince himself, and offer a compensation of 100 million federal dollars, plus 100 spirit stones in the downtown district. Gritting his teeth in agony, Pan Hong added 3 vials of B-grade vitality fluid and a high-level martial arts manual. Hearing these terms, those among the crowd who had not yet fainted drew a sharp breath of shock. 100 million federal dollars was a sum sufficient for a wealthy family in the Kanglan base to live comfortably for generations. B-grade vitality fluid was a rare treasure in the Kanglan base, often worth more than its weight in gold. A high-level martial arts manual was a secret technique reserved only for the core disciples of great clans. This was not mere compensation, this was essentially emptying out the entire treasury. I remained silent for a moment. As for money, I had no interest in it. With the system at my disposal, the things I lacked the least were cultivation manuals and realms of power. But Suyu needed them. Only by his advancement could I grow stronger. Is that all? I asked coldly. Pan Hong was drenched in cold sweat. This is the limit of the liquid assets the prince can mobilize in Kanglan City. Additionally, I will cover all repair costs for Martial Arts Hall Number 2. And I will personally guarantee the admission of your son, Suyu, into the martial arts department. I will grant a special approval myself. Upon hearing those final words, the murderous intent in my eyes slowly began to fade. Very well. The guarantee is unnecessary. My son is more than capable of entering the best martial arts university on his own. I waved my hand as if shooing away insects. This time I shall spare your wretched lives. However, I shifted my gaze toward the Dean of Academic Affairs, who was already trembling in sheer terror. With a light flick of my finger, a golden-purple beam of energy instantly pierced the Dean's Dantian. The Dean let out a desperate, harrowing shriek. You may be spared the death penalty, but you shall not escape the consequences of your actions. A petty, opportunist scoundrel like you is not fit to be a teacher. I shall abolish your cultivation, begun from the academy at once. Once everything was settled, I did not spare Fan Hong so much as a glance. The terrifying aura of a martial king that had weighed upon the air receded like a retreating tide. I turned around, and the murderous expression I wore a moment ago vanished, replaced instantly by a look of tenderness and concern. I stepped quickly before Tungu, gazing at the scars and bloodstains on my son, my eyes filled with heartache. Are you all right? I reached out my hand. A gentle current of golden-violet true chi flowed into Tungu's body. It instantly helped him stabilize his surging blood and ki. Tungu felt a warm heat spreading through his body, and looking at the father before him, someone so familiar yet suddenly standing so tall, his eyes grew hot and he shook his head, a newfound resolute light flashing within his gaze. Father, I'm only suffering from superficial wounds. Having such spirit, you truly are the son of me, Tavo. I laughed heartily, patted my son firmly on the shoulder, and then turned my gaze toward the girl, Tuye Lak Lak, who stood beside him, battered, yet still standing tall with resilience. Young lady, thank you for protecting my son today. One of these days, I shall have this rascal invite you to a meal. Being looked upon by this martial king, Tuye Lak Lak's face turned crimson to the tips of her ears, and she stammered, No, there is no need to thank me, uncle. I smiled and placed an arm around my son's shoulders. Let us go, son. It is time to head home. The two of us shall drink together today. The sun is shining and the weather is fine. Tenengu and I strode out of the school grounds. On the way home, the old street remained as noisy as ever, yet our states of mind were completely different. Tenu stole glances at me from time to time. The face was still the same face. Though I had returned to my usual lazy demeanor, in Tuangu's eyes my figure had become as majestic as the mountains. Finally, arriving at the entrance of a deserted alley, Tuangu could no longer suppress the questions weighing on his heart. Father, how did you suddenly become a martial king? Do you remember that, when you were younger, you were only a Grandmaster? Furthermore, your old injuries from 20 years ago, Tungu's mind was full of bewilderment. Not only were your wounds healed, but you had surpassed many levels in a single leap. This matter is truly more absurd than any novel. I stopped in my tracks. A surge of essence flashed within the medicinal pill. I drew a deep breath, exhaled a ring of smoke, and turned to look at my son, my gaze as profound and fathomless as a deep pool. The secrets of the system are far too world-shaking, and explaining them would be nothing but a nuisance. Ingu, in truth, your father has never abandoned you for these past 20 years. I began to speak with a feigned, solemn composure, though my words carried a genuine undercurrent of affection. Though my injuries back then were grave, they forced me to break through. For 20 years, I wiped blood from the fortress walls and hauled bricks in the arena. What appeared to be a wandering life was, in reality, a cultivation of my heart amidst the dust of the mortal world. I was always waiting for a singular opportunity. Perhaps it was your performance today. I reached out to adjust his disheveled clothes, speaking softly. That has finally brought my state of mind to fruition. The shackles that bound me for 20 years have shattered. Tenengu's blood began to boil with fervor, and his eyes grew damp with tears once more. Teungu choked back a sob and said, Very well. Seeing a young man weeping, I laughed and patted his head. There are some matters that do not require deep investigation. You need only know that from this day forward, within this Shanglan base, and perhaps even across this vast expanse, no one shall ever be able to bully the two of us again. I lifted my head to gaze toward the distant starlit sky, a flash of cold light flickering in my eyes. If I have recovered, and even surpassed my former self, then it is time to settle a few old debts. Engu, cultivate diligently. Wait until you pass the entrance exam for the 5 great academies of the capital, Wait until you reach the Martial King realm, and we shall venture into the depths of the starry sky. Tenungu was stunned, his heart hammering against his chest. Why must we go to the starry sky? I extinguished my cigarette, my voice as light as the wind yet heavier than 1,000 mountains. To bring your mother home. Tenungu clenched his fists tightly. I understand. The youth replied. His voice was resolute. The next morning, the dawn sun no longer carried the scent of grime and decay like in the slum districts, but instead pierced through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, shining unreservedly onto the floor of polished marble that gleamed like a mirror. Shanglin Bay City, the Yunding Manor Complex. This was the golden heart of the entire base city, the residence of the wealthy and the noble. And at this moment, the independent villa on the highest floor, marked with the number 001, had welcomed its new master. I had requested a 3-day leave of absence for Tu Engu following the events of yesterday. This child needed time to settle his thoughts, and time to adapt to this world that had been turned upside down. Father, is this truly our home? Tenengu clutched an old, worn picture frame, standing in the middle of a massive 200-square-meter living room, looking bewildered and uneasy. Beneath his feet lay a carpet woven from the fur of an unidentified beast, while overhead hung a grand crystal chandelier. The intelligent interior automatically adjusted the room's temperature and humidity. Compared to the 30-square-meter, leaking collective apartment with peeling walls they had lived in yesterday, this was truly the difference between heaven and earth. Has this little fool been frightened by me? I wore a loose training robe, turning over the villa access card that City Lord Fenhong had sent to me. I tossed the card, which symbolized the highest authority in this district, onto the tea table and walked over with a smile. This is merely the beginning. In the future, we will reside in places 10 or even 100 times larger than this, perhaps even reaching the very heavens. Tengu was stunned for a moment before nodding firmly. Had it been before, the boy would have thought I was merely boasting, but after witnessing the scene at the martial arts hall yesterday, where I descended like a deity, even if I told him that I had crafted the sun with my own hands, Tenengu would believe it. The two of us did not bring much luggage. That house in the slums, aside from memories, held nothing of material value worth missing. We brought only a few old clothes and, most importantly, an old iron box filled with photos of the boy's mother. Busy throughout the morning, we personally placed the frames, filled with precious memories, into various corners of our new home. Watching the mother's gentle smile in the photographs, it remained warm even against the luxurious backdrop. This cold, star-dusted villa finally possessed a touch of life's warmth. Tenungu wiped the sweat from his forehead and sprawled out on the sofa. He casually picked up a bottle of special blue nutrient water from the table and took a sip. A single bottle of this premium product cost 500 Alliance credits. Previously, he had only seen it in advertisements, but now it had become a daily beverage in our home. Father, Tenungu suddenly set the bottle down, his expression turning serious and perplexed. What is it, son? I was adjusting the indoor gravity training room. Upon hearing his call, I walked out. To be honest, at the martial arts hall yesterday, I felt as though my state was somewhat strange. Tenungu stared at his own hands, his brows furrowed tightly. Although I have achieved a breakthrough into the blood chi realm, I read in books that when one first enters the blood chi realm, their blood chi remains chaotic like a mist, while Wang Hang, who is at the middle stage of the blood chi realm, possesses blood ki that should have already condensed like water. Theoretically, even if that punch of yours had landed on him, it should have only caused him pain, not directly shattered his protective chi, nor sent him flying such a distance. Moreover, in that very moment, I felt as if a vortex had formed within my body, drawing all the surrounding air into me. The more Suyu spoke, the more incredulous he became. Hearing this, my eyes narrowed slightly. In truth, I also found this matter peculiar. While it is said that a tiger father produces a tiger son, Suyu's performance yesterday was not merely a simple case of challenging an opponent of a higher rank. It was an explosive display of nearly overwhelming power. Come here, sit down, focus your mind, and do not resist. I walked in front of my son. With a solemn expression, Suyu obediently sat cross-legged on the carpet and closed his eyes. I extended my right hand and gently placed it upon my son's back over his heart. As I moved, a gentle yet incredibly pure stream of martial king realm energy slowly flowed into Suyu's meridian. Through internal inspection, the conditions within Suyu's body became clearly visible in my mind. The moment I saw it, my heart was struck with astonishment. For a typical early-stage martial artist of the blood chi realm, the blood energy within their body should resemble a trickling stream, thin and sluggish, yet the blood energy inside Suyu was thick, dark red, and heavy like liquid mercury. Although the total volume was indeed only at an early-stage level, its density and quality were simply more terrifying than that of a late-stage martial artist. His meridians were vast, and his bones shimmered with the luster of jade. How had this boy's foundation suddenly become so incredibly solid? I was silently pondering this when I directed that flow of blood energy, preparing to delve deep into Suyu's Dantian to investigate further. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. The dark red blood energy that had been resting quietly within Suyu's Dantian, seemingly sensing the intrusion of foreign energy, instantly surged to life. Suyu's Dantian rotated violently, transforming into a deep, bottomless black vortex. What? My expression shifted drastically. I felt the blood energy I had channeled into him being uncontrollably and frantically dragged away by that vortex, then devoured. The suction force even traveled along my palm, attempting to siphon the blood energy from within my own body. This is not. The cultivation base of the martial king realm erupted instantly, forcibly severing the connection to that surge of vitality. Nan-Ni withdrew her hand immediately, yet that strange backlash still forced me, caught completely off guard, to retreat half a step. As for Suyu, his entire body trembled as he abruptly opened his eyes. Not only was he uninjured, but in that fleeting moment, he felt a wave of warmth flowing through his muscles, which had been aching from the move, instantly reviving them. His internal vitality had even strengthened significantly. "Father, what happened?" Seeing me step back, Suyu was startled. "Is something wrong with your body?" I did not answer immediately, for at that very moment, deep within my mind, the system notification that had remained silent for so long began to ring out frantically like a peal of thunder. System detected a qualitative change in the vitality of Descendant Suyu. Congratulations to the host. Descendant Suyu has successfully awakened a dormant physique. The Chaos Physique, supreme physiques between heaven and earth. Possessors of this physique have vitality that is not restricted by elemental attributes, and they can master the energy of all things, making breakthroughs in cultivation as easy as drinking water. His initial vitality density is already 10 times that of an ordinary person. According to the rule, if a descendant awakens a physique, the host will receive an enhanced version as feedback. Congratulations to the host, you have received the Supreme Chaos Physique. At that very moment, I felt an earth-shattering explosion occur within my body. The violet gold vitality that had been flowing through me suddenly collapsed and condensed at this instant, ultimately transforming into a color that defied description. It was the color of chaos, a murky, boundless gray. If Suyu's Chaos Physique is a powerful vacuum capable of devouring surrounding energy, then my Supreme Chaos Physique is a black hole currently in the making. I clenched my fists, sensing the terrifying power now governing everything within me, feeling extreme shock. This system is truly heaven-defying. Seeing me standing there in a daze, Suyu asked, "Father, are you all right?" I took a deep breath, instantly restraining my aura, and looked at my worried son. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of my lips as I spoke profoundly. "What is there to panic about? I am fine. I simply discovered a startling secret just now." Suyu was stunned. The reason you felt unusual earlier is that you have awakened an extremely rare and special physique." I clasped my hands behind my back and began to explain with grave seriousness. "This physique will grant you a density of vitality that far exceeds that of an ordinary person. You can absorb the vitality of your enemies during combat to recover your own strength. This is also the reason why you were able to send Wang Hing flying with a single punch." Tenungu stood dumbstruck, his eyes wide in disbelief as an overwhelming wave of joy surged within his heart. Possessing a constitution capable of absorbing the strength of others, the light in the young man's eyes burned even brighter than the sun outside the window. "Heavens, does this not mean that I am a one-in-a-million genius?" "You could say that." I smiled and nodded, my eyes brimming with affection. "As long as you are willing to put in the effort, your future achievements will be beyond my estimation." Tenengu leaped up in excitement, pumping his fist into the air. Suddenly he paused and spun around. His gaze was piercing as he looked at me, his face glowing with the unbridled spirit of youth. "Father, if I am truly a peerless genius, then I have made a decision." "What decision?" I raised an eyebrow. Tenengu took a deep breath and pointed toward the vast sky beyond the window. "Within 5 years, I will surpass you. I will become a powerhouse even more formidable than a martial king. When that day comes, it will be my turn to protect you. I will carry you to the stars to bring mother home." Seeing the solemnity and fervor on my son's face, I was momentarily stunned. I lowered my head, my shoulders trembling slightly as if stifling a laugh. "Surpass me? You foolish boy. For every step you take, I will advance 4, and I will even pave the road ahead of you into a high-speed thoroughfare. In this lifetime, if you wish to surpass me, I fear the only way is to wait until I am too old to move." I coughed twice, suppressed the smile on my lips, and stepped forward to pat Tenungu on the shoulder, encouraging him with gravity. "Good, you have spirit. I shall await that day. But before you surpass me," I shifted my tone, pointing to the storage chest beside him that had yet to be cleared. "Go clean your room first. Whether one is a Grandmaster or a martial king, if one cannot sweep a single house, how can one sweep the world? Get to work." "Yes, father." Tenungu gave a playful military salute before energetically grabbing the box and rushing toward his room. Watching my son's vibrant silhouette fade, the smile on my face gradually softened before shifting into a look of steely determination. If my son possesses such talent, he cannot remain coddled within the greenhouse of a school. I must find a true whetstone to temper his blade. The sunset filtered through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Vending Manor, casting long shadows across the floor. I set down my chopsticks, leaned back against the sofa, and leisurely picked my teeth. Meanwhile, Tuungu was diligently clearing away the dishes. Ever since we moved into this luxury villa, this child still hasn't fully adjusted to the life of opulence, and always feels the need to find something to do. Only then did he feel a true sense of tranquility. A clear, pleasant chime of the doorbell shattered the afternoon silence. I found a glimmer of realization flashing in my eyes. It seems the efficiency of that old fox Fan Hong is quite impressive. "Father, go open the door." I rose and walked toward the grand, intricately carved door, standing 3 meters tall. I pressed the door release button. Standing outside were 2 men dressed in custom-made black suits. They were not ordinary delivery personnel, but the most elite guards from the city lord's mansion. Each of them exuded the aura of an Jianqian realm martial artist. Under normal circumstances, these 2 experts could walk anywhere with absolute impunity. Yet, in my presence, they had to be cautious even with their own breathing. Senior Su. One of the men in black held an antique purple sandalwood box with both hands, his voice trembling slightly. The city lord has commanded us to deliver this to you with the utmost urgency. The city lord says this is the first batch of reparations. If you are dissatisfied, he will personally visit his vaults to find more. I cast a cold, indifferent glance at that single look. Both men in black felt a bone-chilling cold, as if they had been targeted by a primordial beast. Very well, leave the items and tell Fan Hong that I have accepted them, I said, taking the boxes casually as if it were a simple food delivery. Yes, thank you, Senior. Many thanks, Senior. As if granted a reprieve from death, the two bowed deeply before hurriedly retreating from the Yunding manor. I closed the door, returned to the living room, and placed the box upon the marble coffee table. Father, who was that? Suyu wiped his hands and approached, looking curiously at the exquisite wooden box. A courier. I tossed out a casual excuse, then tapped my finger lightly to disengage the box's security seal. As the lid opened, a pungent medicinal aroma instantly permeated the living room. Inside, the box was lined with thick yellow velvet cradling 3 thumb-sized test tubes. Within the tubes flowed a vibrant azure liquid, shimmering like molten jade, with tiny bubbles occasionally rising to the surface, seemingly pulsing with an abundant life force. On the cover were 3 bold, powerful characters: Void Shattering Blade along with Jade Sea Dragon elixirs. With a single glance, I recognized the origin of these items. Even in my youth, I had only caught glimpses of such treasures. It seemed Fan Hong was truly sincere this time. These 3 elixirs could each fetch over 50 million Federation credits on the black market. Moreover, they are items for which there is a price but no supply. These are for you. I pushed the box toward my son. Suyu was stunned, instinctively waving his hands in refusal. Father, this is far too precious. Besides, you are now a martial king. Wouldn't it be better if you used them yourself? You foolish boy. I let out a soft chuckle. I picked up one of the vials and swirled it gently under the light. At the Martial King realm, an elixir of this grade is no different from sugar water. It cannot increase my cultivation in the slightest. But for you, this is a divine medicine that can reshape your very foundation. With those words, I pressed the box into Suyu's arms, my eyes filled with an undeniable encouragement. You are currently at the early stage of the Blood Key realm. Though your foundation is solid, you have only just achieved a breakthrough. These 3 elixirs are enough to consolidate your realm, perhaps even allowing you to break through to the middle stage. As for this Void-Shattering Blade manual, I pointed at the ancient book. It is 100 times more powerful than the common Bull Strength Fist I taught you before. The Bull Strength Fist cultivates raw power, but the Void-Shattering Blade cultivates killing intent. In this era, if one does not hold a blade in their hand, how can they hope to protect themselves? Suyu clutched the heavy box, the scent of the medicine drifting into his nostrils as his eyes began to burn with emotion. He was no fool. He understood the immense value of these treasures. These were not merely resources, but a path toward greatness that I had paved for him. Father, enough. Do not dither. I waved my hand, cutting off my son's emotional outburst. I have requested 3 days of leave for you. During these 3 days, you will remain in the gravity room and fully refine these resources for me. I understand. Taking a deep breath, Suyu clutched the box and turned toward the gravity training room in the basement. For Suyu, the next 3 days would be both a living hell and a celestial paradise. On the first day, Suyu sat cross-legged upon the reinforced alloy floor and consumed the first bottle of Jade Sea Dragon essence. Any ordinary martial artist, even one at the late stage of the Blood Key realm, would have to dilute such a potent elixir with water and consume it in 3 separate doses. However, recalling the unique physique his father had spoken of, Suyu resolved to consume the entire vial in one go. As the medicinal liquid entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a churning torrent of magma, surging through his limbs and veins. The agony was excruciating, as if every blood vessel in his body was on the verge of bursting. But just as Suyu gritted his teeth, struggling to remain conscious, the mysterious black abyss within his Dantian awakened once more. It was the primal insatiable hunger of the chaos physique. A small vortex of blood essence formed around Suyu's body. The violent medicinal power that had been rampaging within him encountered its natural predator. It immediately turned docile, swallowed by that black abyss like a whale gulping down the ocean. In a mere half hour, Suyu had fully digested a medicinal potency that would take an ordinary person an entire week to absorb. Is this truly the power of a unique physique? Suyu felt his blood essence rise to a new level, his face filled with astonishment. He did not stop. A ruthless glint flickered in his eyes as he reached for the second vial. By the second day, Suyu had completely adapted to this surge in strength. With a cold smile, he gripped an alloy training blade, swinging it frantically under double gravity. The void-breaking blade emphasizes both speed and ruthlessness. A single strike to rend the void, nothing can stand before it. At first, his movements were incredibly clumsy, to the point where he nearly wounded himself several times. Yet he remained tireless once, twice, 1,000 times, his sweat falling like rain, only to be instantly evaporated by the intense heat radiating from his body. By dusk on the third day, in the underground training room, Suyu's eyes were bloodshot, but the aura emanating from him had reached its zenith. He had fully metabolized 3 vials of B-grade medicinal extract. The blood essence within his body was now like a roaring river, the sound of it surging through his veins resonating like rolling thunder. Break, Suyu roared, swinging his blade with a forceful strike. This strike employed no flowery techniques, it was pure speed, pure power. The air seemed to be torn apart like fabric, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. A faint white arc, visible to the naked eye, followed the blade, carving a groove half an inch deep directly into the alloy wall. At that same moment, a certain barrier within his body shattered. Meanwhile, in the first-floor living room, I sat with my legs crossed, watching the panoramic news report on the television, holding a cup of freshly brewed top-tier Da Hong Pao tea, looking entirely at ease. Suddenly, I discovered that my descendant, Su Yu, had diligently absorbed all 3 vials of B-grade medicine and successfully advanced to the middle stage of the blood qi realm. The system detected the feedback from the descendant. As the descendant's cultivation realm increased, the host received a proportional enhancement. My own cultivation realm began to synchronize. The teacup in my hand trembled slightly. Not a single drop of tea spilled, yet the power coursing through my body surged once more in that very moment. Having reached the middle stage of the martial king realm, I observed that my descendant, Su Yu, had practiced swinging his blade thousands of times. He had achieved a modicum of mastery over the void-shattering blade. This triggered a critical feedback reward. The host's void-shattering blade automatically evolved to the realm of perfection. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the void-shattering blade intent. In an instant, an aura of extreme sharpness flared from my body before vanishing just as quickly. The high-quality sofa in the living room had not been subjected to any external force, yet its surface suddenly sprouted countless tiny fissures as if carved by invisible blade qi. I slowly closed my eyes as countless insights regarding blade techniques rushed into my mind like a rising tide. The void-shattering blade manual, which had previously seemed like an ordinary secret text to me, now felt as though I had practiced it for hundreds of years. I did not even need to hold a blade. With just a mere thought and a gaze, the very air could become a weapon. This feeling is truly not bad. I set the teacup down, feeling the power roiling within me like a vast ocean, and a satisfied smile tugged at the corner of my lips, the joy of gaining rewards without effort. The son is downstairs sweating like rain, while the father is upstairs drinking tea and leveling up. This is the true pleasure of life. It seems I must find more high-grade items for this boy in the future. At that exact moment, the basement door opened. Su Yu, drenched in sweat but in high spirits, rushed up the stairs. With an excited face, he shouted, "Father, I've broken through. I'm in the middle stage of the blood qi realm, and I've even reached the introductory level of the void-shattering blade." I retracted the sharp blade intent surrounding my body, returning to the appearance of a composed, gentle father. I turned around and replied, "Very good." Early the next morning, the air was lightly scented with flowers. At the dining table, I spoke calmly. "That is right, I have just notified the school administration. From today onwards, you only need to attend the morning theory classes and watch basic combat demonstrations. As for the regular training sessions in the afternoon, they are a waste of time, so you will not be attending them." Su Yu was stunned upon hearing. "Then what should I do, father?" Father wiped his mouth, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Return home directly after school, or I will send you my location. Your current body is a chaos physique. The childish games played at your school are no longer enough to satisfy your potential. From now on, I will personally oversee your afternoon training sessions. A special, rigorous cultivation." Su Yu looked at his father's inscrutable smile, a chill involuntarily creeping up his spine. Yes, I will obey. He knew his father was a peerless expert at the martial king realm. To be personally mentored by a martial king, this was a stroke of fortune that countless people could only dream of. 6 a.m., Kanglan No. 1 High School. As Su Yu walked through the school gates with his bag, the previously noisy campus seemed to fall into an unnatural silence. In the past, due to his poor background and the oppression from Wang Tai, Su Yu had been like a ghost within the school, occasionally subjected to the mockery and sarcasm of those who fawned over power. But today, everything had changed. Look quickly at Su Yu, keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish? Word has it that the entire Wang family was wiped out a few days ago precisely because they offended him. How did we not realize he was such a powerful scion before? I heard that even the city lord has to bow his head when meeting his father. Gazes fell upon Su Yu like spotlights. There was admiration, jealousy, but of all a primal, bone-deep reverence. Those students who had once followed Wang Tai, acting like foxes leveraging the tiger's power, now shrank away, not even daring to look Su Yu in the eye, terrified that this young master would come to settle accounts with them later. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged, his stride steady. Having experienced life and death and awakened his martial path, the immature gazes of his peers could no longer cause a single ripple in his heart. How could an eagle care for the chatter of sparrows? Obviously, you fool. You finally figured out the way to school, didn't you? At that moment, a clear melodic voice rang out from behind, shattering the tension hanging in the air. Su Yu stopped and turned to look. He saw Shululo carrying a pink bag and wearing her hair in a high ponytail, running toward him. The young men nearby saw this scene and their hearts shattered, yet no one dared to move. In their eyes, Su Yu was now a terrifying existence, a creature one should avoid at all costs. You have no idea, the whole school has been in total chaos these past few days. Su Luolo ran to Su Yu's side, her large eyes blinking. Everyone is whispering about your family, saying your father is an incomparable hidden expert. With a single kick, he crushed that tyrant from the Wang family, and even the city lord had to personally offer an apology. Everyone now addresses you as Young Master Su. Su Yu smiled helplessly and shook his head. Young Master Su, do not listen to their nonsense. I am still just myself. Keep pretending if you must. Hua Luoluo stepped closer. Lowering her voice, she asked with curiosity. But in all honesty, the resources your father secured for you, they must be truly formidable, right? I feel as though your aura now is even more profound than it was at the martial arts stone the other day. Being one of the few in the class who genuinely cared for Suyu, she could faintly perceive the changes in him. That change was not merely in his strength, but in the refinement of his temperament, like a sharp blade concealed within its scabbard. Suyu thought of the tearing agony he endured in the gravity chamber over the past few days, a flash of confident light gleaming in his eyes. It is true that there has been some progress. If I were to face Wang Heng again now, I could dispose of him within 3 strikes. Wow, Hualuoluo covered her mouth, her expression one of admiration. Are you boasting? Wang Heng is at the middle stage of the blood and chi realm. However, I believe in you. Doesn't that mean you can now easily gain admission to top-tier institutions like Jingwu University? Jingwu is merely one of my objectives. Suyu looked into the distance, his tone calm yet resolute. My goal is to be the national top scorer. Teascake 3 days apart, and you have become quite arrogant. Hualuoluo pouted, yet the smile in the depths of her eyes could not be concealed. That's right, the first period is a simulated combat session. The teacher said we will be paired into groups. Let us be in the same group. It is the perfect opportunity for me to see just how strong the future national top scorer really is. Very well, as long as you are not afraid of losing too miserably. It is not yet certain who will win or lose. I have not been slacking off these past few days either. The two continued to banter as they walked toward the classroom block, at the same time tens of kilometers away from the Shanglin base. This is a forbidden zone of human civilization, a wasteland where ferocious beasts run rampant. The dilapidated highway lies like a broken spine, stretching across a wilderness overgrown with dense weeds. Crumbling high-rise buildings, tightly constricted by giant vines, have become the lairs of monsters. In this sky fraught with danger and death, a lone figure stands with hands behind his back, stepping upon the void. How strange. I furrow my brow slightly, murmuring to myself. Under normal circumstances, the area within 30 to 50 kilometers of the base is the most active zone for low-level beasts. In the past, this place would be filled with wild wolves, herds of mutant boars, and one might even occasionally spot E-rank or F-rank beasts, slaughtering each other to claim territory. Though humanity has reached the stars, they have not pursued a policy of total extermination against the native ecosystem of Earth, on one hand to preserve biological diversity. But more importantly, these beasts are treated as natural whetstones, used to temper generation after generation of martial artists. Yet now, as I cast my gaze below, the wilderness is unnervingly silent. Apart from a few scattered iron-fleshed boars and swift-winged rabbits foraging, the bloodthirsty wolf packs that once occupied the abandoned industrial park have vanished. The iron-scaled crocodiles that lived along the old riverbanks are nowhere to be found. It is too quiet, body descends, landing upon a broken bridge. I can sense a faint, unsettling aura remaining in the air. It is not the scent of ordinary beasts, but a higher-level, more organized form of oppression. Could it be that a high-level beast passed through, scaring away all the low-level creatures? I crouch down to inspect a claw mark on the bridge's surface. The mark is fresh, likely made not long ago, but strangely, the direction of the claw marks is incredibly uniform. All the beasts are moving in the same direction, a path leading north away from the Kanglan base and deeper into the forbidden reaches of the wilderness, toward the Death Canyon. Is this a large-scale migration of beasts, or some form of gathering? A light flashes in my eyes. As a veteran who has struggled in this world for decades, combined with the knowledge from my previous life, I instinctively smell a conspiracy. Typically, beasts only exhibit such abnormal behavior in 2 scenarios. Either a natural disaster, such as an earthquake or tsunami, is imminent, or a beast king capable of commanding. If the latter is the case, then this Shanglin city is likely on the verge of turmoil. I stood up and brushed the dust from my hands. I did not the fear that a common man would possess. The strength of the martial king realm gave me absolute confidence. My purpose in coming here, Mubi, was to find combat practice for Suyu. If there are none here, then I shall venture deeper inside. My gaze turned toward the ancient, gloomy forest, shrouded in black mist to the north. I refuse to believe I cannot capture a few soul beasts for training purposes. No sooner had I spoken than my figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a trail of dissipated clouds scattered by the shockwave. My objective was clear: to capture a few E-rank peak ferocious beasts, or perhaps even D-rank early stage ones, to throw into the back mountains of the Yunding Manor for Suyu's true survival training in the wilderness. As for the threat of the beast tide, if the heavens fall, there are taller people to hold them up. Only when the threat truly reaches my son's life will it be time for me to intervene. The sun had yet to scorch the earth with its full intensity, but inside Yunding Manor, the air conditioning system kept the residents at a comfortable temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. Suyu arrived home half an hour earlier than expected. Just as he entered the front garden, and before he could even change his shoes, a low, primal roar pierced through the thick walls of the villa, faintly reaching his ears. In that roar there was both bloodthirsty ferocity and the violent clanking of iron chains. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Suyu started slightly before immediately understanding. This must be the special training his father mentioned, though he never expected the commotion to be so great, as if they were running a zoo at home. "Father, what is making that noise in the back mountains?" Entering the kitchen and seeing his father skillfully preparing ingredients while wearing an apron, Suyu asked casually, "You're back?" His father did not turn his head, the blade dancing in his hands as he spoke in a calm tone. "Wash your hands and eat. Only when you are full will you have the strength to be beaten." "Understood." Suyu nodded and sat at the dining table. Although the table was filled with delicious dishes, he ate without much focus. The intermittent roars of the beast felt like an invisible hand scratching at his heart, leaving him restless. As a student who had grown up in a greenhouse, his knowledge of ferocious beasts came solely from textbooks and videos. To face one directly would be a first in his life. Seeing his son looking distracted, his father shook his head with a smile. "All right, stop counting your grains of rice. If you are that eager, then stop eating. We shall begin earlier." Having said that, father casually removed his apron, wiping his hands with a composed and leisurely air. He then walked directly toward the backyard. Suyu's eyes brightened. He hurriedly set down his chopsticks and followed, crossing the exquisite garden before pushing open the heavy reinforced iron door leading to the mountain behind the manor. The scene before him caused Suyu to draw in a sharp, cold breath. His pupils suddenly dilated. The backyard of the manor, once lush and vibrant, with its picturesque scenery, had been violently cleared into a vast expanse of golden soil the size of a football field. Scattered across this clearing stood over a dozen massive dark metal pillars. Each pillar was fitted with custom-made shackles as thick as a wrist, binding exotic and terrifying beasts that emitted a pungent foul stench. To the left stood an ironclad boar, its entire body covered in sharp obsidian-like spikes. It was furiously slamming its massive frame against the earth. Every impact sent a tremor through the ground. In the center stood a gargantuan stone bear, towering at 3 meters in height. Its thick rocky hide was etched with deep scars from countless past battles. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Suyu, with viscous drool dripping from the corners of its maw. To the right were several gale wolves, their bodies lean and agile, their gazes filled with malice. Despite being chained, they maintained a predatory posture, ready to strike. Deep, guttural growls resonated from their throats. This place was nothing short of a miniature Roman Colosseum. "Father, did you capture all of these?" Suyu gazed at these vicious creatures which he had only ever seen in books, his throat feeling somewhat dry. Are these truly E-grade ferocious beasts, corresponding to the blood circulation realm? The overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from them, that unmasked raw bloodlust, was entirely incomparable to his fellow students practicing in protective gear at the academy. Father nodded slightly, his arms crossed over his chest, leaning against a shattered ancient tree with the calm expression of someone observing mere house pets. "Correct. From today they shall be your sparring partners." Sparring partners. Suyu's mouth twitched. Any one of these beasts, if unleashed, could wreak havoc upon an E-grade city, yet his father spoke of them as if they were simple training aids. "Father, do you mean to say I must fight them now?" Suyu pointed at the most aggressive ironclad boar. "What else would it be for? Should we keep it to fatten up for the new year?" Father's lips curled into a wicked smile. Suddenly his figure flickered, instantly appearing before the iron cage of the ironclad boar. This is an early-stage E-grade ironclad boar, equivalent to the early-stage blood circulation realm of a human. And you are currently in the mid-stage of the blood circulation realm. Logically speaking, you should be able to crush it. Go on, let Father see what you are truly capable of. As my words fell, a cold light flashed in my hand, instantly severing the chains binding the armored boar. Regaining its freedom, the armored boar let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Its crimson eyes immediately locked on to Suyu, who stood in the courtyard. It charged on all fours, its massive frame hurtling forward like an out-of-control heavy truck, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and possessing an incomparable momentum. It lunged directly towards Suyu. "It's too fast." Suyu felt a tremor of alarm in his heart. The books claiming that boars were slow were clearly deceiving. This explosive power was truly terrifying. I casually tossed an unsharpened alloy training blade toward him, watching it arc through the air. Suyu hurriedly caught the blade. By now, the boar's blood-stained tusks were a mere 3 meters away from him. Relying on instinct, Suyu reacted, stumbling as he dodged to the left. The boar's thorn-covered body brushed past the hem of Suyu's robe. The violent gust of wind caused a stinging sensation on Suyu's cheek. Before Suyu could even steady himself, the boar demonstrated a level of agility that defied its massive size. It suddenly halted, using its hind legs as a pivot, and whipped its massive iron-like tail through the air with a piercing whistle. Damn it, Suyu could only raise his blade to parry. A jarring clash of metal rang out. Suyu felt an immense force surge through his arms, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger instantly split open. The sheer impact forced him to retreat 7, or perhaps 8 steps before he could barely stand firm. His arms were left completely numb. This was the reality of true combat. Suyu broke into a cold sweat. His blood energy index was clearly higher than that of this beast. His raw strength should have been more than enough to handle such an encounter. Yet he was being completely overwhelmed. Giving him not a single moment to catch his breath, the boar roared and charged once more. Its sharp tusks gleamed with a chilling cold light. It intended to impale this human youth. Suyu could only rely on his instinctive reflexes to dodge. The space-severing blade technique in his hands had become disjointed, failing completely to manifest as it was intended. The few strikes that managed to land upon the iron-bristled boar only ignited sparks against its impenetrable hide, failing to inflict any real damage. I stood not far away, arms crossed. I shook my head, my voice low yet ringing clearly in Suyu's ears. Everything you learned in the academy consists of nothing but rigid, lifeless forms. Do you truly believe a ferocious beast will wait for you to settle into a stance before it attacks? Is your mid-stage blood realm cultivation merely for show? Suyu, do not forget the nature of your constitution. My gaze sharpened instantly, and I shouted, the Chaos Constitution is not meant to be used as a punching bag. In the moment of contact, attempt to drain its lifeblood. Drain it. While struggling to evade, Suyu felt a sudden tremor in his heart. The iron-bristled boar charged once more. This time, Suyu did not choose to retreat. Amidst the intense pressure, he forced himself to remain calm. Deep within his Dantian, the gray chaotic vortex began to churn. An indescribable sensation of hunger suddenly radiated from every pore of his body. Come, Suyu whispered, eyes narrowed as he locked onto the charging boar. At the very moment it was about to collide with him, his figure flickered like a specter. There was no longer any panicked evasion, but rather a calculated maneuver as he extended his left hand. Though it appeared gentle, his palm pressed firmly against the boar's thorn-covered flank. In the past, such a strike would have resulted in agonizing recoil for Suyu. But this time, the Chaos Constitution activated and the blood energy in his palm immediately formed a miniature vacuum vortex. The iron-bristled boar, previously so aggressive, suddenly let out a bizarre, terrified shriek. It felt the violent power within its body rushing out uncontrollably like a collapsing dam, the moment it made contact with that human hand. That sudden sense of weakening caused its ferocious charge to falter with a fatal rigidity. At that very moment, Sushu clearly felt a surge of warm, violent lifeblood flowing into his body through his left hand, instantly replenishing the stamina he had expended, and even causing his strength to skyrocket in an instant. One side weakened, while the other grew stronger. This is the true terror of the Chaos Constitution. The panic in Suyu's eyes vanished completely, replaced by the fervor of a hunter gazing upon his prey. Seizing the moment the ironclad boar faltered, the alloy blade in his hand stopped trembling and was gripped with absolute steadiness. The blood he had just seized merged with his own life force, surging madly into the body of the blade. The first strike of the void-shattering blade technique, absolute rupture. Tengu let out a roar, and his blade transformed into a chilling streak of white light, tearing through the air to strike the vulnerable junction of the boar's neck. Squelch. This time there were no sparks, no recoil, only the smooth sensation of a blade slicing through butter. The iron-hard armor, once impenetrable, felt like thin paper. The blade bit deep into the boar's neck, severing both its spine and its primary artery. The ironclad boar let out a piercing, miserable shriek. Its massive body slid forward for several meters due to its own momentum. It carved a deep trench into the earth before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Its four legs twitched a few times before falling deathly still. A vast spray of fresh blood erupted, staining the earth beneath Tenu's feet a deep crimson. Tenungu remained in his striking stance, panting heavily. Though his body was exhausted, his spirit was surging with an unprecedented sense of clarity. He looked down at the gargantuan beast at his feet, then back at his own left hand. Even now, the sensation of that raw power he had seized left him feeling intoxicated. This was what true combat really felt like. Tenungu muttered to himself, reflecting on the vast difference between his desperate flight at the start and the rhythmic, calculated strike that ended the beast. It was simply because he had finally learned to harness the true properties of the chaos body. The sound of applause rang out from behind him. I stepped forward, examined the carcass of the fallen boar, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, your insight is quite impressive. That final strike, leveraging your opponent's own strength, was truly well executed. Truly, this chaos body is a monstrous gift. Tenungu turned around, his eyes shining with fervor. Just now, I felt as if the beast wasn't just charging me, but rather the more force it exerted, the stronger I became. That is only to be expected, I replied, handing my son a towel with a mysterious smile, but do not stop to rest just yet. That was merely an E-rank ironclad boar. If you were to encounter a beast specialized in speed or long-range attacks, I turned my gaze toward the Gale wolves prowling on the periphery. Take 10 minutes to recover your breath and stabilize your blood essence. I offered a devilish grin. The next round will be 2 Gale wolves at once. Tenungu's heart, which had only just begun to calm, immediately leaped back into his throat. Father, is it necessary to accelerate the training to such an extent? Stop your whining, too. If you wish to survive in this cutthroat world, if you wish to protect those you hold dear, I pointed at myself, then gestured toward the distant star-filled sky. You must never cease your progress, I said, observing his bewildered expression as he met my solemn gaze. He gripped his blade tightly. The weariness that had initially burdened him was completely swept away. Bring them on. 2 wolves are hardly enough to satisfy me. He wiped the blood from his face, his eyes sharpening until they resembled the edge of a blade. Time drifted by in silence. The following week was, for Suyu, both a living hell and a crucible for his rebirth. The area behind the Yunding Manor, once a picturesque garden, was now saturated with the stench of blood and death. From dawn until dusk, the roars of wild beasts and the ring of clashing metal never ceased. The speed of Suyu's progress could truly be described as staggering. He had evolved from stumbling in panic against a single E-rank armored boar to eventually felling one with a single strike. From the mid-tier Gale wolves to the present, as the sunset stained the clearing behind the mountain a deep, bloody red. Suyu smiled, once fair now bronze with a healthy, tempered glow. His muscle definition was not exaggerated like a professional bodybuilder's, yet every fiber seemed coiled with explosive power. His body was covered in scars, both large and small. They were the metals of his maturation. Facing him, a ferocious beast with fur burning in deep crimson lay crouched upon the earth. Its throat emitted a low, threatening growl. The crimson flamed him in fox. This was a terrifying creature nearing the earth rank. It possessed not only incredible speed, but within those cunning pupils a glimmer of intelligence usually reserved for humans. Moving forward, Suyu gripped his alloy combat blade, now riddled with nicks and scratches, his gaze cold as ice. Having endured a week of demonic training, the scholarly aura he once possessed had completely vanished. replaced by a killing intent that struck terror into the hearts of others. Whoosh, the crimson flame demon fox moved, though it did not charge directly. Instead, its hind legs surged with power as it pushed off the ground, its body transforming into a streak of red lightning, leaving flickering afterimages in the air. It utilized the terrain, leaping off trees and boulders. Its movements were erratic and impossible to track. It appeared as though 3 foxes were attacking simultaneously from different angles. Too fast. Suyu's pupils contracted. The speed of this fox was twice that of the gale wolves he had faced before. A gust of foul, putrid wind hit his face as a claw, sharp as a dagger, appeared silently at his left throat. If this had been a week ago, Suyu would have surely had his throat slit by now. The chaotic vortex within his Dantian suddenly began to swirl. The tremors in the surrounding air, the fluctuations in temperature, and even the ripples of killing intent emanating from the scarlet fox were all perfectly mapped within his mind. His upper body arched backward at an incredibly bizarre angle. Sharp claws swept past the tip of his nose, severing several strands of his hair. In this moment of life and death, Suyu did not retreat. Instead, he seized the exact second the scarlet fox had exhausted its previous momentum. Before its new strength could take root, he had caught it. A cold smile curled at the corners of Suyu's mouth as his body, which had been arched backward, snapped upright like a coiled spring. His left hand formed a claw, not to strike directly, but to grasp at the empty space in front of the scarlet fox's abdomen. The air seemed to ripple with an invisible dark vortex. The scarlet fox, which had been preparing to change direction and flee, suddenly felt the blood flow within its body stagnate, its movements inevitably slowing by half a beat. It let out a cry of terror, but it was too late. Suyu roared, the long blade in his right hand having already been primed and waiting. Blood energy, surging like a tidal wave within his body, instantly poured into the blade. A faint, pale gold halo shimmered upon the edge of the sword. Second form of the void-shattering blade, breaking the army. This strike did not pursue extreme speed, instead it pursued absolute momentum. Against an army of thousands, I break it with a single blade. The blade's light descended like a falling meteor, accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air as it struck down ferociously. The scarlet fox desperately swung its claws to parry the blow, but against the terrifying power bolstered by Suyu's chaotic body, its resistance was no different than a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The crunching sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. The scarlet fox's claws were severed instantly, and the momentum of the blade did not falter, slicing diagonally from its shoulder, pinning it firmly to the ground as fresh blood sprayed forth, drenching half of its body in red. The scarlet fox twitched a few times beneath Suyu. The light in its eyes rapidly faded until it finally became a cold corpse. Suyu maintained his downward striking stance, his chest heaving violently. He slowly withdrew his long blade, looking down at the carcass. The immense satisfaction of conquering a powerful foe made him long to let out a triumphant shout. A beast nearing the earth rank, yet I am still able to slay it. Clack, clack, clack from a lounge chair not far away. I set down the teacup in my hand and applauded softly. Not bad, he has learned how to leverage his primordial body. The aura of the army breaking blade has finally reached 7 parts of its true potential. This past week of training was not in vain. My voice remained languid, yet I could not hide the flicker of pride in my eyes. In a mere 7 days, a student who once knew only rote memorization has transformed into a warrior capable of slaying cunning beasts beyond his cultivation level. Such talent is truly terrifying. He is indeed worthy of the legacy inherited from his mother. However, just as I prepared to stand and offer my son a towel, the familiar chime of the system resonated deep within my mind like a heavenly decree. System. It has been detected that the descendant, Suyu, has experienced dozens of life-or-death battles within the span of 1 week. Combat skills have surged, reaching the mastery level. System evaluation. The descendant's skills have made a significant breakthrough. Host has received a critical feedback reward. Congratulations, host. Combat skill level has broken through to the inflow realm. I felt as if a bolt of lightning had streaked through the chaos of my mind. An indescribable warmth surged from my Dantian, instantly suffusing every limb and bone in my body. Yet this warmth did not fortify my physical shell. Instead, my perception and control over the world shifted entirely. Space, once appearing as mere air, now fractured into countless subtle currents of energy before my eyes. The trajectory of a falling leaf appeared to me as if captured in slow motion. I could even predict the exact point where that leaf would touch the ground seconds before it descended. Every inch of muscle, every tendon, and the flow of energy within every cell of my body were now under my absolute command. The inflow realm, a pinnacle that countless martial artists struggle their entire lives to reach. To enter the inflow is to achieve a level of control so exquisite that it defies logic. A single part of one's strength can now be utilized as 10. Before the enemy even stirs, I have already perceived their every move. I reached out subconsciously, my fingers deftly pinching a speck of dust suspended in the air. Is this truly the inflow realm? A flicker of astonishment ignited in my gaze. If the me of before, despite possessing the strength of the martial king realm, was like a child wielding a heavy hammer, capable only of using brute force to crush an opponent, then the me of today is a surgeon with a scalpel, capable of dissecting any adversary with absolute precision. Father, what is wrong? Suyu wiped a smear of blood from his face, noticing I was standing motionless with my fingers held in a peculiar position. He could not help but ask with curiosity. I regained my composure and gently brushed the dust from my fingertips. It is nothing. I stood with my hands behind my back, gazing at my son who was brimming with a murderous aura. I laughed and said, "It is merely that I see you progressing so rapidly. It brings this father great joy. It seems I must also redouble my own efforts, lest I find myself unable to suppress this little monster in the future." Father, cease your false modesty. The stronger I grow, the more I realize just how vast the chasm between us truly remains. Yu scratched his head. Even though he could now slay a red fox, in my presence, he still felt as though he were standing before a mountain whose peak was lost to the clouds. "Very well, enough with the flattery," I said, tossing him a vial of recovery elixir. "Drink this." At the same moment, in the center of Kanglan Base City, within the Lord's Manor, a place usually defined by its solemn and imposing air, there hung an atmosphere so oppressive it felt suffocating. As the highest authority of Kanglan City, Grandmaster Pan Hong looked like a child caught in a transgression, trembling as he stood beside the desk, drenched in a cold sweat. And upon the leather chair that symbolized his absolute power, sat a middle-aged man dressed in flowing white robes. The man possessed handsome features and slender fingers, which were slowly fiddling with Pan Hong's most prized jade paperweight. Special envoy from the Jiangnan Great Base Lu Yun, peak of the Martial King realm. Honorable envoy, that is exactly how the events transpired. Pan Hong swallowed hard, his voice raspy as he recounted in meticulous detail the events that occurred at Number 1 High School, including how Yu arrived by walking on air, how he crushed Wang Hong with a single strike, how he choked Vice Commander Wang Mang to death, and how he himself had to endure humiliation to offer compensation. He dared not conceal a single word, nor did he dare to embellish the truth. For he knew that this special envoy from the Jiangnan main city sitting before him could snuff out his life even more easily than Yu could. Upon hearing Pan Hong's report, Lu Yun's hand stopped moving. Snap! The priceless jade paperweight shattered into fine powder without warning in his grasp, spilling from between his fingers as Pan Hong's heart skipped a beat. Martial King Lu Yun raised his head, his narrow eyes flashing with a gleam of intrigue, a meaningful smile curling the corners of his lips. How truly interesting. I never expected such a remote, desolate base to hide a crouching dragon. It's a genius. It seems he has encountered some formidable stroke of fortune. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but he also turned a misfortune into a blessing, and broke through to the Martial King realm. Lu Yun's voice was gentle, yet it concealed a bone-chilling killing intent. "Special envoy, please be careful," Fan Hong cautiously probed. "That Yu is truly unorthodox, and furthermore, he is exceptionally protective. The Wang family has truly kicked an iron plate this time. Is there any possibility that this matter could be set aside?" Lu Yun cast a sidelong glance at Fan Hong, a gaze that made the latter feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. "City Lord Fan, have you stayed in this tiny, insignificant place for so long that your mind has begun to rust?" Lu Yun stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the magnificent city. His tone was as indifferent as still water. "Wang Hong and Wang Meng, those two pieces of trash are dead, and so be it. As for that sort of collateral branch scum, the main lineage of the Wang family has plenty. Even if 10,000 died, it would be no great loss." However, Lu Yun's tone shifted, and a terrifying wave of pressure instantly flooded the entire room, forcing Fan Hong's knees to soften, nearly causing him to collapse. One must respect the master before striking the dog. It is one thing for Yu to commit murder, but he should not have humiliated the Wang family in front of everyone, nor should he have disregarded the majesty of our house. If the honor of the Jiangnan Wang family is trampled underfoot by a hick martial king and we do nothing, how can the Wang family continue to command the billions of people in Jiangnan? Lu Yun turned back to look at Fan Hong, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Although the patriarch of the Wang family is currently in seclusion, he has already issued a decree. The Kanglan base has no need for a martial king, especially one who refuses to obey. Hearing this, Fan Hong was struck with terror. Was this to be an endless vendetta? Then when does the special envoy intend to make a move? Fan Hong asked, trembling. "There is no rush." At this moment in the Yunding Manor, Yu was practicing his techniques, sweat trickling down his firm, well-defined muscles. His entire body was enveloped in a faint grayish aura. It was a manifestation of his life force energy being pushed to its absolute limit. With every breath he took, the spiritual energy drifting in the air surged toward him like moths to a flame. It poured into his body, nourishing his meridians. A single day of combat training had left him covered in injuries, yet it also helped him reach the threshold of the late stage of the blood realm. On the second-floor balcony, I stood with my hands behind my back, my gaze passing through the reinforced glass, silently watching my son downstairs. This boy is even more reckless than I was in my youth. The corners of my mouth curled into a satisfied smile. As I contemplated, the Azure system interface, visible only to me, rippled like water before my eyes. Host, Descendant bound Yu. Host cultivation level, late stage blood chi realm. Current power level, late stage mark cultivation technique. Hun Dun Yi Chi technique upgraded from the Po Chi art. Martial skills, Fierce Ox Fist, Sky Breaking Blade, Moon Crossing Movement Technique, Combat Proficiency, Micro-Level Control. Looking at these extravagant statistics, a flicker of light crossed my eyes. At the late-stage Martial King level, I clenched my fists, sensing a power surging through my body like an endless ocean. In just 1 week, thanks to the frenzied progress of Yu, my own cultivation level had skyrocketed like a rocket from early-stage Martial King to the late stage. Such power, if displayed in a minor base like Kanglan, would be considered nothing short of divine, yet it was still not enough. My gaze turned toward the north, where the vast starry sky awaited and where potential enemies surely lurked. There were less than 3 months remaining until the martial examination. According to the traditions of previous years, the examination would not only feature geniuses from major bases, but could even include elite seeds descending from the higher realms. It is not impossible that monstrous candidates at the Grandmaster level will appear. Although Su Yu possesses the chaos physique, his start was far too late. To sweep across the entire nation and claim the title of top scholar in 3 months, relying solely on grueling training is not enough. In the path of martial cultivation, the chaos physique is a golden devouring monster. One must expend massive resources to support it. Thinking this, a flicker of determination ignited in my eyes. The B-grade medicinal potions previously used by Su had all been consumed. I needed to replenish the fuel. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the cloud layer, awakening this city of steel. Su Yu had already headed off to school. Before leaving, he had voraciously consumed 3 bowls of mutant beast meat porridge. Watching my son's energetic figure disappear, I tidied up a bit, donned an inconspicuous gray sportswear outfit, and stepped out. If the F zone is considered a slum and the D zone is the backyard for the wealthy, then the B zone is the economic heart of the entire base. Here, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Skyscrapers stand side by side, adorned with massive holographic advertisements. Interwoven in the air, they display the latest alloy combat blades, genetic elixirs, and advanced protective combat gear. On the streets, luxury vehicles shuttle back and forth, and most pedestrians are dressed in finery. Even the patrol teams along the road are equipped with gear far superior to those in the F zone. I walked leisurely along the bustling street with my hands in my pockets, my simple gray outfit appearing somewhat out of place among the people dressed in silk and satin. However, I cared little. My cultivation level and external possessions were merely fleeting clouds. Even if I were draped in a burlap sack, I would still remain a martial king. I halted my steps, raising my head to look at the magnificent architecture before me. It was a 4-story building painted in crimson with sweeping, exquisitely carved eaves. Before the entrance stood 2 lions carved from black gold rock, looking imposing and majestic. On the massive signboard, 3 large gold-plated characters, Zhenbao Pavilion, were written in a calligraphy style that flowed like dragons and danced like phoenixes, exuding wealth and prestige. Zhenbao Pavilion, one of the largest retail chains in the Great Xia Federation. It is rumored that the power behind it extends throughout the entire human federation, with branches even existing in outer space. It is famously said that as long as you have the money, you can even purchase the eggs of extraterrestrial beasts here. This is the place. I nodded. I came here today to make a purchase, and only a store of this magnitude could satisfy the appetite of the chaos. Stepping over the high threshold, a faint scent of sandalwood washed over me, instantly isolating me from the clamor of the outside world. The first-floor hall was vast and luminous, adorned with hundreds of crystal display cases, each showcasing various basic elixirs and mortal-grade weapons. At this moment, the hall was as crowded as an anthill, filled mostly with low-level martial artists haggling over prices. I cast a sweeping glance across the room and shook my head. To ordinary people, these items might be treasures, but to Su Yu now, they contain too many impurities and their efficacy is far too low. I should head upstairs to see what lies beyond. I walked straight toward the red sandalwood staircase leading to the 2nd floor. I recalled that high-grade medicinal concoctions and rare materials were usually kept in the VIP areas, starting from the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor was considerably quieter. It dealt in spirit-grade weapons and C-grade elixirs. Several staff members dressed in pale blue robes stood behind the counters, murmuring to one another. Seeing me ascend, they merely glanced my way. Noting my ordinary attire, none of them approached to offer assistance. I paid them no mind and continued directly to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Just as I placed my foot on the stairs, I stopped, for a shrill, sharp female voice suddenly rang out. My steps faltered, and I turned my head to see a staff member with refined makeup, dressed in a form-fitting uniform, rapidly approaching me. She surveyed me from head to toe, her gaze lingering for 2 seconds on my slightly worn sneakers. The contempt in her eyes was not hidden in the slightest. "Hey you, mister," the staff member said, crossing her arms and blocking the stairway with her chin slightly lifted. "You've wandered into the wrong place." "Ah, that is the 3rd floor. I am aware it is the 3rd floor." My expression remained calm as I replied, "I wish to buy some items." "Buy items?" The staff member acted as if she had heard a joke, letting out a mocking scoff. "Do you even know what is sold on the 3rd floor? Those are resources meant for noble and wealthy martial artists. Even a single elixir there costs tens of thousands of Federation credits." As she spoke, she reached out a hand, nearly poking me in the nose. "Furthermore, do you see the sign next to you? The 3rd floor is a VIP area. Non-members are strictly forbidden from entering." "Do you even have a membership?" "A membership." I furrowed my brow slightly. In my youth, although that was 20 years ago, I have never heard of such a regulation. Since when has Zhenbao Pavilion implemented this policy? The laws of the Great Xia mandate that businesses shall not impose unreasonable barriers to entry. I have visited this place before and never once heard that a membership was required. I spoke in a cold, detached tone, implying that such matters were ancient history. The staff member rolled her eyes, her tone growing even more acrimonious. "You Country Bumpkin, our Shuanglan branch established this rule half a year ago after our new manager took charge. If you want to ascend to the 3rd floor, you must first deposit 500,000 spirit stones to become a member. Looking at your pathetic, penniless state, even if we sold you, you wouldn't be worth 500,000. Get lost immediately. Do not block the path of our other distinguished guests. Can you even afford the cost if you soil the carpets here?" The female clerk spoke with disgust, waving her hand as if she were shooing away a stray dog. Several customers on the second floor were drawn by the commotion, wondering who this person might be. Dressed like that, he actually dares to try and reach the third floor? He must be some poverty-stricken wretch hoping to satisfy his curiosity. The new manager of Zhenbao Pavilion is notorious for valuing only gold, not prestige. This fellow is about to face misfortune. Hearing the surrounding gossip, my gaze, which had been calm, slowly turned icy. I have no desire to incite trouble, yet I despise being insulted even more. Regulations of the new manager, you say? The corners of my mouth curled into a cold, chilling smile. You certainly have a grand sense of authority. Shut your mouth. You old fool, you dare to comment on our manager? Seeing that I did not leave but instead talked back, the clerk was instantly enraged. Ordinarily, she relied on the influence of Zhenbao Pavilion to act as she pleased. She didn't even hold minor captains in high regard. How could she tolerate being defied by an indigent cultivator? Security, where are the guards? Throw this troublemaker out at once. The clerk shrieked, reaching out her hand as if to shove me. However, just as her hand was about to make contact with my robes, a crisp, resounding slap echoed through the air, plunging the second floor into a deathly silence. The female clerk was thrown back as if struck by a high-speed carriage, spinning 3 times in mid-air, before crashing heavily into a display cabinet 5 meters away. The glass shattered into fragments. The female employee collapsed to the ground, her cheek instantly swelling like a bun. She spat out 2 blood-stained teeth from her mouth. Her entire being was left dazed and reeling. How dare you strike me? She clutched her face, letting out a shriek like a slaughtered pig. Murder, someone is causing trouble at Zhenbao Pavilion. I stood in place and withdrew my hand. I pulled a handkerchief from my pocket to wipe my palm. My expression remained as cold and detached as if I had merely swatted a mosquito. Who dares to cause an uproar at my Zhenbao Pavilion? In less than half a minute, an angry and urgent roar echoed from the upper floors. Immediately following, a series of heavy footsteps thundered down. 7 or 8 burly men dressed in black rushed down, led by a middle-aged man wearing a silk robe with trimmed whiskers. This man was none other than the branch manager of Zhenbao Pavilion in Shanglan Base. Zhao Detai's face was dark, the fury in his eyes nearly erupting. He had operated in the Shanglan Base for over half a year. With connections in both the underworld and the authorities, this was the first time someone had dared to strike his subordinates on his own turf. The manager had arrived, and the woman who had been struck saw her support had come. She immediately wailed miserably, pointing at me and screaming. This poor wretch has no membership but insisted on charging up to the 3rd floor. I tried to stop him. Not only did he insult our Zhenbao Pavilion as a den of thieves, but he also dared to strike me. You must seek justice for me, sir. Zhao Detai followed the direction of her finger. He saw only a young man wearing a gray tracksuit. He looked entirely unremarkable, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was calm and indifferent. Good, very good. Zhao Detai laughed out of pure rage, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. In the Shanglan Base, no one had ever dared to touch the people of Zhao Detai. Boy, I don't care who you are. Today, if you do not leave behind an arm, don't even think about walking out of this door. Take him down and cripple him. Zhao Detai waved his hand, and the 7 or 8 guards behind him immediately bared their teeth and closed in. These guards were all experts at the great perfection of the Blood Qi realm, and their leader was even a retired mercenary who had just achieved a breakthrough into the Heaven realm. You ugly wretch, open your eyes wide in your next life, the lead guard roared, raising the iron rod in his hand and striking viciously at my head. However, I did not even bother to lift an eyelid. An invisible yet terrifying aura, centered around me, suddenly erupted. There were no actions, no techniques, simply the manifestation of my presence. Those 7 or 8 ferocious guards were struck as if by a colossal, unseen hand, and in an instant they were sent flying backward at a speed far greater than when they had approached. They slammed into walls and pillars, blood gushing from their mouths. One by one, they crumpled to the ground, unable even to muster a scream before falling unconscious. What of Zhao Detai, who was prepared to enjoy the spectacle? The sinister smile on his face instantly froze. He stared at the scene in disbelief, his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably, to send 7 or 8 experts flying in the blink of an eye. What kind of strength is this? A Grandmaster? No, even City Lord Fan Hong, a Grandmaster, could not accomplish such a feat with such ease. There wasn't even a ripple of blood qi. How could this be? Zhao Detai's voice began to quiver, and the arrogance he possessed moments ago was instantly extinguished by half. I slowly raised my head, my purple-gold eyes locking onto Zhao Detai with chilling intensity. In the next moment, my figure vanished from where I stood. When I reappeared, I was already standing directly before Zhao Detai. We were nose to nose, the distance between us less than 3 inches. Zhao Detai's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. He had not even managed to perceive how I moved. You just said you wanted to cripple one of my arms. My voice was soft, yet it sounded like the whisper of a demon. Then, under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, my feet slowly left the ground. I hovered 1 foot above the floor, standing motionless as if the gravity around me had ceased to exert its influence. An absolute pressure, akin to the collapse of heaven and the rending of the earth, descended upon Zhao Detai. Walking upon the air, Zhao Detai let out a shriek, his soul nearly departing from his body in terror. Although he was merely a merchant, his travels across the land had granted him vast knowledge, and he to escape the gravity of the earth and soar through the heavens. This is the power of a martial king. Zhao Detai's knees went weak, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. His kneecaps shattered upon impact, yet he felt no pain, only an overwhelming, bottomless terror. Heavens, he had just dared to declare that he would cripple a martial king. How was this any different from courting death? Great Lord, spare me, please spare me. Zhao De kowtowed frantically, his forehead striking the floor with a rhythmic thud, blood streaming down his face. I am a blind fool who failed to recognize Mount. I deserve death. I was blinded by my own greed. Meanwhile, the female employee who had been so arrogant and overbearing just moments ago was now so terrified that her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Hovering in the air, I looked down from above at this shivering ant. This membership policy, was it set by you? No, Zhao Dekai stammered, his speech incoherent. It was this lowly one who set it on my own initiative. I thought that because the Kanglin base is so remote and far from the capital, I could earn some extra money. Lord, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I will abolish it immediately. I will abolish it right now. I reached out a hand and like a chick being snatched, I seized Zhao Dekai by the throat from a distance, lifting him into the air. Zhao Dekai's legs thrashed wildly, his face turning a deep shade of purple as the suffocating sensation brought him face to face with the Reaper. You dare attempt to scheme for wealth at my expense? I stared at him coldly. Had it been my temperament in my younger years, you would already be a corpse. However, I have come here today to purchase items for my son. I do not wish to see blood. It is an ill omen. With a flick of my wrist, I tossed Zhao Dekai into the corner like a piece of trash. Capital punishment may be spared, but living punishment is unavoidable. I descended to the ground, brushed off my hands, and said calmly, I intend to spend money at the Pavilion of Treasures today. You may see to it yourself. Zhao Dekai, having escaped death by a hair's breadth, gasped for air. Hearing this, he dared not hesitate for even half a second. He scrambled toward my feet, fawning over me like a loyal cur. Great Lord, your arrival is the greatest honor the Pavilion of Treasures has ever known. It is as if the smoke of our ancestors is rising in celebration. Why speak of spending money? Whatever you desire, please take it as you wish. Everything is free. All of it is free. Free? You think I remember you. This is your own offer then. I am not forcing you, surely not. I am absolutely not forcing you. It is merely a humble gesture of respect from a subordinate. Zhao Dekai shook his head frantically, terrified that if he displeased this martial king, he would be pulverized into a bloody mist. Very well, since you are so sincere. The corners of my mouth curled into a gentle smile. Lead the way to the third floor and bring out all the blood essence medicinal liquids, the finest body temper elixirs you possess, and any other heaven-sent treasures you have in stock. 10 minutes later, the third floor treasure pavilion had been stripped bare, cleaner than a plate licked by a hound. Zhao Dekai stared at the empty warehouse, his heart bleeding, yet he was forced to maintain a beaming smile. My lord, this is our entire inventory for this branch. 3 vials of B-grade dragon bloodgrass essence and 10 bottles of purple gold body tempering elixir. These items combined were worth over 200 million Federation credits, the total profit for this branch over the last 3 years. But compared to his own life, what was a mere pittance like this? I gazed at the mountain of resources piled before me and nodded in satisfaction. These would be sufficient to nurture the chaotic body of that young brat, Suyu, for some time. Not bad goods. I was just about to look for a bag to carry them in when my eyes suddenly locked onto an antique ring on the index finger of Zhao Dekai's left hand. My eyes brightened. While spatial storage devices exist in this world, spatial crystals are exceptionally rare, making them exorbitantly expensive and nearly impossible to acquire, even with wealth. Even a spatial ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter could be traded for a grand villa in the city. I never expected this minor manager to possess such a rare treasure. Sensing my predatory gaze, Zhao Dekai's entire body stiffened, and he instinctively pulled his hand behind his back. That, I find your ring to be quite unique, I said with a faint smile. Zhao Dekai felt like weeping. This was something he had spent half his life's savings on, utilizing countless connections to procure from the black market solely to protect his own life. But did he dare refuse? Meeting my enigmatic expression, Zhao Dekai gritted his teeth, swallowed his resentment, and trembling, removed the ring to offer it up with both hands. My lord, if you admire this ring, please accept it as a token of my respect. I accepted the ring without the slightest hesitation. My divine scent swept through it, revealing that while the interior was not vast, only about 1 cubic meter, it was more than enough to contain medicinal liquids and elixirs. At least you know how to behave. I swept all the materials on the floor into the ring, slipped it onto my finger, and felt my mood improve significantly. Very well, I do not wish for a third party to discover my identity regarding today's events. I patted Zhao Dekai's oily face, leaving him with a final warning. This humble one understands. The Lord is merely an ordinary customer passing through. Zhao Dekai nodded frantically. I turned and strode out of the Zhenbao pavilion. As the sunlight fell upon me, I brushed the spatial ring on my finger, thinking of my golden-eyed son waiting at home to be fed, and felt that being a father is truly a demanding duty. Behind me inside the Zhenbao pavilion was utter chaos, with Dekai sitting slumped on the floor, staring at his ransacked shop with tears in his eyes but none to shed, capable only of venting his rage with a vicious kick toward the unconscious clerk. That useless woman had nearly been the death of him. The morning sun had yet to pierce through the floor-to-soiling windows of the Yunding villa, illuminating the warm living room. As Suyu pushed open the door and stepped inside, the scene before him caused him to freeze in his tracks. On the table, which had originally been empty, were now various exquisite gift boxes made of golden thread Nanmu wood, jade, and even low-temperature metal containers all piled into a small mountain. And behind this mountain of treasures, I was leaning back deep into the sofa, my legs crossed. With an air of indifference, I toyed with the silver ring I had acquired from the manager of Zhenbo Pavilion. My gaze exuded the demeanor of an arrogant upstart. Seeing my son return, I casually tossed a sealed wooden box carved from premium sandalwood in a perfect arc toward the door. "Catch, father," Suyu said, scrambling to steady the box, his expression one of bewilderment. "Open it and see." I spoke with a calm, composed tone. "A few days ago, didn't you complain during your special training at the back mountain that your vitality was recovering too slowly? Today, I went for a stroll outside and conveniently gathered some supplements for you, enough to last you for some time." Suyu swallowed hard, and with trembling hands opened the wooden box. A rich medicinal fragrance, thick enough to never dissipate, wafted into the air. With just a single breath, Suyu felt the sluggish qi and blood within his body immediately surge back to life, noticing 3 test tubes lying silently in the box, radiating a blood-gold light, upon which the anti-counterfeit seal of Zhenbao Pavilion was clearly visible. B-grade dragon blood essence. Suyu gasped, his hands shaking so violently he nearly dropped the box. A single tube of this B-grade medicinal liquid was worth tens of millions of Federation credits. How can this be some supplements? Father, this must... Although our household has acquired some wealth, we cannot afford to be extravagant. I cast a glance at my son, a subtle smile on the corners of my lips as I calmly remarked, "Speaking of money only serves to damage our bond. Father, you have not spent a single coin today. Do you truly intend to keep it that way?" Tuyu's eyes widened, his expression clearly questioning if I was mocking him. Who would be generous enough to gift us items worth hundreds of millions? Having encountered an enthusiastic director of a treasure pavilion, I spoke with solemn absurdity. He claimed that my extraordinary methods impressed him, and he insisted on gifting me these items to forge a friendship. Since his kindness was difficult to refuse, I had no choice but to reluctantly accept. Tuyu was left speechless, though he knew I was spouting nonsense. Looking at the tangible riches and resources before him, he could not suppress the deep stirring of emotion in his heart. He understood that his father was exhausting every means to lay a foundation for his martial path. "Very well, cease your dazed staring," I said, clapping a hand on his shoulder as my gaze grew stern. "With less than 3 months remaining until the martial examination, you have sufficient resources. Do not attempt to save them for my sake." "Understood, I shall complete the mission." Tuyu clutched the box tightly, a blazing fire ignited within his eyes. Over the next few days, the underground training chamber of the Yunding Villa became Tuyu's sanctuary for seclusion. Possessing the body-refining wood as an instrument of cheating, Tuyu had no need to worry about the common martial artist struggle, where a weak constitution fails to absorb the medicinal potency. He consumed B-grade dragon bloodgrass, he consumed golden body-forging pills, he consumed high-energy beast meat. Vast quantities of resources were invested, combined with the essence of the void-shattering blade and the extreme force technique of the Spirit Ox Fist, which I had personally guided him in. Tuyu's cultivation progress soared as if riding a rocket. On the 5th day, he reached the peak of the late blood key stage. On the 7th day, a low muffled roar erupted from the basement. Tuyu's blood chi surged like a dragon, manifesting into a crimson armor-like aura visible outside his body. He had reached the great perfection of the blood key stage. This was not merely a breakthrough but a qualitative leap. In terms of sheer total blood ki, Tuyu had now even surpassed martial artists who had just entered the Dantian stage. As another new morning arrived, Tuyu headed to school with high spirits, while I, as per my routine, sat on the second-floor balcony sipping tea. Yet this morning, the teacup in my hand remained frozen, never reaching my lips. Something is amiss. I knitted my brows tightly. As a powerhouse of the Martial King realm, my intuition regarding danger is exceedingly sharp. Since this morning, my eyelids have been twitching incessantly, and a dark, inescapable cloud of foreboding has loomed over my heart. At that very moment, a battered, stumbling figure lunged into the perimeter of the Yunding Villa. My gaze sharpened. Before the opponent could even touch the ground, I had already materialized before him. It was Fan Hong, the city lord of the Tanglan base, a Grandmaster-level cultivator. Yet, at this moment, Fan Hong retained none of the dignity befitting a city lord. His hair was disheveled, his face deathly pale, and his ornate robes were soaked through with cold sweat. "Senior, please, you must save my son." Fan Hong struggled to draw breath, gripping my arm and screaming until his voice turned hoarse. "The special envoy Lu Yun has arrived from Jiangnan. He has gone to intercept and kill Suyu." Upon hearing the words intercept and kill Suyu, my previously calm eyes turned blood red. A wave of killing intent so terrifying that it caused the very heavens and earth to change color erupted instantly from within my body. "Lu Yun," I spat the name out through gritted teeth. Without a wasted word, I transformed into a streak of purple-gold light, vanishing instantly toward the horizon. The speed was so immense that the resulting sonic boom shattered every window of the villa. Watching the direction of my departure, Fan Hong collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his eyes filled with dread and inner turmoil. It is over. This time everything is truly over. As a city lord, he should have cooperated with the special envoy, but he was also a man of conscience. He knew all too well the terrifying nature of Suga. And yet that fool Lu Yun had chosen to strike at a child simply to settle a personal grudge from 2 years ago. Meanwhile, outside the #1 middle school of Tanglan, on a secluded, tree-lined path, Suyu came to a halt. The path, usually bustling with students, had fallen into an eerie silence. Even the sounds of birds and insects had vanished. "Since you have arrived, show yourself." Suyu took a deep breath, his hand slowly reaching for the alloy blade strapped to his back. His instincts were sharp, he was truly his father's son. A chilling voice echoed through the air. From beneath the shadows of the trees ahead, a middle-aged man in a white-collared robe with an effeminate, sinister face stepped out. Lu Yun stared at Su Yu as if looking at a lamb prepared for the slaughter, his eyes filled with both malice and a perverted sense of excitement. "Who are you?" Su Yu's entire body tensed. His sixth sense screamed a warning, telling him that the man before him was extremely dangerous. "It matters not who I am." Lu Yun flicked his fingernails and said indifferently, "What matters is that your father is named Su Ga, and I despise anyone with the surname Su. 20 years ago, at the genius competition in Zhengjiang City, your father, Su Ga, was the same age as you are now and just as arrogant." A savage, reminiscent expression distorted Lu Yun's face. Su Yu felt a shock in his heart, so it was his father's old enemy. A debt owed by the father must be repaid by the son. Lu Yun stepped forward, the killing intent radiating from his body, causing the surrounding leaves to wither and fall. "Today I will first destroy his hope. I want him to taste the agony of losing his most cherished kin." Lu Yun raised his hand, a terrifying pressure belonging to the peak of the martial king realm on the verge of erupting. But he suddenly stopped. He looked at Su Yu's face, which was identical to the young Su Yi, and the distortion in his heart caused him to change his mind. To kill him instantly would be far too easy. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Su Yi, even when facing Su Yi's son. "To kill you, I shall not rely on the strength of a martial king." Lu Yun let out a cold laugh, and the aura around him began to drop rapidly. Innate Grandmaster Blood Qi Realm. Finally, his cultivation stabilized, stopping at the great perfection of the Blood Qi Realm. That year, Su Yi used the great perfection of the Blood Qi Realm to defeat me. Today, I shall use the same realm to execute you. You insignificant whelp, I will prove that I, Lu Yun, am peerless at the same level. A crazed light flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he drew a soft sword from his waist. The blade flickered like the tongue of a venomous snake. "Little brat, draw your blade so that you may die with clarity." Sensing the change in his opponent's aura, Su Yu's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Immediately after, an unprecedented battle intent erupted in his eyes. With a battle cry, Su Yu tightened his grip on his saber. The chaos vortex within his body began to spin frantically, emitting a silent, internal roar. "If it were a martial king, I would surely die, but if we are at the same level, I still have a glimmer of hope." The air seemed to solidify, and even the wind ceased under this terrifying, murderous pressure. Lu Yun moved. Although he had suppressed his cultivation to the great perfection of the Blood Qi realm, he remained a peak martial king who had honed his movements until they were as natural as the heavens themselves. There was not a single wasted motion. The soft sword in his hand struck out like a spirit snake, choosing its prey, tracing a strange and treacherous curve through the air, thrusting straight for Su Yu's throat. Swift, precise, and ruthless. This was the combat experience of a martial king. The hairs on his body stood on end, his senses pushed to their absolute limit. Every movement in his surroundings seemed to slow within his mind. Yet even so, Lu Yun's sword remained so swift it chilled him to the bone. Su Yu shifted slightly, his body ghosting to the side, brushing against the freezing blade to narrowly evade the lethal strike. The sword chi sliced through the collar of his uniform, leaving a shallow streak of blood. Even while evading, Su Yu did not retreat. The alloy combat saber in his hand swung horizontally in one fluid motion, unleashing the full force of the great perfection of the Blood Qi realm, aiming directly for Lu Yun's waist. A cold, disdainful smile curled Lu Yun's lips, his body moving as if he were boneless. With a twist that defied the laws of physics, he effortlessly dodged this powerful strike. Immediately following this, his wrist flickered, and the soft sword transformed into a torrential downpour of strikes. Like a relentless storm, every thrust targeted a vital point on Su Yu's body. The sound of metal clashing echoed densely through the forest, sparks flying everywhere. Su Yu's expression was grim as he was forced into a purely defensive stance. Though his combat saber was powerful, it appeared clumsy against Lu Yun's fluid, masterful swordsmanship. Damn it, is this the true foundation of a martial king? Su Yu's arm was numbed by the vibrations, the web between his thumb and forefinger splitting open as fresh blood ran down the blade. Though their raw strength was matched, and Su Yu's blood ki was more enduring due to his chaos body, he was completely overwhelmed in terms of technique. Lu Yun toyed with him like a cat playing with a mouse. Every strike was not immediately fatal, yet each one left a bone-deep wound upon Su Yu's frame. Within only 10 minutes, Su Yu had been reduced to a bloodied mess. "What's the matter? Is that all you have?" Lu Yun swung his sword while unleashing a cruel, mocking laugh. "It seems you are not as formidable as I had imagined. Old man, you are celebrating far too early." Su Yu drew a deep breath, abandoning his purely defensive stance. He was waiting for the split second his opponent would let his guard down. The chaos body within him circulated frantically, the agonizing pain from his wounds only serving to sharpen his focus. Finally, the heavy saber in Su Yu's hand was knocked away, carving a high arc through the air, and a flash of triumph ignited in Lu Yun's eyes. The sword lunged forward like a viper's tongue, aiming straight for his throat. "It is over, you little mongrel." However, at that very moment, in the face of imminent death, a golden light suddenly erupted from Su Yu's eyes, which had previously been filled with panic. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. Facing that fatal sword strike, he deliberately allowed his left shoulder to take the blow. The blade pierced through Su Yu's shoulder, sending blood spraying into the air, yet Su Yu did not even flinch. He used his shoulder muscles to clamp down on the sword's blade, while his right hand, firm as an iron vice, seized Lu Yun's wrist. "I've caught you." Su Yu smirked, revealing teeth stained crimson with blood. That smile was so chilling that even a martial king like Lu Yun felt his heart skip a beat. A terrifying suction force erupted from the palm of Suyu's hand. What? Lu Yun's expression shifted violently. He felt the vital energy within his own body spiral out of control, rushing madly towards Suyu, much like a water-filled balloon suddenly punctured by a needle. Get away from me. As Suyu absorbed his opponent's vital energy, his own depleted strength surged instantly. Mountain-crushing bull fist. With a low roar, he did not pull back his right fist but pressed it directly against Lu Yun's chest, releasing a focused burst of power. This strike carried the entirety of Suyu's fury, wielding the stolen power of his chaotic body like an ancient behemoth ramming into a sacred mountain. A muffled explosion rang out, a sound so jarring it made one's teeth ache. Lu Yun felt as if his chest had been struck by a colossal warhammer. A force capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas lifted him clean off the ground. He flew backward for over 10 meters, slamming into a giant tree and snapping the trunk, which was wide enough to require 2 men to embrace, clean in half. Dust and debris filled the air. Suyu pulled the sword from his shoulder and tossed it carelessly to the ground. He gasped for air, his eyes burning with an astonishing intensity. Even with a martial king suppressing his cultivation, he had still managed to land a decisive blow. Ha 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 ha. Within the ruins, Lu Yun stood up shakily. His once pristine white robes were now stained with dirt and fresh blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Suyu in the distance. The arrogance that had filled his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by a frantic boiling rage, as if he had been stung by an insect. Good, very good. If I were truly only at the blood circulation realm, I might have actually perished at your hands today. Lu Yun's voice became hoarse and venomous. Who would have thought that the trash Suwu could produce a monster like you? That ability to absorb vital energy, that is a demonic art, isn't it? Suyu's heart sank slightly. He could feel that although his previous punch had broken the opponent's ribs, it had failed to inflict a fatal wound. The body of a martial king has undergone 1,000 refinements. Even when suppressing his realm, his physical durability far surpassed that of an ordinary man. However, the game is over, Lu Yun said, slowly standing to his full height. The crimson light in his eyes grew increasingly radiant. I admit that you are a genius, but geniuses are always the first to perish. Before the words had even faded, the aura radiating from Lu Yun suddenly turned violent. Although he did not lift his suppression of his cultivation realm, he had utilized a secret technique capable of unleashing power at the martial king level. In that instant, his speed doubled. Suyu could not even discern his movements. He felt his vision blur as an incredibly powerful gale struck toward him. Die. Without warning, a dagger appeared in Lu Yun's hand, thrusting straight toward his chest. Suyu was moving too fast to dodge. Was he truly destined to die here? The shadow of death enveloped his mind, and an intense sense of unwillingness surged within Suyu's heart. No, I cannot die. Father is still waiting for me to return home for a meal, and I still have to venture into the stars to bring mother back. My path of martial arts has only just begun. Open for me. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, Suyu let out a heart-wrenching roar. He suddenly bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. The chaotic flow of energy within his body seemed to sense the will of its master, beginning to spin frantically, even emitting a roar that sounded almost tangible. As the blood hovered in the air, the residual blood energy absorbed from Lu Yun moments ago was in this moment forcibly compressed and ignited. It seemed as if a shackle within Suyu's body had been shattered. A surge of blood energy erupted from the depths of his Dantian. The blood energy manifested externally. A pale red wave of energy burst forth around Suyu, signifying his arrival at the Jiantian realm. It successfully halted Lu Yun's dagger for a brief moment. The assassin realized that Suyu had achieved a breakthrough in the heat of battle, advancing to the early stage of the Jiantian realm. Host's realm is synchronizing. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the limits of the human body and advancing to the early stage of the martial emperor realm. Although Suyu achieved a breakthrough to the Jiantian realm in the heat of battle and blocked a fatal blow, Lu Yun was, after all, at the peak of the martial king realm. Although the dagger had been slowed by the energy wave, it continued to pierce slowly into Suyu's chest. You damnable Jiantian mongrel, I cannot let you live. Killing intent exploded in Lu Yun's eyes as the blood energy in his body surged madly. Die for me. However, the very moment the tip of the dagger tore through Suyu's skin, an abrupt sound echoed within Lu Yun's mind, not heard with his ears but striking directly at his soul. Lu Yun felt his mind go blank as if he had been struck by a massive sledgehammer. The dagger in his hand was clearly but a hair's breadth from Suyu's heart, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not drive it further. For the space surrounding him had frozen. A formless power vast as the ocean instantly enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles. Before this might, even he at the peak of the martial king realm was as feeble as an insect. Spiritual consciousness, Lu Yun looked up in terror, struggling to turn his gaze only to see high in the sky, a familiar silhouette stepping through the void toward him. This was not flight, it was displacement. A second ago he had been at the horizon, and the next he had appeared before Suyu. At this moment there were no fluctuations of blood energy radiating from my body, yet as I stood there the surrounding space itself began to warp. For daring to touch my son, I reached out with one hand and gently grasped Lu Yun's wrist, which held the dagger. A crisp sound of breaking bone rang out as Lu Yun's wrist was crushed into powder by my grip and the dagger clattered to the ground. Lu Yun screamed, but his cry was cut short as my other hand descended upon the crown of his head. Lu Yun, even after 20 years, you remain as loathsome as ever. I looked upon my old enemy, his face filled with horror, my tone devoid of the slightest warmth. I had intended to let you live a few more days to let you witness my son's brilliance, but you should not have. You absolutely should not have crossed this line. Since that is the case, descend into the underworld and seek repentance." At that moment, Lu Yun's eyes held nothing but endless despair and disbelief. He sensed the power that constrained him. It was not the aura of a martial king, but the manifestation of solidified spiritual force. A martial emperor? How is that possible? How could you be a martial emperor? Lu Yun roared madly within the confines of his mind. The martial emperor realm, that was an existence that had truly stepped onto the pinnacle of humanity, where one's spirit and the heavens and earth harmonized. A single thought could end a life. Suyu had clearly been a mere martial king just days ago. How could he have directly transcended that boundary? But he would never receive an answer. My palm exerted a slight pressure, as if crushing a piece of tofu, and I whispered, "Pay more attention in your next life." The arrogant special envoy from the Jiangnan Great Base, the peak martial king Lu Yun, did not even have time to utter his final words. His entire skull exploded beneath my palm. A hero of his generation perished just like that, dying without a shred of dignity and in the most absolute manner. I casually brushed off my hand, which had not even been dirtied, and turned around. The murderous expression I wore moments ago vanished in an instant. I looked at Su Yu, who was covered in blood and staggering as if he might collapse at any moment, and the coldness in my eyes immediately melted into endless tenderness and concern. "You, are you all right?" I reached out, channeling a stream of pure martial sovereign-grade vital energy into Su Yu's body. It instantly stanched the bleeding from his wounds and mended his damaged meridians. Feeling the warm, restorative current flowing through him and seeing his father, who had just slaughtered men in a rage for his sake, Su Yu's eyes grew hot with emotion. I patted the boy's head, my voice thick with suppressed feeling. "Breaking through is a good thing, but do not recklessly invite such danger next time." Half an hour later, within the Vundin Manor, Su Yu had been settled into a medical chamber to rest. Although his injuries appeared terrifying, the dual effect of the martial sovereign's vital energy and his chaotic physique ensured that his foundation remained entirely unharmed. In the first-floor living room, I sat upon the sofa, holding a cup of hot tea with a composed expression. Before me, the city lord of Kanglan Base, Fan Hong, knelt on the floor, trembling like a leaf in the wind. He knew that Lu Yun, a man who made the entire elite hierarchy of Kanglan bow their heads, was nothing more than a frail chick in my hands, easily crushed. This revelation had pushed his awe and terror of me to its absolute peak. "Rise." I spoke with cold indifference. "Although you are a man who bends with the wind, you did choose to send word at the final moment. I have recorded this favor. To thank you for sparing my life, senior." As if granted a reprieve from death, Fan Hong trembled as he stood, yet his waist remained hunched, not daring to meet my gaze. Was this Lu Yun dispatched by the Wang family? I blew gently on the tea, asking with nonchalance. "Yes, that is correct." Fan Hong dared not hide the truth. Lu Yun was a guest retainer of the Wang family, and 20 years ago, he seemingly harbored a deep grudge against you, senior. This time, the incidents involving Wang Hing and Wang Mang simply provided him with a pretext to settle personal vendettas under the guise of justice. I set the teacup down, a flicker of frost appearing in my eyes. "It seems our enmity is now set in stone. Tell me about this Wang family of Jiangnan. What kind of power do they truly possess?" Fan Hong nodded hastily, his expression grave. "Senior, they cannot be underestimated. The Wang family is a prominent, top-tier aristocratic house within the vast Jiangnan base, possessing immense influence and deep-seated roots. Within their family, there are no fewer than 10 martial king-level experts. Although Lu Yun is powerful, he is only ranked within the top 10 of the Wang family." Speaking of this, Fan Hong's voice dropped even lower, carrying a sense of profound fear. "It is rumored that the Wang family has an ancestor who has lived for 200 years, remaining in seclusion year-round, never stepping out. It is said that this ancestor stepped into the martial saint realm 10 years ago. Martial saint, I tapped my fingers lightly against the table, producing a crisp rhythmic sound. The 8 realms of martial arts are body refining, blood chi, Dantian Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Emperor, and Martial Saint. The Martial Emperor realm allows for the manifestation of spiritual energy into a physical state, allowing one to kill from a distance with divine sense capable of enveloping an entire city. Yet the Martial Saint realm is a truly transcendent existence, having surpassed the mortal coil. Spiritual energy and the primordial key of heaven and earth harmonize perfectly. With a mere wave of the hand, one can command the powers of nature. Their bodies are indestructible, and they possess a lifespan of 500 years, capable of even temporarily escaping the atmosphere, surviving in near-Earth orbit. Naturally, while only one realm separates them, the difference is as vast as heaven and earth. A single martial saint is enough to easily suppress a martial emperor. How interesting. Far from feeling fear, the corners of my mouth curled into a smile of genuine excitement. If I were only at the martial king realm, facing a martial saint would require careful consideration, perhaps even forcing me to flee with my son. But now that I am a martial emperor, given the nature of the system, as long as Suyu breaks through a few more minor realms, that so-called martial saint will be nothing more than a target to be crushed with a single blow. Very well, I understand. I stood up and patted Fan Hong on the shoulder. Keep this matter to yourself. Lu Yun died due to an attack by a fierce beast. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. The special envoy of the Lu family was in the wilderness and unfortunately encountered a beast emperor, dying in the line of duty. Fan Hong reacted quickly, immediately concocting a cover story. Go then, Fan Hong. I walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking toward the direction of the Jiangnan base. A martial saint, is it? I hope your old bones are sturdy enough. Do not let it happen that you cannot even withstand a single strike from me. At this moment, Suyu was sleeping soundly in the medical pod, muttering in his dreams, Father, I want to eat braised pork, a request that, in the long and arduous path of martial cultivation, strangely during this time the Kanglin base has remained unsettlingly calm. The Wang family, who lost their kin, seems to have completely forgotten the deaths of Lu Yun and Wang Heng, showing no signs of seeking revenge. Yet, I know this is merely the stifling stillness before a storm. They choose not to act for now, but when they do it will be with the suddenness of a thunderclap. At this moment, in the backyard of the Yunding Manor, the open ground once used as a beast-fighting arena has become riddled with craters and scars. The alloy fences surrounding it are covered in gruesome, jagged slashes from a blade. A lingering shadow streaks through the forest, moving with such speed that even the falling leaves are left undisturbed. The young man, stripped to the waist, grips a black iron warblade, his form shifting like a phantom across the plum blossom stakes. Each strike of his blade produces not even a whisper of wind, yet wherever the blade passes, the air ripples with visible waves of distortion. That is the sword intent of the void-shattering blade. The realm of great completion. Suyu lets out a low growl, his body twisting in midair with a grace that defies the laws of nature. His toe lightly taps against a falling leaf, and he uses the momentum to soar another 3 feet into the air. With the leaf-walking movement technique perfected, he descends with a single, decisive strike. The massive 10-foot-tall boulder before him is instantly cleaved in two. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. He sheathes his blade, touches the ground, and exhales. Suyu wipes the sweat from his forehead. His once youthful face has grown angular, and his eyes radiate a sense of unwavering resolve. In these 2 months, under the weight of vast resources and my grueling, demonic training, his martial realm has skyrocketed to the late stage of the Jiantian realm. If news of this speed were to spread, it would be enough to shake the entire martial arts world of the Federation. One must understand that an ordinary genius would require at least a year to traverse this same distance. On the second-floor balcony, I hold a teapot from afar. Watching my son's performance downstairs, the corners of my mouth curl upward. Not bad, I think, as I stir my thoughts. The blue system interface manifests before my eyes. Host Suyu, bonded Death Soldier. Death Soldier realm, late Jiantian realm. Host realm, late Martial Emperor realm. Technique, Hunyuan Yiki manual, perfected, evolved from the Breaking Chi decisive. Man-destroying fist, void-shattering blade. Leaf-walking move technique, combat skills, level, late Martial Emperor. I clench my fist, feeling the vast surging power within my body. As I am now, even without utilizing my blood essence, my mental willpower alone is enough to easily annihilate any Martial Emperor of the same level. As for the so-called martial saint ancestor of the Wang family, I narrowed my eyes, a spark of fighting spirit flickering in their depths. At that precise moment, the estate's warning system emitted a faint alert. With the flick of my consciousness, I saw City Lord Fan Hong standing at the entrance, his expression laced with anxiety, yet he dared not ring the bell, merely pacing back and forth in place. The old man was here again. My figure flickered, instantly vanishing from the balcony. In the living room, Fan Hong held a cup of hot tea, barely daring to sit on the edge of the sofa, his demeanor both restrained and hurried. For the past 2 months, he had become a frequent guest at the Yunding estate. He acted as a punching bag positioned between myself and the Wang family. His days of late had truly been like walking on thin ice. Yet he was clever. Having offended the Wang family, he knew he had to cling tightly to my support. Senior, enough with the formalities, I said, waving my hand as I sat in the main chair. This is about the ferocious beasts outside the base, is it not? Senior is truly perceptive. Fong offered a bitter smile, producing a highly detailed electronic map from his robes. As he projected it onto the tea table, he noted that for the past 2 months, the beasts surrounding the base had become increasingly erratic. High-level beasts that should have remained deep within the mountains were appearing on the periphery, even attacking several mercenary squads. With the martial examination only half a month away, the situation was dire. This year's exam would not only include students from this city, but also candidates arriving at Kanglan from surrounding satellite cities. If a beast tide were to erupt or an accident were to occur at the exam site, Fan Hong wiped cold sweat from his brow. Losing my head as city lord is a minor matter, but ruining the future of the younger generation is a catastrophe. I glanced at the map, where dense red dots were clustered, ultimately converging in a single direction. I nodded. Suyu was also scheduled to participate in the examination, and I would not permit any untoward incidents. After our reconnaissance drones risked death to investigate, we finally identified the source, he said, pointing to a deep crimson region on the map, 300 miles from Kanglan base. His tone turned grave as he explained that a new Beast King had ascended within the Lua mountain range, a mutated thundercloud tiger. Based on energy fluctuation analysis, its strength was at least equal to a peak-level martial king of the human race, perhaps having already stepped 1 foot across the threshold into the realm of a beast emperor. It was summoning all the surrounding beast packs, seemingly preparing for a massive beast tide. A mutated thundercloud tiger, you say? I stroked my chin. A peak-level martial king beast was indeed a calamity for the current Kanglan base Yifeng. But in my eyes, it was a task that could be settled with a single strike. Very well, I am aware, I said, rising to take the map, my expression serene. Yes, many thanks, Senior, many thanks, Senior. Fan Hong was overjoyed. The heavy burden that had been weighing on his heart was finally lifted. After departing from the Shanglan base, I took to the sky, carving a white streak of energy through the air as I headed straight for the Luoha mountain range. The Luoha Mountains earned their name because they are cloaked year-round in a crimson mist, as beautiful as a sunset yet lethally dangerous. The region is filled with towering ancient trees that reach hundreds of feet into the sky, blotting out the sun and casting the forest in perpetual shadow. It is truly a natural paradise for ferocious beasts. As soon as I entered the mountains, I sensed that something was amiss. The outer perimeter was eerily silent. Not even the chirping of birds could be heard, and as I ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew thick with a violent predatory aura. Is this the pressure of a beast king, I mused, hovering above the treetops as my formidable spiritual perception surged outward like a tidal wave, instantly blanketing a 100-mile radius and pinpointing the location Fan Hong had described. My brows furrowed. Within the feedback from my spiritual sense, I detected an incredibly violent aura of lightning emanating from that valley. It was undeniably the mutated thundercloud tiger, yet hidden alongside that surge of lightning was another manifestation of blood energy. This particular blood energy was extremely well concealed. If I had not attained the martial sovereign realm and possessed perception at the transcendent level, I fear I would have been completely unable to detect it. Though well hidden, the sheer volume and quality of this energy were astonishing. My pupils constricted. This blood energy was 10 times more potent than that of the peak martial king thundercloud tiger, matching the aura of a martial sovereign in the late stages. Could there be an adult beast emperor residing within these mountains? I immediately grew vigilant. If it were a mature beast emperor, today would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. At the center of the valley, a behemoth the size of a truck lay resting. Its entire body was covered in indigo-violet striped fur, with each strand standing upright like needles of steel. Arcs of electricity crackled and surged around its frame. With every breath, it exhaled twin bolts of searing lightning from its nostrils, scorching the rocks on the ground until they turned black. The mutated thundercloud tiger, this was the very culprit that had terrified Fan Hong to the point of insomnia. Surrounding the thundercloud tiger were 4 colossal peak-level rank 7 armored crocodiles lying in wait. To have such creatures guarding a position, this beast was truly a hegemon of the region. However, my gaze did not linger on the thundercloud tiger for even a single second. I stared intently at the area behind the thundercloud tiger at a secluded corner that seemed entirely unremarkable. There, a small mound had been constructed from various rare spirit fruits and precious minerals. Perched atop this mountain of treasure was a small ball of white fur, fast asleep. It was a tiny creature no larger than a domestic cat. Its coat was as white as snow, without a single stray hair, looking incredibly soft and adorable. Its features were delicate, resembling a cross between a fox and a cat, with 2 small protruding bone spurs on its forehead. The little beast lay sprawled on its back, sound asleep atop the pile of spirit fruits, a thin trail of I concealed myself behind an ancient tree 100 meters away, my heart churning with a turbulent storm of emotions. The terrifying aura of blood and vitality, rivaling that of a late-stage martial emperor, was emanating from this sleeping beast. The thundercloud tiger was not the king of beasts. I realized then that it was merely a guardian. This was by no means an ordinary mutated vicious beast. It was an ancestral manifestation or a descendant of a true divine beast. Just as I was observing that thundercloud tiger seemed to sense something, it abruptly raised its massive head, its eyes, resembling molten brass, staring fixedly in the direction where I was hiding. It let out a low, rumbling growl. This roar immediately roused the sleeping cub. The cub stirred lazily, grumbled in dissatisfaction, and in a manner remarkably human, covered its ears with its paws. Seeing its master awakened, the ferocity in the thundercloud tiger's eyes deepened. It clearly believed the vermin lurking in the shadows had disturbed its charge. The thundercloud tiger erupted with brilliant lightning. As it opened its maw, a column of lightning as thick as a barrel surged forth. It struck directly at the ancient tree where I was concealed. Have I been discovered? I let out a cold harumph. Since my position was compromised, there was no need to hide any longer. You seek death. I took a single step, and my figure instantly vanished from its original position. The terrifying bolt of lightning shattered the ancient tree, yet it did not even touch the hem of my robe. The next moment, I appeared in the air above the valley. Facing this peak-stage Martial King Thundercloud Tiger, I did not even bother to lift a finger. With a single glance, an invisible blade of spiritual energy instantly sliced through space. The Thundercloud Tiger, which had been preparing to lunge, suddenly froze. A fissure appeared on its iron-hard skull, and the massive tiger head plummeted to the ground. Fresh blood sprayed like a fountain. A single strike, a total annihilation. Even the 4 iron-armored rhinos nearby had their internal organs shattered by the shockwave of the spiritual storm, perishing instantly as the valley suddenly returned to silence. Only the small ball of fur, having just woken up, remained, rubbing its eyes, looking blankly at its guardian and protectors lying fallen before it. The white cub stared vacantly at the corpses on the ground, then raised its head to look at me, hovering high in the air. Its large glistening eyes shifted instantly from confusion to intense vigilance and indignation. It stood up abruptly, its body originally only the size of a palm, expanding in size within the blink of an eye. Its white fur stood completely on end, bristling like a hedgehog. A terrifying aura of vitality, commensurate with the martial emperor realm, erupted from its body without the slightest restraint. Such powerful vitality, a golden light flickered in my eyes. This tiny creature was capable of contending with me based on aura alone. Human, you dare to kill my younger brother. In the next moment, a scene occurred that left me truly shaken. The small beast opened its mouth, uttering a sentence that, while immature in tone, was articulated clearly in human language. To speak with a human tongue, this is something that legend dictates can only be achieved by those who have reached the Saint Beast realm or possess an exceptionally noble divine beast lineage. I will devour you. The small beast let out a ferocious roar, its hind legs suddenly stomping hard against the ground, causing the entire floor of the valley to instantly collapse. Its speed reached its limit, transforming into a white streak of lightning that instantly broke the sound barrier, accompanied by a sonic boom as it lunged straight toward me. As its claws swept out, the very space around them seemed to distort, flashing with the golden radiance of its talons. It is truly fast. The raw physical speed of this creature is 3 times that of a thundercloud fox. I felt a surge of astonishment, yet I was, after all, a seasoned martial emperor. My gaze instantly turned cold. An entry-level combat technique was activated. Based on the small beast's trajectory, I accurately predicted its landing point. I shifted my body slightly to the side. The sharp claws of the small beast brushed past the tip of my nose. Once more, missing its initial strike, the small beast nimbly rotated in midair. Its tail, acting like a steel whip, carried the whistling sound of the wind. I raised my right hand, choosing not to block the strike, but instead using a subtle technique to lightly tap its tail. Thrown off balance by this burst of force, the small beast tumbled several times in the air before landing on the ground. Clearly incensed, it launched another storm of attacks. Clawing, biting, tail sweeping. Its movements were as fast as lightning, with every blow containing a terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. However, several minutes later, I remained with my hands behind my back, hovering in the air without so much as a single fold of my robes disturbed. As for the small beast, it lay panting on the ground with its tongue lolling out. I had finally understood the situation. This tiny creature is nothing more than a typical pampered second-generation heir. It possessed a terrifying vitality comparable to a martial sovereign and the foundation of a divine beast, yet its combat experience was non-existent. Its attacks were based entirely on instinct, blunt, savage, and devoid of any technique. Facing a master of combat arts such as myself, it was being led by the nose. "Are you finished?" I looked down at it from above, the corners of my mouth curling into a mocking smile. "If you have no other tricks, then it is my turn." I did not even raise my hand. As the martial sovereign blood energy within my body instantly erupted, it condensed into a massive purple hand that blotted out the sky, ruthlessly slamming down toward the young beast. The young beast sensed the horrific power contained within that hand. Its initial fierce gaze transformed instantly. It was the fear stemming from the depths of its soul. It realized that the blood energy it had always taken such pride in was being utterly suppressed by me. It was over. Seeing the massive hand descending, the young beast that had been so arrogant only a moment ago, declaring that it would devour me, suddenly performed an action that caught me completely off guard. It abruptly prostrated itself on the ground, its front paws shielding its head, its rear held high in the air. Trembling, it let out a shrill cry. The grand attack mid-air halted, the massive purple hand hovering 3 inches above the creature's head before coming to a sudden stop. This script is not going according to plan. Where is the dignity of a divine beast? Where is the unyielding spirit that was promised? I withdrew my blood energy and slowly descended before the beast, finding this trembling ball of fluff somewhat amusing. "Were you not acting quite fierce a moment ago? You even wanted to eat me." The creature furtively raised one leg, revealing a pair of large, watery, glistening eyes, and seeing that the massive hand had vanished, it finally heaved a sigh of relief. It immediately shifted to a deeply sycophantic expression, standing on its hind legs with its front paws pressed together in a bow, its eyes welling with tears as it said, "It was a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Big brother, great master, I was simply grumpy from having just woken up. I was only playing with you." As it spoke, it desperately tried to squeeze out 2 tears, looking pitiful, weak, and helpless. "Although your blood energy is powerful, I am truly still just a child. I have not even been born for 3 years, and I have barely been in any fights." The small beast sniffed the air, observing my expression, which hovered between a smile and indifference. Terror began to grip its heart. Though cowardly by nature, it possessed a keen intelligence, guided by the ancestral memories etched into its bloodline. It recognized that the human before it was a formidable entity, exuding an aura that felt strangely comforting yet inherently dangerous. If it did not show submissiveness today, it would surely end up as grilled meat. "Do not kill me, I am actually very useful." Seeing that I was still scrutinizing it, the little beast grew anxious and hurried to sell its own value. "I can locate hidden treasures. Within a radius of 100 miles, I can sniff out any rare herbs or artifacts. The treasures stored in this bag were all found by me. I can also foresee incoming danger. Anyone who harbors ill intent, even if they are 8 streets away, I can sense them. Furthermore, I eat very little. I am very easy to keep." As I listened to the small beast's self-introduction, the killing intent within me had long since dissipated. In its place, a surge of growing interest took hold. The ability to locate treasures and foresee danger. Is this not the very safeguard required for a journey into the unknown? Suyu will eventually venture into a vast and expansive world. He will undoubtedly encounter many perils. Although I am strong, I cannot protect him 24 hours a day. If a creature like this were to follow him, a treasure-seeking beast? No, that's not quite right, but given its appearance, it must be some rare ancient variant. I calculated the possibilities in my mind, yet my expression remained cold as ice. "Talk is cheap," I remarked, letting my blood-red aura surge once more. How can I be certain you are not deceiving me just to be taken in? What if you disturb my sleep or decide to bite me in my slumber? I would never dare. I would never dare. The beast trembled in fear, its white fur standing on end as it frantically waved its paws. Oaths are meaningless, I stated coldly. I crouched down and extended a single finger. A drop of purple gold essence blood coalesced on my fingertip, shimmering with a soul mark at the martial emperor level. If you wish to live, bind yourself to this. This is a master-servant contract. Once bound, your life and death will lie entirely within a single thought of mine. If you dare harbor any treachery, not only will you perish, but your very soul will be scattered into nothingness. My voice sounded like that of a demon. This was a secret technique I had studied over the past 2 months. I never expected I would actually have a use for it so soon. The small beast looked at the drop of blood essence, a flash of hesitation appearing in its eyes. It was a noble divine beast. How could it possibly lower itself to become a pet for a human? But it looked at the cooling corpse of the thundercloud tiger beside it, then at my cold, piercing gaze from beneath the eaves, and felt compelled to bow its head. The small beast pouted in grievance, ultimately surrendering to its survival instinct. It extended its small pink tongue and gave the drop of blood essence a single lick. An ancient rune flared upon the foreheads of both man and beast before vanishing. The contract was formed. I instantly felt a faint, tethered connection manifest within my consciousness. As long as I desired, I could seize its life through this bond at any moment. I stood up with satisfaction, lifted the small beast by the scruff of its neck, and brought it before my eyes. From today on, you shall follow me, since you are so white and resemble a little round ball. I pondered for a moment, showcasing my remarkably casual talent for naming, and decided to call you Xiaobai. Xiaobai's limbs hung limp, its eyes vacant as if it had lost all hope for its beastly life. Xiaobai, a truly rustic name, but it dared not voice its anger, only letting out a feeble cry. That is right, I suddenly recalled something. Pointing to the pile of spirit fruits and ores nearby, I asked, "Did you find these?" Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. These were indeed treasures, offered to its master as a greeting gift. With a flick of my hand, I swept the invaluable collection of treasures into my storage ring, remarking, "Not bad." I patted Xiaobai on the head and casually tossed it onto my shoulder. Resting upon my broad shoulder, Xiaobai sensed a profound feeling of security, and its initial anxiety began to stabilize. This human might be a bit fierce, but following him was not a bad outcome. At the very least, it no longer had to hunt down a thundercloud tiger to serve as a nanny. Man and beast transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at the far end of the Luoxia mountain range. Having lost the control of the Beast King, the savage beasts within the mountains returned to their natural state. Kinglan-based Yunding Manor, my silhouette appeared silently at the manor gate. At this moment, City Lord Pan Hong, usually occupied with a myriad of affairs, was still waiting at the entrance. Seeing that I had returned without a single drop of blood staining my clothes, the heart that had been hanging in Pan Hong's throat finally settled. "Senior." Pan Hong hurried over, the Beast King of the Luoxia mountain range. My tone remained calm. "Go and organize the martial arts examination, see that no errors occur." "Understood. Many thanks, Senior." Pan Hong was overjoyed. He bowed deeply to me before retreating in haste. After dismissing Pan Hong, I did not return to the villa to rest but headed straight toward the back mountain. At this moment, the arena behind the mountain lay in ruins, with the mangled carcasses of over 10 lightning-grade ferocious beasts scattered across the ground. The air was thick with the suffocating stench of blood, and amidst the pile of corpses, Suyu stood bare-chested, gripping an alloy battle blade, gasping for air. Though his body was covered in fresh wounds, his eyes burned with an astonishing brilliance. "Father, you have returned." As Suyu saw me, he casually flicked the blood off his blade and flashed a grin. The murderous aura he had exuded from the sea of blood and mountains of corpses vanished in an instant the moment he smiled, returning him to the appearance of a youth as radiant as the morning sun. "Not bad." I nodded, about to offer a few words of praise. "Father, what is that on your shoulder?" Suyu's gaze was suddenly drawn to the soft white ball of fur perched upon my shoulder. It resembled both a cat and a fox, lying there lazily with an arrogant expression that screamed, "Do not disturb this, master." Hearing the words, "What is that?" little Bai, who had been playing dead, immediately bristled. It abruptly stood upright, bracing its front paws against my shoulder, its large glistening eyes glaring at Su, as it let out a childish yet incredibly haughty shriek. "How bold! Who are you calling what is that? Your entire family is a what is that? I am an ancient divine beast, a spirit creature born of heaven and earth. Seeing your lack of respect for this deity, I have decided to punish you by making you my underling." Suyu was stunned. He blinked, looking at the furball no larger than a palm, then back at my stoic expression. "This thing can speak? Has it become a demon spirit?" I shrugged, reaching out to flick Little Bai on the forehead, causing it to stumble. "This is a little creature I subdued in the Lua Mountains, named Little Bai. Do not be deceived by its size. The very beast-tide crisis that kept the entire Kanglan base awake was caused by this little thing." "What?" Suyu's eyes widened, and he was immediately intrigued. He crouched down until his eyes were level with Little Bai on my shoulder, and with a teasing expression he said, "Oh, so you are a divine beast, are you? My apologies, my apologies. From now on, will I be able to walk sideways through the..." Xiaobai lifted his chin with arrogance. Despite the humiliating flick I had given him just moments ago, he refused to lose face before his subordinates. He flicked his large drooping tail and declared haughtily, "It goes without saying. As long as you remain obedient, in the future this deity will take you to feast upon the finest. No, I mean, every ferocious beast within a 100-mile radius." Watching this little creature feign power, Suyu could not help but laugh out loud. Yet he would soon discover that the true worth of this mythical beast far exceeded his wildest imagination. Over the next half-month, life within Yunting Garden became exceptionally vibrant. Suyu had originally feared that adding a mythical beast to the household would result in endless chaos, yet he never expected Xiaobai to become the greatest catalyst on his path of martial cultivation. Although Xiaobai had been subdued by me, the terrifying blood energy of a martial sovereign flowing through his body was like a leaking nuclear reactor. Because he was still young, he could not control this immense power, which caused his blood energy to frequently surge, leaving him irritable and restless, forced to rely on sleep to suppress the fluctuations. Yet Suyu, as the possessor of the wood spirit body, was in constant need of pure blood energy. Thus, an incredibly strange yet harmonious scene emerged. Every afternoon, Suyu would set aside his alchemy and sit cross-legged in the courtyard, while Xiaobai would sprawl out on his lap or against his chest, wearing a look of pure contentment. Suyu circulated his cultivation technique, frantically absorbing the streams of blood energy radiating from Xiaobai's body. These currents were of such extreme purity that they required no refining. They simply integrated into his own energy upon contact. Watching this mutually beneficial arrangement between man and beast, the corners of my mouth twitched. This was not merely cultivation, it was clearly two cheaters working in tandem. Xiaobai was an infinite power bank and Suyu was a high-speed charger. With these two combined, the speed of his advancement was truly beyond words. On the third day, Suyu broke through to the great perfection of the Dantian realm. By the seventh day, Suyu stood at the very threshold of the Grandmaster realm. On the 12th day, a breath of unparalleled power erupted from Suyu's body. The Grandmaster realm, an 18-year-old Grandmaster, Suyu opened his eyes, golden light radiating from his gaze. He clenched his fist, feeling the sensation of total control, so overwhelmed with excitement he nearly fell from the air. Father, I have become a Grandmaster. I have truly succeeded. Xiaobai lay on the ground, exhausted, his tongue lolling out. I am absolutely drained. This brat is a gluttonous beast. He nearly sucked this deity dry. And at the very moment Su achieved his breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm, I sat on the balcony of the second floor sipping tea when the voice I had long awaited finally echoed within my mind. Detection. Suyu has achieved consecutive breakthroughs in a short period, reaching the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. System auxiliary evaluation. Suyu has surpassed a major cultivation realm. The host is receiving the breakthrough synchronization. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the early stage of the martial saint realm. At that very moment, it was not just the Yunding Manor. The skies above the entire Kanglin Bay city shifted in hue. The once clear sky was suddenly blanketed by gathering auspicious clouds, with purple vapors stretching across 3,000 miles, a vast majestic aura beyond the power of words to describe. With me as the focal point, this pressure instantly enveloped the entire city. Every martial artist in the city, whether immersed in meditation or deep in slumber, was struck with terror as they realized the blood and chi within their bodies were instinctively bowing toward the direction of the manor. On the balcony, I slowly opened my eyes. The martial saint realm, this is no longer mere physical strength, but the integration of spirit and the heavens and earth. Now I can command a trace of the primordial essence of the universe. This so-called primordial essence is the spiritual energy born at the dawn of existence. It is inherently linked to forces of immense power and mystery. The process of human cultivation begins with refining blood and chi to reach the martial emperor realm, thereby gaining spiritual power. Ultimately, the unity of spirit in the heavens and earth. Every effort is made for the sake of manipulating this primordial essence. I took a deep breath, savoring the sensation. Though I have lived 2 lifetimes, I could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. To be a martial saint is to truly stand at the pinnacle of this planet. With a lifespan of 500 years, a near-mortal physique, one can even traverse the vastness of space. I looked down at the foolish boy below, who was still trembling with excitement over his breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm. A faint, indulgent smile touched the corners of my mouth. An 18-year-old Grandmaster is indeed a monstrous talent, but your father is a martial saint. I retracted the heavenly phenomena, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man. I leapt from the second floor, landing gracefully before Suyu. Tomorrow is the martial arts examination. I gazed up at the stars in the night sky, my voice becoming profound and distant. You are, I called out, and Suyu looked at me with a serious expression. During this examination, just do your best. Above all, prioritize your own safety, I said with genuine sincerity. Setting aside the ferocious beasts, the greatest danger in this martial arts examination will likely come from men themselves. I understand, father. I will be careful tomorrow. Suyu replied casually. Understand, my foot. I tapped Suyu on the head in frustration. The crisp sound startled Xiaobai, who was busy gnawing on a chicken leg nearby. Father, why did you do that? Suyu clutched his head, his expression full of grievance. You are already a Grandmaster, yet you are still being struck on the head. You still have the nerve to complain that I am only hitting you so you remember this lesson. I crossed my legs and said with a serious expression, do not think that becoming a Grandmaster makes you invincible under the heavens. This is so vast that it transcends your wildest imagination. I activated the holographic projector displaying a collection of encrypted files. I have utilized several special channels to investigate the truth. Why do you think so many foreign candidates have gathered at the Kanglon base this year? Is it because Kanglon has recently constructed several stellar jump points? I pointed to several red marks on the map and spoke in a deep voice. The majority of these candidates hail from Mars. Mars? Suyu frowned. In this era, Mars was no longer the desolate red wasteland of the past. Hundreds of years ago, Earth's resources were depleted. A faction of high-ranking aristocrats possessing superior technology and wealth migrated to Mars, establishing a far more advanced circle of civilization. It could be said that the humans on Mars are the aristocracy of the current Federation. Exactly. I let out a cold laugh. Those people who consider themselves a superior brand of humanity. Although their technology is advanced and they consume genetic optimization serums like water, because they lack exposure to wild beasts, their descendants often lack practical combat ability. Therefore, to pass the Federation's brutal elite selection process, many Martian families send their heirs to Earth. They claim they are here to participate in the university entrance exams or to visit their ancestral roots, but in reality, they are here to steal the quotas meant for Earth's candidates. A glint of cold light flashed in my eyes. Furthermore, these spoiled young masters and misses act with extreme cruelty. In their eyes, the natives of Earth are no different from the beasts in the wilderness. In previous years, there have been numerous incidents where Earth candidates were robbed or even beaten into disability. I looked at Suyu, my tone turning somber. Father is not worried that you cannot defeat them. I only fear that you will be too merciful and end up harmed yourself. But once you enter the exam hall, regardless of whether they are from Mars or Mercury, if they dare to bare their fangs at you, strike them down without mercy. Upon hearing this, they view the people of Earth as mere stepping stones. He clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smirk. Rest assured, Father, I do not care where they come from. As long as they dare to provoke me, I shall make them regret it. Early the next morning, as the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the gates of Kanglan No. 1 High School were already swarming with people. The security cordon stretched for 3 kilometers. The city defense army, fully armed, stood guard to maintain order. Countless parents waited anxiously outside the perimeter, their eyes filled with expectation. For ordinary families, the martial arts college entrance exam is the only opportunity to defy the heavens and alter their destiny. I drove the limited edition luxury vehicle gifted to me by the city lord, waiting for Suyu and the parrot Little White to perched upon his shoulder. I parked modestly at the VIP entrance. Go on. I patted Suyu on the shoulder, offering no superfluous words. Father will wait for you outside. Understood. Suyu nodded, clad in neat black attire, appearing both agile and composed. The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, many students recognized him. Look over there, it's Suyu, the legendary young Master Su, who is rumored to be the son of a reclusive powerhouse. Shh, keep your voice down. Suyu ignored the surrounding whispers and walked straight toward the school gate. However, just as he was about to step through the entrance, the clear sky suddenly darkened. A colossal artifact descended from the heavens. Gale force winds roared, kicking up a thick shroud of dust and sand. The force knocked countless candidates and parents to the ground, and even the electronic billboard at the school gate was torn apart. What is happening? Look up at the sky. Everyone raised their heads in horror, watching as the cloud layer was violently ripped open. More than a dozen small spacefaring vessels bearing a sci-fi aesthetic, their hulls cold and dense like titanic steel beasts, hung suspended above the school. The blue thrusters emitted such intense heat that the surrounding air distorted. Those are private spacecraft from Mars. All unrelated personnel, clear the area. A voice cold and arrogant boomed from the spacecraft's loudspeakers, completely disregarding the dense crowd of candidates below. The spacecraft slowly descended toward a large, vacant lot temporarily requisitioned next to the school. Their immense weight pressed down upon the earth, leaving behind deep, crater-like indentations. The hatch opened with a hiss, venting plumes of white, frigid vapor. A group of youths clad in silver-white nano-combat suits, radiating an aura of noble, cold arrogance, stepped forward one by one. The men were tall and handsome, the women exquisite with skin as flawless as porcelain. Rather than queuing for the examination, they stood by the bay doors, observing the grime-covered earthlings with the detached gaze of those watching animals in a zoo. Their eyes swept over the disheveled people gathered around them. Tisk, is this truly Earth? The air is choked with dust. It's practically impossible to breathe. A blonde-haired youth covered his nose, his expression one of pure disgust. There is no help for it, we must simply endure. Who else but my father would force me to travel here just to secure the top rank? Another youth with crimson hair toyed with a laser dagger in his hand. His eyes were filled with disdain as he surveyed this motley crowd. Even those they called geniuses are merely in the early stages of the Dantian realm. How dull. I stood outside the throng, my eyes narrowing slightly, my divine sense swept across them, sensing their excessive bravado. I sneered inwardly. There were roughly 50 of them, and a third of their number possessed energy fluctuations indicative of the Grandmaster realm. Although most had reached that level through the consumption of elixirs, leaving their foundations unstable when compared to the Earth students, who were still struggling in the blood-tempering realm, these Dantian-level cultivators were essentially a tier above. Since the recovery of the ecosystem, the resources on Mars had indeed proven far superior to those on Earth. At that very moment, a deeper, more resonant roar echoed through the sky. A luxurious starship with a sleek, elongated hull, its exterior plated in starlight gold, slowly descended. The starship was even escorted by 4 unmanned combat drones, an ostentatious display that left the onlookers stunned. The bay doors parted, and a crimson carpet automatically unfurled toward the ground. 2 figures, one old and one young, slowly stepped out. The youth in the lead appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age. He possessed a devilishly handsome countenance and wore a simple robe embroidered with cloud patterns, though in truth the garment was worth a king's ransom. He held a folding fan in his hand, a nonchalant smile playing upon his lips, as if he were here on a pleasure cruise. I truly do not understand why my father insists I come to this godforsaken Kanglin base. With my innate talent, I could easily pass the examinations at any university on Mars. Why must I come here to compete with these provincial bumpkins? His name was Xinghe, the young master of the Li family. On Mars, the Li family was a prominent faction within the entire Federation. Following behind him was an old man in gray robes with a hunched back. The old man looked as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, yet the violent wind surrounding the starship automatically gentled the moment they came within 3 feet of him. Young master, the elders' arrangements naturally have their own logic. The old man was known as Li Bo. A hoarse voice rang out, clearly resonating in Li Xinghe's ears. Though Earth may have fallen into decline, it remains the ancestral cradle of humanity, concealing countless grand opportunities. Furthermore, it appears that the high-ranking officials of the Federation in the First Star Sector intend to scout for promising seeds on Earth. The level of interest here is by no means inferior to that of Mars. Very well, very well. Li Xing waved his hand dismissively. Let's finish the examination quickly and be on our way. Old Li smiled, his aged, cloudy eyes filled with indulgence. However, just as he prepared to withdraw his gaze and escort the young master into the examination hall, Old, who had been dozing off, suddenly widened his eyes, and an invisible mental storm centered upon him instantly swept across the entire venue. His gaze swept past the city lord Pan Hong, who was maintaining order, brushed past the geniuses from Mars, and finally locked onto the edge of the crowd where a middle-aged man stood leaning against a vehicle, with a white cat perched upon his shoulder. At the very moment Old Li looked over, I also raised my head. Our gazes met across a sea of people separated by hundreds of meters. Amidst the clamor of the city, there were no earth-shattering explosions, nor the rumble of thunder and lightning. Yet within the mental realm of the two men, it felt as though two mountains 10,000 zhang tall had collided. Old Li's footsteps faltered, and his formerly hunched spine straightened instantly. His aged, cloudy eyes erupted with a startling brilliance as he stared fixedly at me. A tempest raged within the heart of the martial saint, Old Li. This insignificant Kanglin base, a place so remote that one must magnify the map several times just to locate it. How could it possibly hide a martial saint? The opponent's aura was as deep as the sea. Though it seemed restrained, that subtle, elusive ripple caused even a veteran martial saint like himself to feel a tremor of dread. What is the matter? Li Xing, walking ahead, sensed the elder's anomaly and stopped, turning back to ask in confusion. Old Li drew a deep breath, struggling to suppress the surging blood and qi within his body, and retracted his complex gaze. It is nothing, young master. Old Li's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. I simply did not expect a true dragon to be hiding in these shallow waters. Young master, remember to temper your arrogance during this examination. This place is not as simple as it seems. Li Xinghe was stunned. This was the first time he followed the direction of Li Ba's gaze from moments ago, but saw only an ordinary middle-aged man feeding a sausage to a white cat, putting on an air of mystery. Li Xinghe paid no mind, turned away, and strode quickly into the examination hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, I leisurely peeled the sausage, fed it to Xiao Bai on my shoulder, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of my mouth. A martial saint, you say? That old man from Mars does possess decent strength, yet it is a pity that with such weak blood essence, he is nothing more than an early-stage martial saint. I brushed the crumbs from my hands, my gaze fixed on the back of Suyu as he walked into the examination room. The morning sun was somewhat blinding, and the crisp, clear sound of a bell echoed through the air. The school gates, which had been locked for 2 hours, slowly opened, and the candidates poured out like a tidal wave. The sudden clamor shattered the tranquility of the morning. For most martial arts students, the theoretical examination was merely an appetizer. Though important, it did not dictate life or death. In this world where the strong reign supreme, even if you memorize the theories of martial arts by heart, a single bite from a beast in the wilderness would still render it all meaningless. The question regarding the weakness of the mutated windwolf. It seems I answered it incorrectly. I chose the abdomen. It matters not. The theoretical score accounts for only 10%. The practical combat in the afternoon is the true test. Slaying a single rank 1 beast is worth more than answering 10 multiple-choice questions correctly. The candidates gathered into groups of 3. Some furrowed their brows, while others hung their heads in disappointment. Meanwhile, the noble candidates from Mars maintained their haughty air of superiority. They did not even bother to converse with the Earth candidates surrounding them. Each of them exuded an aura of arrogance. From within the crowd, Suyu stepped forward with a steady gait. His expression was calm, without the slightest ripple. It was as if he had not just undergone the university entrance exam, but merely a routine assessment. Father Suyu spotted me leaning against a tree, looking rather sluggish. I smiled and handed over Xiao Bai, who was fast asleep on my shoulder. Rest assured, Father. Suyu took Xiao Bai, casually stroking its soft white fur. Those questions were too simple. They were essentially common knowledge. That is good then. I nodded. Come, Father will take you for a good meal. The practical examination in the afternoon is the main event, spanning a day and a half, a total of 36 hours. During this period, you will be eating and attending to your needs in the wilderness. Without sufficient stamina, survival will be impossible. Father and son found a quiet restaurant and ordered several steaks made from high-energy exotic beasts. As I cut my steak at the table, I spoke as if in passing. Outside the examination hall earlier, I noticed the examinees who arrived from Mars. Although the life force of most of them is unstable, a significant number have already reached the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. Among them, one individual, likely a scion of a wealthy family, has even attained the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. The late stage of the Grandmaster realm? Su's movements faltered, a flash of astonishment surfacing in his eyes. To be a late-stage Grandmaster at 18 is truly the mark of a genius, but do not be intimidated. I smiled, my gaze growing profound and steady. They are Grandmasters, and so are you. Furthermore, you possess the Chaos Constitution and have mastered the lethal techniques I have taught you. If it truly comes to a confrontation, it is not yet certain who shall live and who shall die. Remember well, once you enter the exam grounds, trust no one but yourself, especially those from Mars. I understand, Father. Su Yu swallowed the last piece of meat, his eyes flickering with the cold intensity of a predator. If they do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But if they dare to cross me, whether they are from Mars or Mercury, I will show them no mercy. At 2 p.m., 10 kilometers from the Shangla base at the edge of the Iron Forest. This is the boundary where human civilization meets the untamed wilderness of savage beasts. Ancient trees pierce the clouds, obscuring the sun, while the distant, bone-chilling roars of beasts echo through the air. The examinees gathered in the buffer zone. Each person wore a black metal bracelet around their wrist. This is the Heavenly Eye terminal device. The chief examiner stood upon a high platform, his voice resonating like a great bell. It will not only record your survival statistics, your kill points, but is also integrated with microscopic sensors and a distress signal transmitter. Once you encounter danger beyond your ability to resist, press the red button and an examiner will arrive immediately. However, remember that requesting rescue will be considered a forfeiture. At the same time, thousands of silver spheres the size of a fist, the Heavenly Eye drones swarmed into the sky like a hive of bees, hovering above the head of every examinee. These drones are the pinnacle of the Federation's technology. They are capable of tracking across all terrains, performing thermal imaging analysis and evaluating combat prowess. They will transmit every movement, every breath, and even the frequency of the contestant's blood flow to the command center in real time. At this moment, atop the towering core wall of the Kanglon base, inside a vast and luminous command room, the atmosphere is filled with a sense of high-tech sophistication. A massive panoramic screen spans an entire wall, divided into thousands of small grids, broadcasting the live feed from the examination halls. 5 people are already seated around the circular table at the center of the room. Aside from the Kanglon City Lord Fan Hong, there are 3 middle-aged men in federal uniforms and the elder Li Bo from the Li family on Mars. City Lord Fan, the quality of this year's contestants seems rather impressive, does it not? The speaker is a middle-aged man with a benevolent face and a slightly stout build. He is one of the supervisors dispatched by the Federation. Supervisor Zhang Ye, you are too kind. I am merely at the early stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Fan Hong offers a strained smile, feeling a tinge of anxiety in his heart. In previous years, given these circumstances, he would have been the sole Grandmaster present. But this year, there are many additional contestants from Mars. This entire room is filled with Martial Emperors. The pressure upon him is immense. At this precise moment, the automatic door of the command room slides open, and a staff member respectfully leads in a middle-aged man dressed in plain gray attire. Senior Su. Fan Hong's eyes light up as he hurriedly stands to welcome him. This action leaves the 3 federal supervisors who were seated momentarily stunned. Is this Brother Su? Zhang Yi is a perceptive man known for his keen wit. He had already received internal intelligence that a reclusive martial emperor had appeared in the Kanglan base. Seeing Su's extraordinary temperament, he immediately offers a polite greeting. I am Zhang Ye, a supervisor from the Federation's Eastern Theater of Operations. Su nods slightly, his gaze sweeping across the individuals in the room, his eyes lingering for a second on the other 2 supervisors, one of whom possesses a cold expression and rarely speaks, while the other has sharp, piercing eyes that seem to be probing him. Finally, his gaze settles on Li Bo, who is sitting near the head of the table with his eyes closed, meditating. Sensing the gaze, Li Bo slowly opens his eyes, a flash of light gleaming within his cloudy, aged pupils, and he nods slightly towards Su, acknowledging the greeting. The silent understanding between 2 martial saints is contained entirely within that wordless exchange. With a calm expression, I searched for a seat and sat down. Haha, come here, Brother Su, let me introduce you, Zhang Ye said enthusiastically, acting as the intermediary. This is Supervisor Du, this is Supervisor Li, and this one. Zhang Ye gestured toward Li Ba, his tone becoming remarkably stiff. This is an elder from the Li clan on Mars. Senior Li has come to the Kanglan base specifically to survey the young sprouts of this generation. The Li clan on Mars. I furrowed my brows, feigning ignorance as I asked. I have admired them for a long time. I did not expect the Li clan to place such importance on Earth's examinations. Li Ba smiled. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. It is nothing, nothing at all. I was merely entrusted by the clan head. I am just here to observe the performance of these children. On the contrary, Mr. Su, I heard your son is also a candidate this year. Like father, like son, I am very much looking forward to it. This remark sounded polite on the surface, but it was in truth a veiled provocation. I offered a faint smile and lifted the teacup on the table to take a sip. It is merely children playing games. How could they compare to the prodigies of the Li clan? I only hope your young master shows mercy and does not make my incompetent child cry. Mr. Su, you are joking. A strange glint flickered in Li Ba's eyes. This man named Su was facing a martial saint, yet he remained remarkably composed, appearing to treat him as an equal. Very well, the time has come. Supervisor Du, who had maintained a cold, silent expression until now, checked his watch and said in a low voice, "The examination begins. Everyone, please look at the main screen." Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes toward the massive panoramic screen ahead. At the edge of the black iron forest, following the chief examiner's command, tens of thousands of candidates released the beasts from their cages. They charged into the dense, overgrown forest. Everyone is familiar with the rules. Hunt the ferocious beasts to earn points. F grade 1 point, E grade 5 points, C grade 120 points. Seizing another candidate's bracelet will grant you half of their current points. However, intentionally causing lethal injury is strictly forbidden. Violators will be disqualified and face legal prosecution. You must survive for 36 hours until the signal to withdraw is given. Suyuhei and his group did not rush forward in a frenzy like the others. He lowered his head to look at the black bracelet on his wrist, then looked up at the heavenly eye drone hovering above his head. Suwu curled his lips into a smile filled with hidden meaning. He moved, executing the leaf-stepping footwork, his entire form surging into the dense forest like an arrow loosed from a bow. His speed was so immense that the heavenly eye had to activate high-speed tracking mode just to keep him in sight. 500 meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Before him lay a wide clearing within the forest. A massive iron-backed bear, its body covered in pitch-black fur, lay upon the ground gnawing on prey. Mid-stage blood-chi realm. Iron-backed bear. This type of ferocious beast is renowned for its impenetrable defenses. Ordinary alloy blades would barely leave a white mark against its hide. For the average candidate, encountering an iron-backed bear is nothing short of a nightmare. It usually requires a team of 3 to 5 people to surround and slay one. Detecting the scent of a human, the iron-backed bear rose abruptly and let out a roar that shook the very heavens and earth. Its blood-red eyes stared intently at the small two-legged creature before it, as if observing a hearty meal. However, Suhu did not even unsheath his blade. He stood still, even offering a yawn. Too weak. Susu shook his head. Having endured my hellish training, this sluggish iron-backed bear was nothing but a collection of openings in his eyes. The iron-backed bear was infuriated by the human's display of contempt. It charged forward on all fours like a heavy-duty tank, each stride causing the earth to tremble. Just as the bear's claws were about to crush Suwu's head, Suwu made his move devoid of any flamboyant dodges or unnecessary motions. There was only a simple punch, the fierce tiger inch punch, followed by a dull, explosive thud. Time seemed to stand still. The ton-heavy iron-backed bear was sent flying into the air by Suwu's seemingly effortless strike, its legs leaving the ground as it was propelled 7 or 8 meters backward. Its chest was caved in deep by the imprint of the fist, ribs shattered. It did not even have the chance to emit a pained cry. Crashing heavily to the ground, twitching once or twice before falling still, a one-hit kill. Blood-chi realm mid-stage beast slain. 5 points awarded, current 102nd. Suwu did not bother glancing at the carcass on the ground, turning to depart with an indescribably elegant air. This very scene happened to be captured by the large screen in the command center, broadcasting close-up. In the command room, where there had been laughter and chatter, the supervisors collectively drew a sharp breath. Such was the tyrannical power on display. The physical strength of this boy has likely already surpassed that of an ordinary great perfection of the blood-chi realm. Zhang Yi could not help but praise him, and it is not just his strength. In the eyes of Supervisor Du, who had remained cold and silent until now, a flash of recognition appeared. His technique of force exertion is flawless. That is the will of the fist. To have comprehended the will of the fist at such a young age. Standing nearby, Fan Hong listened to the elder's praise. His heart was brimming with joy, though he maintained a humble expression on his face. This is Su Yu from our Kanglan No. 1 high school. He is usually quite reserved. Only Li Bo and I have remained composed. I have long known the true strength of my son, while Li Bo's eyes narrowed slightly. This young lad is truly far from simple. Li Bo thought to himself. At that very moment, at the other end of the examination grounds, a miserable shriek rang out from one of the sectors. A contestant from Earth was sent flying by a kick, slamming heavily into a boulder as the point-tracking bracelet was violently torn from his wrist. Only 15 points. What a weakling. Li Xinghe sneered, tossing the stolen bracelet to the ground and crushing it underfoot. Behind him stood 4 contestants from Mars clad in silver combat gear, each radiating the aura of the Dantian realm or perhaps even the Grandmaster realm. Young Master, we have already cleared out dozens of Earth contestants in this sector. We currently hold the first place in points. A youth who appeared to be a sycophantic subordinate spoke. That is to be expected. Li Xing waved his fan, his gaze piercing deep into the forest. Continue forward. The practical combat examination. On the second day, at noon, the scorching sun pushed the temperature in the black iron forest to 40 degrees. The air was heavy with the scent of rotting foliage and the faint, metallic tang of blood. Su Yu raised his wrist to wipe the sweat from his brow, checking the latest point rankings. First place, Li Xing with 1850 points. Second place, Su Yu with 1005 points. He remained in second, but the gap had only widened further. Su leaned against the trunk of a towering ancient tree, his brow furrowing slightly. He had barely closed his eyes since yesterday afternoon. Relying on the keen perception of his indestructible body toward life force, his efficiency in hunting fierce beasts was 10 times greater than that of the average contestant. If it were a battle of pure ability, that fellow Li Xinghe would not even be able to keep pace with him. Do these Martians truly think the examination grounds are their own private garden? Su Yu let out a cold snort, having gathered information from several other Earth contestants. He had long been aware of forming a party. Although the rules did not forbid teaming up, Li Xing had recruited 4 experts with clearly defined roles. With such a well-coordinated tactical structure, it would be strange if their score did not increase rapidly. However, just as Su Yu prepared to stand up and continue his search for prey, a chaotic and violent fluctuation of vital energy suddenly surged into his sensory range. It was the explosive aura of human martial artist locked in combat. Furthermore, one of the auras felt inexplicably familiar, yet at this moment it was brimming with panic. Su Yu froze, his gaze instantly turning sharp. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu executed the evil leaf body technique, moving like a phantom through the forest, silently advancing toward the source of the fluctuations, and clearing within the forest. Very well, keep running. Weren't you quite skilled at running just moments ago? This girl from Earth really can't take a beating. She's exhausted after only a few blows. Mocking laughter echoed through the area. 5 Mars candidates wearing silver combat gear had formed a circle, observing the young girl in the center as if she were a caged animal. That girl was none other than Shulale. She was in a miserable state. Her once neat high ponytail had come undone, and her face was smeared with mud and marred by scratches. Her pristine white martial arts uniform was shredded in several places by sharp weapons, oozing streaks of crimson blood. Her left arm hung limp, clearly dislocated. Her right hand clutched a combat knife, her eyes filled with indignation and humiliation. Beneath her feet, her point-tallying bracelet lay crushed. You people have gone too far. Sulele gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. You have already stolen our bracelets and claimed our points. Why must you still resort to humiliating others like this? Why? The crowd parted as Li Xing stepped forward, leisurely waving his signature folding fan. He looked at Sule with no trace of pity, only a cold, arrogant mockery in his eyes. Because I am bored. Li Xing shrugged. Hunting beasts was too monotonous and one must find a little amusement. I heard that you and that second-rate individual, what was his name, Su Yu? You two have quite a close relationship, don't you? Upon hearing the name Su Yu, Shula's expression shifted. It seems it is true after all. A flicker of malice ignited in Li Xing's eyes. That man, Su Yu, is currently ranked second. He has been tailing me quite closely. I truly dislike having someone following at my heels. If we cannot capture him, we shall start by making an example of his little girlfriend. With that, Li Xing flicked his fingers. Beside him, a lackey at the peak of the Jiantian realm stepped forward with a sinister grin. The long alloy staff in his hand struck his palm with a crisp rhythmic sound. Little sister, do not blame your brother for being heavy-handed. Xu Yayu closed her eyes in despair. Just as the staff was about to strike Xu Yayu, a piercing whistle of wind suddenly echoed through the air. No one could discern what had transpired. They only felt a flash before their eyes, a dark figure hurtling into the encirclement like a cannonball fired from its chamber. The Mars candidate wielding the long staff had no time to even cry out, as his entire body was struck with the force of a high-speed locomotive. His chest bones shattered instantly, and he was sent flying backward over a dozen meters. He slammed into the bushes, his fate, whether dead or alive, known. As the dust settled, a tall, upright figure stood guard before Xu Yayu. The youth was shirtless, his muscles corded and clearly defined. His entire body radiated an aura so violent and oppressive it was suffocating. His gaze was as frigid as ice that had frozen for 1,000 years. He stared fixedly at the group of Mars candidates before him. Xu Yayu opened her eyes, and upon seeing that familiar back, tears surged forth instantly. Why did you come here? There are so many of them. You must run. Su Yu turned his head to look at Xu Yu's dislocated arm and the wounds on her face. The fury in his heart erupted immediately. He reached out and gently wiped the dirt from her face, his voice tender yet laced with an infinite killing intent. You were being bullied, so why didn't you press the emergency signal? I didn't want to be eliminated, Xu Yayu said through choked sobs. You fool. Su Yu turned back around, faced Li Xinghe and his accomplices, and drew the alloy battle blade from his back. Seeing the suddenly appearing Su Yu, Li Xinghe was not the least bit alarmed. Instead, he put away his folding fan, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Su Yu, I have waited a long time for you. I thought we would only meet much later. I never expected you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. He cast a glance at the subordinate whom Su Yu had sent flying with a single strike and raised an eyebrow. A single blow to take down a peak Xiantian expert. Not bad, it seems you truly possess some measure of capability. It was not entirely by luck that he earned those points, but Li Xinghe shifted his tone, and the aura erupting from his body suddenly intensified. Do you think you can turn the tide all by yourself? Late-stage Grandmaster. A powerful surge of blood energy radiated from Li Xinghe. The fallen leaves nearby were swept up by the shockwave and pulverized in midair. At the same time, the 3 remaining Mars contestants behind him assumed their combat stances. Upon seeing this, the 3 early-stage Grandmasters and the Federation supervisors in the command room sat upright. Things have become troublesome. Zhang Ye frowned. Li Xinghe is a late-stage Grandmaster and his equipment is elite. Although Su Yu is also a Grandmaster, he is only at the early stage and he is facing 3 additional opponents. This is effectively a death trap. Li Bo sat in his chair holding a teacup, a faint smile playing on his lips. He glanced at Sui beside him with indifference. Mr. Su, it seems your son is acting rather impulsively. Playing the hero to save a beauty is admirable, but one must know their own limits. If he presses the rescue button now, perhaps there is still time. Su Yi remained expressionless, silently watching the large screen while his fingers tapped lightly against the table. Senior Lee is overthinking. In this world there are battles that must be fought, even if it leads to bloodshed and death. What kind of ability is there in using numbers to overwhelm a single opponent on the battlefield? You spineless coward? Su Yu coldly spat out the words, offering no further unnecessary remarks. Stomping firmly, the ground fractured, and he transformed into a streak of light, taking the initiative to charge toward those three mediocre early-stage Grandmasters. Arrogant fool, courting death. The three men, incensed, brandished their weapons and rushed forward. However, they had greatly underestimated Su Yu. Su Yu let out a low growl. His mastery-level combat techniques were on full display. Amidst the encirclement of the three, his movements were like a butterfly flitting through a garden. Each dodge was precise, narrowly evading the lethal shockwaves of their strikes. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, he delivered a punch directly onto the blade of one Mars contestant, and the terrifying vibration force traveled through the weapon. Immediately following this, he unleashed a sweeping roundhouse kick, sending the second man flying. The third attacker attempted a sneak strike, but Su Yu pivoted and delivered a brutal elbow strike to his face. With his nasal bone shattered, the man shrieked and collapsed to the ground. Su Yu had been tempered by countless life-or-death battles, whereas these young masters, despite their high cultivation levels, were utterly useless due to their lack of combat experience. Li Xing's expression darkened. He had not expected Su Yu to resolve the confrontation with such speed. It seems I must deal with this myself. Li Xing stepped forward, no longer content to stand on the sidelines. The specialized combat boots he wore emitted a burst of pressurized air, instantly doubling his speed as he lunged forward, seeking death. His fists were encased in glowing azure-colored energy gauntlets. Accompanied by a piercing supersonic boom, he drove a punch directly towards Su Yu's face. The force behind this star fist was 10 times greater than that of the previous fodder. Su Yu's pupils contracted. There was no room to... He forced his blood and ki to boil, channeling the intent of the ferocious fish fist into his right hand to meet the blow head-on. A deafening explosion erupted, sending shockwaves rolling outward. Su Yu felt a colossal surge of power surging through his arm. His bones groaned under the pressure, and his entire body was repelled, stumbling back 5 or 6 paces. Each step left a deep indentation in the earth, while Li Xing had only been forced back by half a step. Truly, the strength of a late-stage master is formidable. Su Yu shook his numbed arm, his expression becoming grave. The disparity in cultivation, coupled with his opponent's superior gauntlets, meant that a head-on collision would leave him at a disadvantage. How does that feel? Li Xing raised his fist with a look of smug triumph. What do you have to fight me with? Do you intend to rely on that broken blade of yours? Come here. Li Xinghe did not relent. His figure surged forward like a phantom, raining down attacks like a torrential storm. Su Yu drew his combat saber to parry, sparks flying in all directions. Li Xinghe's fists were as hard as diamonds, and every strike against the blade sent a sickening jolt of blood and ki through Su Yu's body. A vicious gleam flickered in Li Xing's eyes. Seizing the moment when Su Yu's strike had not yet fully retracted, he gathered his strength and delivered a crushing blow to the center of the blade. Crack! The alloy combat saber that had accompanied Su Yu finally succumbed to the relentless assault of a late-stage master. A miserable cry erupted as it shattered into 2 pieces. Su Yu, be careful. Su Lele shrieked in terror, her face turning deathly pale. Within the command room, the smile on Li Bo's face only deepened. The outcome had already been decided. On the battlefield, Su Yu stared at the broken blade in his hand, just as Li Xinghe delivered a punch directly into his chest. His entire body was sent flying backward, slamming heavily against the ground. A trail of fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Su Yu struggled to his feet, his chest aching with a pain that felt unbearable. Li Xinghe stepped forward, his face etched with the arrogance of a victor. Without your weapon, and with a cultivation realm lower than mine, what else can you possibly do? Su Yu wiped the blood from his mouth and bowed his head. No one could discern his expression, but he knew it all too well. He was smiling. You are right. In a clash of pure force, I am indeed no match for you. Su Yu raised his head, his eyes having transformed into a dim, chaotic gray. But who told you that I only possess pain? Li Xinghe furrowed his brow, an unsettling sense of dread rising within him. The charade ends here. Not wanting to allow for any unforeseen complications, Li Xing focused his entire essence, gathering his strength for his most powerful strike. Intending to punch straight through Su Yu, his fist surged forward with a howling gale, reaching its target in an instant. At that very moment, Su Yu neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he spread his arms, opening himself to Li Xinghe's lethal blow as if welcoming his own demise. Li Xinghe felt a surge of joy, yet when his fist made contact with Su Yu's chest, no sound of splintering bone echoed. On the contrary, he felt as if his fist had struck a mass of cotton. It felt as though it were sinking into a bottomless quagmire. Immediately after, Su Yu's hand clamped firmly to his wrist. I have caught you. Su Yu's voice was like the whisper of a demon. The chaos body was activated, and a terrifying extreme suction force erupted from the point where their flesh made contact. What is this? Li Xinghe's pupils dilated to their limit. He realized with horror that the late-stage martial master blood essence he took such pride in was pouring out like a broken levee. It was flowing frantically into Su Yu's body. What are you doing? Let go of me. Li Xinghe struggled desperately to break free, but the harder he fought, the faster his vital energy drained away. In just 2 seconds, his once ruddy complexion turned as pale as parchment. His legs began to tremble, while Su Yu, whose aura had been faint moments ago, was now like a fire fed with oil. His strength surged instantly, his wounds knitted together, and his vital essence swelled, showing clear signs of a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. Is this the vital essence of a Mars genius? The taste is not bad at all, Suyu thought, his eyes gleaming as he sensed the overwhelming power erupting within his body. You enjoyed yourself just now, didn't you? Now, it is my turn. Suyu released Li Xinghei's wrist. By now, Li Xinghei was so weak that he could barely remain upright. Returning this to you. Suyu let out a low roar and tightened his right fist. It was not merely his own strength, but the vital essence he had just plundered from Li Xinghei. This strike held no flashy techniques, only absolute crushing power. A deafening roar echoed louder than any previous collision. Suyu's fist slammed heavily into Li Xing's chest. The priceless nano-combat suit shattered instantly, and the protective energy shield tore apart like paper. Li Xing's eyes bulged, and he spat out a fountain of blood 2 meters high. His entire body was sent flying like a kicked ball, hurtling back over 30 meters and snapping 3 massive trees before finally coming to a halt. He lay crumpled on the ground like a pile of mud, his chest caved in, struggling to exhale with no strength left to draw a breath. The arrogance in his eyes had vanished, replaced entirely by fear and bewilderment. He had lost, defeated by an inferior earthling. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The other candidates from Mars who had just managed to climb to their feet, upon seeing this sight felt their legs turn to jelly, and they collapsed back to their knees. In the command center, the teacup in Li Bo's hand shattered with a sharp crack. He bolted upright, his face deathly pale. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Sui remained seated, calmly blowing on her tea, a mocking, Senior Li, do not be so hasty, they are merely children sparring, and sustaining some injuries is perfectly natural. On the battlefield, Suyu gasped for air, struggling to steady the turbulent circulation of blood within his body. He approached Li Xinghei, looking down from above at the genius who was once considered peerless. You have lost. Suyu leaned down and tore the point tracking bracelet from Li Xinghei's wrist. And what about the rest of you? Suyu turned his head to glare at the shivering contestants from Mars. Will you surrender willingly, or must I force your hand? Moments later, the number of bracelets in Suyu's possession had exceeded 20. He transferred the entirety of the points into his personal account. The leaderboard refreshed, placing Suyu in the top position. With 3,050 points, he left his rivals far behind. Suyu discarded the empty bracelets, then turned and walked toward Shuyuele, retrieving a C-grade recovery elixir from his robes and offering it to her. Can you still walk? Shuyuel stared blankly at the young man before her, who appeared like a god of war, his face flushed with exertion. She nodded vigorously. Good, then let us depart. Suyu picked up a broken blade from the ground, strapped it to his back, and gazed toward the edge of the forest before moving forward. The twilight glow resembled blood, casting a crimson hue across the vast black iron forest outside the Kanglan base. As the final sliver of light sank below the horizon, the 36-hour field combat examination finally drew to a close. With the trial concluded, all contestants were ordered to cease hostilities immediately and retreat to the nearest extraction point. The instructor's voice resonated through the heavenly eye system. Upon hearing the announcement, the contestants collapsed to the ground in relief, gasping for breath. Some cheered in jubilation, grateful to have survived, while others buried their faces in their hands, weeping from the terror of the beasts they had encountered. Others helped one another, limping toward their destination. On the alloy path leading toward the Kanglan base, a long convoy of vehicles moved at the head of the procession. Suyu, carrying his broken yet still lethal combat blade, maintained a calm expression. Beside him, Shuyuele, though injured, had received basic medical attention and was chattering away with an expression of pure excitement. Suyu, do you realize? Shuyuele gestured with her recovering arm, her eyes sparkling. That score of 3,250 is the highest record ever set in the history of the Kanglan base, and you secured first place by a wide margin. The person in second place has only just passed 1,000 points. It does not even amount to a fraction of your score. Suyu smiled, showing no signs of arrogance. For someone possessing a chaos divine physique and an overbearing father, bullying his peers truly felt beneath him. His vision was no longer confined to this small examination grounds, but set upon the vast starlit heavens. Yet it seemed some people were quite unwilling to accept this. Suyu sensed a venomous gaze. Without turning his head, he merely glanced toward the back of the convoy. There, Li Xing's nano-combat suit was shredded to pieces. His handsome, arrogant face was now swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were filled with malice, glaring fixedly toward the front. Outside the examination grounds, under the strict laws of the base, Suyu did not believe his opponent would dare to make a move in public. Upon returning to Kanglan base, the lights had already been lit. As it was a major annual event, the base plaza was packed with people. A massive holographic screen continuously displayed the final rankings of the candidates. The appearance of each name triggered a wave of cheers or sighs. Look quickly, the first place winner has appeared. It is Suyu from our first high school. Heavens, 3,250 points, is this number even fair? In years past, the top scholar of Kanglan base reaching 800 points was already considered an achievement. When Su and Shulele stepped into the plaza, the atmosphere erupted instantly. Fellow students who had not had much interaction with Suyu now surrounded him with fervor. Brother you are so cool. A tall male student slapped Suyu on the shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. From now on, you are my own brother. Please do not forget me when you soar to greater heights. Student Suyu, could you please give me an autograph? My younger sister is a great admirer of yours. Faced with this sudden enthusiasm, Su Yu, while somewhat unaccustomed to it, could only respond politely. It was merely luck, just sheer luck. As Li Xingye stepped into the plaza, seeing the crowd cheering for Su Yu, his internal injuries yet to heal, Li Xing felt his blood surge, nearly vomiting another mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right? The lackey by his side hurriedly rushed to support him. Begone. Li Xingye shoved the lackey aside, his bloodshot eyes glaring intensely at Su Yu, who was surrounded by the crowd. Who was he? He was the young master of the Li family from Mars, a favored son of heaven, yet in this backwater place, he had been slapped across the face by a mere country bumpkin, stripped of all his points, and turned into the ultimate laughingstock. Su Yu. Li Xing roared inwardly, his fingernails digging so deep into his palms that fresh blood began to flow. We're leaving. He did not wish to remain there for a single second longer. Bearing his crushing humiliation and under the weight of countless mocking gazes, he retreated into his luxury hover car. Base Center, the top floor of a luxury hotel reserved exclusively for VIPs. An expensive crystal glass was hurled and shattered against the floor, red wine spreading across the marble like fresh blood. I want him dead. I want him dead this instant. Li Xing's face was contorted with rage as he howled in the room like a madman. Li Ba, that Su Yu must die. I want his entire family slaughtered. I want this entire Kang land base to know the consequences of offending my Li family. In the shadows of the corner, Li Ba stood silently, his withered, wrinkled face betraying no emotion. He looked at his young master's loss of control and sighed inwardly. Was this the successor the clan had painstakingly cultivated? To scream like a lunatic at the slightest setback, he possessed no true character or mettle. Young master, Li Ba spoke slowly, his voice raspy. That you cannot be killed, at least not for now, under the eyes of so many. Are you asking why? You are a martial saint sent by the family to protect me. In this godforsaken wasteland, who could possibly stop you? Li Xing roared with bloodshot eyes, because Su Yu is now the top scorer, a primary focus of the Federation's attention. Furthermore, Li Ba hesitated, the image of the middle-aged man he had encountered outside the examination grounds flashing through his mind. Furthermore, Su Yu's father Su Wu is inscrutable. I suspect he's also a martial saint. A martial saint? Li Xinghe reacted as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Li Ba, have you finally grown senile in your old age? How could a place this... Even if he is a martial saint, he is merely a hollow imitation. How could he possibly compare to an orthodox martial saint with the backing of a great family like you? I do not care. Li Xinghe lunged in front of Li Bo, gripping the old man's sleeves, his eyes burning with madness. This is an order. I am the heir of the family, and I order you to go and kill Su Yu this very instant. If you refuse, I will inform my father that you stood by and watched me die. Watching the young master, who had nearly descended into madness before him, being insulted by another, Li Bo remained silent. The family maintains a strict hierarchy. Although he is a martial saint within the Li household, he remains a servant. This old servant understands. Li Bo exhaled a long sigh, the helplessness in his eyes gradually transformed into a chilling aura of lethal intent. Since the young master is so determined, this old servant shall remove this thorn from your heart. As for that Su Yu, if he knows his place, then so be it. But if he remains stubborn, even at the cost of being punished by the Federation, this old servant will ensure he breathes his last here today. Having spoken, Li Bo's figure flickered and vanished from the room. At this moment, Su Yu was completely unaware that a murderous conspiracy had been set into motion against him. After finalizing the point registration process, night had fallen, and Su Yu walked alongside Shululu through the base's commercial district, where neon lights shimmered on both sides of the street. The roadside eateries wafted with the scent of enticing delicacies. Here is the strawberry ice cream you wanted. Su Yu handed over a pink waffle cone. Thank you. Shululu accepted the ice cream with a sweet smile. Her large eyes curved into the shape of crescent moons. Su Yu, do you know? Today you looked more handsome than you have in the past 3 years. Su Yu took a bite of his original flavored ice cream and shrugged. What is that supposed to mean? Was I not handsome before? You were handsome before, but you were far too reserved. You were just like a grumpy old man said, making a playful face. Then she stole a glance at Su Yu. Her cheeks began to glow with a faint warmth. Since you secured the first rank, you will surely enter the top-tier Jingwu or Mawu academies, won't you? Indeed. Su Yu nodded. Then I must work harder as well. Walulu clenched her small fists, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Even though I may not qualify for Jingwu, I will enroll in the academy right next to it. That way we can still see each other frequently. The girl's thoughts were like the summer night breeze, somewhat stifling, yet filled with a naive charm. Su Yu paused, looking at the girl who had always silently supported him. Although he was a young man focused solely on his martial pursuits, he was not entirely oblivious. Su Yu reached out and gently patted Walulu's head. When the time comes, I will protect you. Anyone who dares to bully you, I shall strike them down just as I did today. Hualulo was stunned, and moments later a smile brighter than fireworks bloomed across her face. It is a promise, then. It is a promise. The two shared a smile, and the atmosphere seemed to shimmer with a delicate warmth. However, this display of affection was enough to leave me feeling quite full. An abrupt voice shattering the tranquil air suddenly rang out from behind. Startled, Su Yu and Hualulo quickly pulled apart and turned around, only to find me standing beneath a street lamp, having arrived unnoticed. My hands were tucked into my pockets, and on my shoulder sat Xiao Bai, gnawing on a drumstick. I smiled benignly at the pair. This young lady is not bad. She has a physique suited for giving birth to strong heirs. Ah, my mistake. I meant to say her cultivation foundation is quite remarkable. Before I could continue, Xiao Bai, perched upon my shoulder, spoke up first. With an expression as solemn as a seasoned elder's, it offered its own critique. But is having only one female companion truly sufficient? I saw on the television that the truly powerful all have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Xiao Bai licked the grease from its claws and tilted its head, its clever eyes scanning Suyu from head to toe. Suyu's face flushed red from our antics, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Hualuo was so mortified that she covered her face, stammered a quick farewell, and turned to run away. Xiao Bai, could you two please be a little more serious? Suyu looked at us with helpless frustration. I replied, I am being perfectly serious. I strolled forward, watching the silhouette of Hualuolua disappear into the distance, a smirk playing on my lips. Friends, of course. Father believes in you. However, a young man must know how to restrain himself. Preserve your internal energy while you are still honing your martial path. Enough, that is enough. Suyu hurried to cut off my nonsense. Father, there is truly nothing between him and me. Right now, I only wish to become strong. The teasing smile in my eyes slowly faded, replaced by a solemnity I had never shown before. I lifted my head to gaze toward the darkened sky at the end of the road. There, the once brilliant starlight suddenly dimmed. An invisible yet terrifying pressure, like dark clouds gathering, instantly blanketed the entire street. The street lamps began to flicker. The pedestrians around us seemed to sense an immense horror. Instinctively, they fled, and in a matter of seconds, the bustling street became completely deserted. It is here, I whispered those 2 words. In midair, an aged figure gradually manifested. He did not rely on any flight equipment. He simply stood there with hands clasped behind his back, stepping upon the void, his gray robes fluttering in the night wind, radiating a surging aura of blood and energy that left one breathless. Li Bo. At this moment, he was no longer the hunched-backed butler, but a martial saint holding the power of life and death in his hands. He looked down upon my father and me from above, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, his voice as cold as millennial frost. Normally, I would not resort to bullying the young, but what can one do? Some people are ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and offend those they should not. I shielded Suyu behind me. My expression remained calm, as if the person standing before me were not a martial saint, but an ordinary elderly neighbor. Could it be that the young master of the Li family, having fairly lost the duel, now wishes to lose his moral integrity as well? I spoke, my tone laced with a hint of mockery, calling for an elder to intervene because the child lost. Is this the conduct of the Li family of the Firestar Pavilion? Is that all the capability you possess? Li Bo's expression darkened, and with a cold shout, a terrifying pressure from the martial saint realm surged downward like a tidal wave. The glass of the surrounding buildings shattered into pieces. The asphalt road was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Whether you dare to admit defeat is not for you to decide. Today I act only on behalf of the young master. A murderous intent flickered clearly in Li Bo's eyes. Suyu felt a suffocating pressure, her entire body feeling as if it were being. Even moving a single finger had become a struggle. Is this the true power of a martial saint? The sheer pressure alone was enough to leave a Grandmaster like him without any means to resist. I smiled and took a step forward. An aura, just as terrifying, even more domineering, erupted from within my body. The purple gold essence, shimmering like a dragon, instantly tore through the suffocating pressure exerted by Li Ba. The 2 vast energy fields of the martial saint level collided in midair, sounding like a thunderous roar. To dare lay a hand on my son within my own territory? I raised my head, my gaze piercing like lightning as I stared directly at Li Ba hovering above. Old man, who gave you the courage to do such a thing? Li Ba's pupils contracted in shock. So you are indeed a martial saint as well, though I had already suspected as much. Yet truly sensing your bottomless depth of cultivation, it still stirred a tempest within my heart. This remote base truly conceals a hidden dragon, but the arrow is already notched on the bow. I have no choice but to fire. Since we are both martial saints, let me witness the extent of your prowess. Li Ba knew well that if he failed his mission today, he would have no way to answer to his family. He prided himself on his prestigious heritage and the top-tier techniques he had mastered. He did not believe he could lose to some self-taught amateur. Suyu, I advise you not to meddle in this. Do not waste a lifetime of cultivation for the sake of your son. Those targeted by the Li family have never once survived. As the massive battle was about to erupt, I did not strike immediately, but instead tilted my head and whispered to Xiao Bai on my shoulder. Xiao Bai, take Suyu away. I am not going. Suyu, anxious, wanted to step forward. My voice broke no room for questioning. The shockwaves of a battle at this level alone are enough to kill you. If you remain here, you will only distract me. Though Xiao Bai was usually unreliable, it was deeply loyal when it mattered most. Understanding the gravity of the situation, it immediately leaped from my shoulder, its body expanding, and clamped its jaws onto Suyu's clothing. Little one, do not cause trouble. Compared to your father, you are but a weakling. Be gone. Xiao Bai transformed into a streak of white light, pulling Suyu rapidly into the distance. Seeing this, Li Ba immediately condensed his killing intent into a flame, launching it towards Suyu. You wish to flee? Stay right here. Your opponent is me. I let out a cold snort and flicked my finger, a ray of purple gold energy instantly shattering the flame. Old man, your opponent is me. Tonight, I shall teach you what it means to enter a place from which there is no return. I slowly ascended into the air to face Li Ba from a distance. Meanwhile, upon the city walls several kilometers away, 3 figures stood silently in the shroud of night. They gazed toward the city center where two terrifying auras were erupting. They were the three oversight envoys of the Federation. Watching the sky distort from the battle of the martial saint, Zhang Ye shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with apprehension and helplessness. It is said that the Li family of Mars has always been tyrannical and overbearing. I see now that the rumors are true. Because of a dispute between children, they have mobilized a martial saint to strike within our Earth's territory, and with such arrogance? Are we truly just going to stand here and watch? The hot-tempered oversight envoy surnamed Li folded his arms across his chest, huffing coldly as his fists cracked. And what else would you have us do? The typically quiet and reserved oversight envoy surnamed Du let out a long sigh, his eyes betraying a deep sense of powerlessness. That is a martial saint. Although the three of us are martial emperors, stepping into that conflict would be suicide. Remember, that is the Li family. The Li family, to whom even the high-level officials of the Federation must show deference, the oversight envoy Du murmured, watching the two silhouettes collide in the distance. Shaking his head, the duty of us oversight envoys is to maintain the order of the examination, but when faced with a private battle of this magnitude, we are completely unable to intervene. That Suyu may be a martial saint, but I fear the odds are stacked heavily against him. It is a pity that rare genius Suyu will likely lose his life tonight along with his father. A cold night wind swept dried leaves across the ground as two streaks of light, one following the other, tore through the night sky of the Kanglan base, descending upon a Gobi desert wasteland 30 kilometers away. This place was a true no-man's land. Beyond the occasional monster and the whistling of the wind, there was nothing else. Good. Very good. Li Ba stepped upon the void, his robes fluttering violently in the wind. He looked at me as I hovered across from him. A flash of admiration crossed his eyes, but it was quickly eclipsed by a frigid, murderous intent. So I'd assumed you would use the civilians in the base as a shield, forcing me to hesitate for fear of harming them. Yet I never expected you to have the audacity to come out here. For this courage alone, you are worthy of being called a man. I clasped my hands behind my back, the purple gold essence of my life force shimmering faintly across my skin, insulating me from the biting cold. I looked at Li Ba with a faint smile. There is no one else here, and there is no need for you to pretend to be a lofty senior, Li Ba. You lured me here. Was it not to kill me and then dispose of my son so you could report back to that useless young master of yours? As it happens, I too wish to see exactly how much capability the legendary orthodox martial arts of the Li family of Mars truly possess. Arrogant, Li Ba's expression darkened, his aged old face instantly turning as cold as frost. Though I am but a low-level martial saint, I cultivate the Li family's peerless Li-Fire mysterious art, capable of channeling the Li fire of heaven and earth, incinerating all things in existence. How could your strength, honed in the back alleys of earth, ever compare to mine? Today I shall teach you the meaning of true heritage and orthodoxy. No sooner had the words left his lips than the aura surrounding Li Ba erupted violently. The essence of heaven and earth within a 10-mile radius, as if summoned by an emperor, surged frantically toward him. The pitch-black night sky was illuminated in a bizarre, vivid crimson. Blazing flames ignited from the void, swirling madly around Li Ba, casting him as a god of fire emerging from the molten depth. Li Ba thrust his withered hand forward with tremendous force. The endless flames in the air instantly coalesced into a crimson fire dragon, hundreds of meters in length. The dragon was lifelike, its scales shimmering with a heat capable of boiling the seas and scorching the heavens, carrying a suffocating pressure. It lunged toward me with bared fangs and claws. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the air was consumed instantly, emitting a sizzling sound that chilled the heart, even causing the Gobi desert floor below to melt directly into flowing lava. This is the power of a martial saint, channeling the forces of heaven and earth, a single strike capable of destroying cities and leveling lands. Facing the terrifying fire dragon barreling toward me, my expression remained unmoved. While the towering inferno was reflected in my eyes, the depths remained cold and tranquil. It was nothing more than a flashy display. I did not mobilize the essence of heaven and earth. I merely parted my feet in the air, my spine arching like a powerful coiled dragon. Every muscle in my body moved in perfect unison. With my blood and ki boiling, channeling the true intent of the mountain-crushing ox fist, I did not evade, but charged head-on, throwing an unadorned punch at the dragon's massive skull. This strike possessed no flamboyant light effects, no earth-shattering fluctuations of energy, only the pure, supreme power of blood and chi. As my fist collided with the fire dragon, time seemed to freeze for a second, before a terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, radiating violently in all directions. The hundreds of meters-long fire dragon, which had appeared invincible, was like a balloon pierced by a needle, beginning to shatter from the head downward. Faced with the unmatched dominance of my fist intent, the towering flames were scattered into countless sparks, dissipating into the night wind. The overwhelming shockwave continued unabated, crashing directly into the Gobi desert below and carving out a massive dust and debris soared into the heavens. What is this? Li Ba's pupils contracted sharply, his face etched with pure disbelief. Without tapping into the essence of heaven and earth, he had shattered my fire dragon technique using nothing but raw physical strength. How could this be possible? By the laws of the martial Tao, a martial saint is powerful precisely because they can borrow the strength of the world. No matter how formidable a physical body may be, it has its limits. How could it possibly rival the vastness of heaven and earth? But he does not know that I am not merely a martial saint. I am a martial saint who possesses the supreme chaos body. My physical strength is naturally 10 times that of others at the same cultivation realm. Is this what you call orthodox power? I stepped out from the towering inferno, not even a single thread of my robe scorched. I brushed off my sleeves, my tone laced with disappointment. If this is all the heat you can muster, it is far from enough. You arrogant brat! Li Ba was utterly incensed by my blatant disdain. His hands moved in a rapid blur to form seals, drawing an even more violent essence from the heavens and earth. Behind Li Ba, a massive fire vortex formed, spanning over 100 meters in diameter. The vortex rotated at a terrifying velocity, emitting a shrill, piercing whistle. Its overwhelming gravitational pull dragged massive boulders from the ground into the sky, where they instantly melted into molten lava. Take this, palm strike! Li Ba roared, and the colossal fire vortex surged toward me like an apocalyptic tempest. Facing this even more ferocious assault, I finally drew the ordinary alloy blade hanging at my side. The blade was as clear as water, gleaming with a cold, piercing light. In the next moment, an aura so sharp it felt as though it could sever space itself erupted from my body. I made no unnecessary movements. I simply took a deep breath, gripped the blade with both hands, and aimed at the fire vortex that blotted out the sky, gently unleashing a single void-breaking strike. Severing the flow, a golden-purple blade beam barely 3 meters wide shot forth. This blade light appeared minuscule compared to the massive vortex, yet its sharpness was so profound that one dared not look at it directly. It sliced through the exterior of the fire vortex like a hot knife through butter, severing the internal connections of the spiritual essence without the slightest resistance. In the end, the colossal fire vortex was cleaved in two in midair, and due to the collapse of its structure, it detonated violently. A rain of fire descended like a brilliant display of fireworks. I remained standing there, blade in hand, my expression utterly calm. Li Balon stumbled out from within the sea of fire, his complexion pale, yet the flames of fury in his eyes burned brighter than ever. To think that a mere martial saint could comprehend intent to such a degree. Li Ba gritted his teeth, but without the reinforcement of heaven and earth's origin energy, you are ultimately doing nothing but draining your own vitality. Let us see how much longer you can endure. Condense at Li Ba's thunderous roar. The scattered flames surrounding him gathered once more, transforming into a brilliant, shimmering crimson battle armor that encased his entire body. The surface of the armor featured veins resembling flowing lava, radiating a heat of thousands of degrees. Immediately following this, Li Ba reached out, and a long crimson blade manifested from the void. The moment this weapon appeared, the surrounding space was scorched, warping and hissing as it began to distort. Li Ba shifted his posture. This time, he opted for melee combat rather than long-range strikes. Although he was a martial saint of the mage class, bolstered by a divine weapon and battle armor, his close-quarters lethality was equally terrifying. Li Ba surged forward like a meteor, his long blade carrying the force to boil the seas and incinerate the heavens, viciously slashing toward my head. A strange smile flickered in my eyes. With a subtle movement of my wrist, I met his strike with the ordinary iron longsword in my hand. The two blades collided, emitting a piercing ring of clashing metal. Amidst the spray of sparks, Li Ba felt a peculiar force coursing along the length of his blade. It was not a rigid head-on counter-impact, but rather a cunning spiraling force. It had successfully neutralized 7/10 of the strike's power. How could this be? Li Ba was stunned. The weapon in his hand was a first-grade artifact. The blade in my hand, according to Li Ba, should have been severed and melted the moment they made contact. Yet, while my longsword had been heated to a glowing red, it remained unbroken. This was because in the instant our blades collided, my wrist had vibrated thousands of times at a frequency invisible to the naked eye. Combat technique, reaching the entrance to the void realm. Utilizing high-frequency vibration and precise force deflection skills, I managed to disperse that terrifying impact throughout my entire body and even dissipate it into the surrounding air. Li Ba, refusing to believe what he saw, swung his blade frantically through the night sky. Two figures transformed into spheres of light, raining attacks upon Li Ba like a violent tempest. Each strike carried the fury of hellfire. Intent on incinerating me, for the most part I remained on the defensive, occasionally lashing out with a counterstrike, always pinpointing the vulnerabilities in Li Ba's technique, forcing him to retreat into a defensive stance. After more than 100 rounds, Li Ba grew increasingly alarmed and restless. He realized that I was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how ferociously he erupted with power, his opponent countered with ease. Furthermore, the ordinary long blade in my hand, under the control of my micro-level perception, was able to hold its own against his ancient artifact. I thrust my blade forward to repel Li Ba, then shook my slightly weary wrist and spoke indifferently. Your blade technique is far too crude. You rely entirely on your divine weapon and cultivation base to suppress others. It seems the martial path of Mars has truly lost its way. Silence. Your attitude has shattered my patience. I shall show you the true meaning of despair. Li Ba had completely lost his composure, holding nothing back. The blood martial saint energy within his body surged violently, and he even began to incinerate his own vital essence. 9 colossal fire dragons emerged from the void, sealing off every path of retreat. Li Ba leaped high into the air, the ancient blade in his hand erupting with a blinding crimson light, the blade expanding to 10 meters in an instant, carrying a might capable of destroying both heaven and earth, as he struck directly down toward me at the center of the encirclement. This technique gathered the entirety of Li Ba's lifetime cultivation. It was his ultimate strike. Die. Faced with this overwhelming lethal situation, I suddenly sheathed the long blade in my hand. I watched Li Ba descending from the heavens, the corners of my mouth curling into a cold smile. It was this desperate moment that I had been waiting for. If Li Ba had continued to play it safe, subduing him would have required far more effort. But now he had willingly delivered all his blood essence and origin energy right to my doorstep. In that case, I shall stand on ceremony no longer. My figure flickered, and instead of retreating, I surged forward, charging straight into that terrifying blade of light. Courting death. Li Ba rejoiced. However, my body shifted instinctively, triggering my movement technique. In the blink of an eye, I evaded the blade, slipping away like an elusive fish. I closed the distance instantly, appearing directly before Li Ba. The space between us was less than 10 centimeters. I thrust both hands forward, pressing them firmly against Li Ba's chest, which was encased in burning armor. "Old man, I'll borrow your vitality for a moment," I said, as the laughter on Li Ba's face froze instantly. He felt the patch of skin I touched suddenly transform into the gateway to an abyss. The profound primordial energy and vast vitality within his body, which had been burning with fervor, were suddenly drained in a mere heartbeat as he prepared to unleash his finishing move. How is this possible? My vitality, my primordial energy. Li Ba screamed in sheer terror. He tried to struggle, to retreat, but found himself completely paralyzed. The suction force was far too terrifying. In the span of a single breath, the majestic flame armor adorning Li Ba flickered and extinguished. The 9 fearsome fire dragons in the air, deprived of their energy source, immediately vanished into nothingness, and even the radiance of the weapon in his hand grew dim. Conversely, as the vast influx of high-quality martial saint vitality surged into my body, a purple light erupted from within me. "No, this cannot be. Let go. I am from the Li clan." Li Ba was now so terrified that his soul seemed to have left his body. I gazed at the old man, withdrew my hands, and delivered a swift elbow strike. The blow landed squarely on Li Ba's chest, where his protective energy had completely vanished. The sickening crunch of bone resonated as his sternum shattered instantly. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, as he spewed blood mixed with fragments of his ruptured organs. He soared backward for hundreds of meters, slamming into a stone mountain and causing half of it to collapse. Dust and debris filled the air. I descended slowly, cracking my neck with a sharp sound. I walked toward the ruins, observing Li Ba lying amidst the rubble like a dying dog, gasping for his final breaths. I shook my head. So this was all a so-called orthodox martial saint had to offer. I reached out and hoisted Li Ba up as if he were a mere stray dog. Li Ba's face was slick with blood, his eyes vacant, stripped of all the dignity that a martial saint should possess. He looked at me, his eyes reflecting nothing but endless fear and despair. Don't kill me." Li Ba begged weakly for mercy, but I replied, "Rest assured, I shall not end your life just yet." I let out a cold smirk, my white teeth glinting under the moonlight, looking particularly sinister. "Your young master is still waiting for you at the base, after all." I hoisted Li Ba up, my figure flickering into a streak of light as I darted toward the Kanglan base. At the Kanglan base, the night wind howled against the steel ramparts, carrying the biting chill characteristic of the wilderness. 3 supervisors of the Federation, all at the martial emperor level, stood upon the city walls. Their gazes were fixed firmly on the wilderness several kilometers away, the region where energy fluctuations had just subsided. Only minutes prior, that land had been a purgatory of soaring flames and rampaging blade chi. It was a battle of the martial saint level. "It is over." Zhang Ye swallowed hard, his voice dry and strained. Just as the 3 of them stood in shock, a bolt of violet light tore through the night sky, closing the distance from afar. It arrived with a breathtaking sonic boom. It descended instantly, causing the hearts of the 3 men to skip a beat. Instinctively, they surged their protective blood energy. The streak of light slammed into the rampart, causing the reinforced alloy foundation to crack instantly. A cloud of thick dust billowed into the air. As the dust settled and the light faded, a tall figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. I was wearing a gray tracksuit without a single speck of dust upon me, my expression as calm as if I had merely taken a stroll downstairs. In my hand, I held what looked like a dead dog. It was an old man covered in blood, his limbs limp, his state of life or death uncertain. When the 3 supervisors recognized the old man's face, they all drew a sharp breath in unison. That face? Though beaten beyond recognition and slick with blood, the signature gray cloak could deceive no one. It was Li Ba, the high and mighty martial saint from the prestigious Li family of Hexing. His breathing was as thin as a silken thread, his chest caved in, utterly devoid of the invincible aura he had possessed moments before. Zhang Yi felt as though his mind were about to shatter. He had envisioned countless outcomes. He imagined Su Yu defeated and killed, or Su Yu fleeing heavily wounded, or perhaps even a stalemate. But never in his wildest dreams did he think I could capture a martial saint alive, let alone reduce him to such a state. To defeat someone and to kill them are 2 entirely different concepts. And to kill someone versus capturing them alive are worlds apart. To capture a martial saint alive requires strength at least 2 minor realms higher than the opponent, reaching a level of absolute suppression. Could he be a mid-stage or even high-stage martial saint? Heavens, just what kind of dragon has this Kanglan base been hiding? I casually shifted my grip on the unconscious Li Ba. My cold gaze swept over the 3 federal officials who stood before me, paralyzed by fear. "Why are you just standing there?" My voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable sense of authority. "Where is Li Xinghe?" The 3 of them looked at one another, their minds blank. They tried to speak, but overcome by shock and terror, their throats felt constricted, unable to utter a single word. "Have you lost your tongues?" I frowned slightly. A flicker of the martial saint's pressure, honed from the recent punitive battle, inadvertently leaked from my body. The floor tiles beneath their feet shattered instantly. At the Tianhao Hotel, in the presidential suite on the top floor, Zhang Ye was the first to react. Terrified to the point of nearly kneeling, he spoke with the speed of a machine gun. That is the base's facility reserved for distinguished guests. Li Xinghe has been staying there ever since the assessment concluded. My thanks. I nodded. Without sparing them another glance, I tapped the ground lightly and my body transformed into a streak of violet light, soaring directly toward the city center of the base. Only when my aura had completely vanished did the three men on the rampart feel the crushing weight upon their hearts lift. Gasping for breath, they realized their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The heavens are changing. The heavens are truly changing. Overseer Du watched the direction of my departure and muttered while at the Tianhao International Hotel in the top-floor presidential suite. Damn it all, that wretched native of Earth. Li Xinghe sat on the sofa clutching a bottle of expensive wine, yet he drank as if he were grinding his teeth in frustration. Although his face had received basic treatment and the swelling had subsided, that stinging sense of humiliation remained etched into his very bones. No matter what he did, he could not shake it off. Li Xing took a large gulp, his eyes flashing with a venomous light. In his view, Li Ba taking action was merely a condescending act of bullying. For a martial saint to kill a grandmaster is no different than crushing an ant. Suyu must have turned into a corpse by now, or is currently suffering in the hands of Li Ba, wishing for death but unable to find it. Talent, rank, what do they amount to? Before absolute strength and power, they are nothing but trash. Li Xing consoled himself with these thoughts, desperately trying to use the glory. At that very moment, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted without the slightest warning. The bulletproof door, crafted from a specialized alloy, was kicked off its hinges as if it were a mere sheet of paper. The mangled door shrieked as it tore across the living room, shattering the floor-to-soiling bulletproof glass upon impact. Li Xinghe was so startled that his hands trembled. Spilling his wine all over himself, he bolted from the sofa, staring at the doorway in pure terror. Who dares to trespass in this young master's quarters? As the dust settled, a middle-aged man stood in the doorway, clutching a blood-soaked figure in his right hand. Li Ba. Upon recognizing the face of the bloodied man, the rage on Li Xinghe's face instantly froze, replaced by an expression of extreme dread. That was his protector, a martial saint of the Li family, the very pillar that allowed him to act with such impunity on Earth. Yet here he was, being dragged to a lifeless cur. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. Li Xinghe staggered back 2 paces and collapsed onto the sofa, his lips trembling, unable to utter a coherent word. Are you surprised? I walked into the room with a cold, mocking smile. Is this the authentic martial saint you relied upon? Is this the pillar of support that gave you the confidence to demand my son's life? I casually tossed the half-dead Li Ba at Li Xinghe's feet. Fresh blood splattered onto Li Xing. The warm, viscous sensation finally forced him to realize that this was no hallucination. Li Xing let out a shrill scream, frantically scrambling backward on all fours. He curled up tightly into the corner of the sofa. Don't come any closer, I am warning you. I am the direct descendant of the Li family of Xia. My father is the head of the Li clan. My grandfather is a powerhouse at the Starlord realm. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, the Li family will never forgive you. Even now, he was still attempting to use his family's reputation to intimidate me. I stepped closer, my formidable aura pressing down on Li Xing until he could barely breathe. The Li family of Xia? I stood before the sofa, looking down at this trembling worm with utter contempt in my eyes. If the Li family consists entirely of your sort, then I would like to see exactly what they can do to me. While I spoke with confidence, I understood the situation clearly in my heart. At this moment, I truly lack the strength to face the entire Li clan, but I cannot reveal my weakness, and even more so, I cannot kill him. Killing Li Xinghe would forge an irreconcilable blood feud. The Li family would spare no cost to exact their revenge. Therefore, I must remain composed. I must perform this charade. Seeing that his threats had no effect, Li Xinghe's mental defenses completely collapsed. What exactly do you want? He spoke through tears and snot, his face a mess of weeping. What do I want? A cold glint flashed in my eyes. I leaned forward, suddenly grabbing Li Xinghe by the collar and hoisting him into the air with a single hand. Were you not feeling quite arrogant just moments ago? Was it not you who sent this old man to take my son's life? Now show me that arrogance once more. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Li Xinghe hung suspended in the air, his legs kicking helplessly like a defenseless child. I beg you, spare me. I have money. I can give you a great deal of money. 1 billion, 10 billion, as long as you spare me. I will give you everything I have. I let out a cold laugh, my eyes filled with utter disdain. With a flick of my hand, I struck Li Xinghe across the face with a heavy slap. I used no chi or blood energy, relying solely on physical strength, yet it was enough to make Li Xinghe remember this day for the rest of his life. Several teeth coated in blood flew from his mouth. The left side of Li Xinghe's face swelled instantly like a bun. The force of the blow left him dizzy and disoriented. His mind rang with a dull, constant buzzing. This strike was on behalf of my son. I turned my hand and delivered another strike. And this strike, I delivered it simply because I wished to. Li was beaten into a daze. Beyond weeping and pleading, he no longer possessed a single thought of resistance. Stop, please stop. I am nothing but trash. The man who was once the invincible noble of the Firestar planet was now groveling like a dog. The rage within my heart finally began to subside. I tossed Li Xing back onto the sofa as if he were mere refuse. Listen closely, I said, smoothing my slightly wrinkled collar and assuming an expression of unfathomable authority. I turned my back to Li Xinghe, gazing out at the fractured night sky beyond the window, my voice dropping into a low, enigmatic tone. Li Bo, I know you have regained consciousness. Li Bo, who had been feigning death, trembled slightly and struggled to open his eyes. Go and tell the other immortal old fools of your Li family. My voice radiated a domineering aura that looked down upon the world, coupled with an underlying mystery that no one could decipher. Did you truly believe that a minor base like Kanglan could naturally produce a martial saint? If it were not for the fact that the powers behind me wish to remain hidden and have no desire to squabble with the meager cultivation of your Li family, both of you would have already perished here today. Having spoken these words, my figure flashed, and I flew directly out through the shattered window, vanishing into the vast night, leaving only the elder and the youth in the room, trembling in the cold wind. The powers behind him, Li Ba gasped with great difficulty, his eyes filled with terror. Indeed, how could a lone cultivator be this powerful? How could he possess such combat techniques capable of transcending ranks? Unless he is the successor to some ancient hidden sect or a guardian secretly cultivated by the highest echelons of the Federation. At this moment, in the Qingyun Manor, Suyu was pacing anxiously back and forth in the living room, covered in cold sweat, his eyes darting to the wall clock every few seconds. It is all your fault, all your fault. Suyu muttered, his fingernails digging deep into his skin. If not for you provoking Li Xinghe, father would not have had to go risk his life against a martial saint. That is a martial saint we are talking about. If anything were to happen to father, thinking of the possibility of his father's death, Suyu felt as if the sky were collapsing, his heart gripped as if by a vice. Stop pacing, you are making this deity dizzy just by watching you. On the sofa, Xiaobai lay gnawing on a roasted chicken, yet its eyes darting back and forth betrayed its inner agitation. Say, if the boss is truly beaten to death, let us make a run for it. Xiaobai mumbled, wiping its mouth as it spoke. I've already looked into it. We flee toward the south, hide in the deep mountains and ancient forests for a few hundred years, and once you become a martial saint, we can return to seek vengeance. Would that not be ideal? You gluttonous creature. Suyu suddenly turned his head, his eyes reddened as he glared at Xiaobai. You may flee if you wish, but I shall remain here and wait. If father truly does not return, I will go and throw my life away against that old man. Why must you be so unreasonable? This Xiaobai retracted his neck, his voice growing fainter. In truth, it was terrified that its long-term provider of meals would perish. Just as the man and the beast were sinking into despair, a familiar whistling sound pierced the air. Immediately afterward, a figure descended like a meteor, landing firmly upon the courtyard grass. Suyu and Xiaobai rushed toward the floor-to-ceiling window in haste. They saw me standing under the moonlight, hands tucked into my pockets. With a relaxed expression, I stood smiling at them from outside the house. Far from being injured, not even a wrinkle marred my robes. Suyu let out a joyful cry, rushing out to throw himself into my arms. In this moment, the composure of a Grandmaster and the dignity of an expert were cast aside. He was merely a child worried for his father. Father, are you all right? Where is that old man? Are you not injured? Suyu felt across my body, checking for wounds. His voice was choked with emotion. You foolish child, my heart warmed, and I let my son embrace me, smiling as I patted his head. Who do you take your father for? Did a mere old man from the fire planet really think he could harm me? He has already been driven away by me. Boss, you have finally returned. At this moment, a white blur also dashed over. Xiaobai hugged my leg, frantically rubbing its face against my trousers. Its obsequious display was truly eyesore-inducing. Boss, you scared me to death. Just a moment ago, this kid kept trying to drag me away to flee, but I sternly refused. I told him that the boss's divine technique is peerless, and that a martial saint is nothing but a fart. I would rather die than leave before your triumphant return. Xiaobai spoke while surreptitiously winking at Suyu. Suyu was left speechless, having never seen such a shameless creature in his life. I looked on with amusement and gave Xiaobai a light kick. Enough, stop your sycophancy. A coward like you were surely planning your escape just now, weren't you? Xiaobai was unfazed by being exposed. It rolled on the ground and fawned. Was I not merely trying to preserve a revolutionary spark? I shook my head, gazing at Suyu with tenderness in my eyes. My son, this matter has finally been resolved. The Li family will likely not dare to cause trouble for a short time. My words, delivered with a stern and chilling tone, could only intimidate them temporarily. Once they regain their composure or successfully investigate my father's background, an even greater storm will descend. Therefore, we cannot afford to remain idle. We must seize every moment to grow stronger. I patted Suyu on the shoulder. Mars, the great Yuexuan base. This is one of the largest bases humans have constructed on Mars and is the core stronghold of the Li family, a prominent financial conglomerate of the Federation. Unlike the lush greenery of Earth, the sky of Mars is a stifling deep crimson. A massive energy barrier envelops the entire city, and at the city center, a floating palace constructed entirely of black spirit metal radiates a suffocating pressure. The Li family ancestral grounds. Inside the main hall of the spirit palace, the air is frozen in stillness. Upon a throne carved from meteorite core, an old man draped in purple robes sits. It is the head of the Li family Yushin, a 6th Order Star Realm expert. This is a terrifying existence, one capable of traversing space with his physical body and destroying a small satellite with a single strike. At this moment, Li Yukin's expression is as dark and gloomy as a gathering storm. The 2 rows of Li family high-ranking officials below the hall are as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to breathe, fearing they might provoke the patriarch's ire. In the center of the hall, Marshal Saint Li Ba, once thought to be invincible, is currently kneeling on the ground, his aura weakened to the point of exhaustion. Patriarch, the events unfolded as follows. Li Ba's voice trembled with immense shame. That Suyu, he did not utilize a single shred of heaven and earth origin chi, relying solely on physical strength and bizarre techniques. He has defeated this servant. Li Yukin slammed his hand onto the armrest of the throne. The incredibly durable black spirit metal instantly crumbled into dust. Without using heaven and earth origin chi, Li Yukin stood up and a terrifying aura reminiscent of an ancient beast immediately blanketed the entire hall. He suppressed you using only his physical body? A legitimate martial saint wielding a long spear defeated a place as insignificant as Kanglan? A dangerous glint flashed in Li Yukin's eyes. Where are the shadows? At Li Yukin's summons, the darkness in the corner of the hall suddenly stirred. A woman clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit, her face as cold as ice, materialized from the void and knelt on one knee. Your subordinate, Mi Ying, awaits the Patriarch's orders to mobilize the entire intelligence network of the family on Earth. Investigate him for me. I want to know everything about this Su Yu and which faction stands behind him. As you command. The woman named Mi Ying obeyed, her figure dissolving into a wisp of black smoke before vanishing from the grand hall. Li Yuan settled back onto his throne, his gaze shifting toward the trembling Li Bo. And what about you? Li Yuan snorted coldly. As a martial saint nurtured by the clan, you were captured alive by a nobody and dragged before a junior like a dead dog. You have utterly disgraced the Li family. The death penalty may be waived, but the punishment for your failure cannot be avoided. Go to the blazing fire lake and endure 3 years of penance. Whether you emerge alive or not, that will be up to your own fate. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. His body trembled violently, yet he dared not offer the slightest resistance. He could only kowtow heavily. Thank you, Patriarch, for sparing my life. Having dealt with the matter, Li Yuan looked toward Earth, his gaze seeming to pierce through hundreds of millions of kilometers of void. At the Kanglan base, time flowed like a white horse passing a crack in the wall. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since the Martial Dao College entrance exam concluded. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. Again? Will this ever end? Xiao Bai, lying on the sofa lazily nibbling on a spirit fruit, stretched out its body. Looking utterly weary of life, it muttered, "This is the 12th time today, isn't it? My beauty sleep has been completely ruined." In the living room, Su Yu, who was practicing the Hunyuan Yiqi technique, also sighed helplessly. He opened his eyes and straightened his clothes. There is no help for it. This is the price of fame, Su Yu said with a wry smile. Ever since the video of his actual combat performance was released, his score of 3,250 points and his ability to instantly annihilate opponents while crossing levels of cultivation had immediately sent shockwaves through all the colleges of the Federation. The admissions offices of the major colleges were like sharks smelling blood, frantically flocking to the Yunding Manor. The day before yesterday, the vice principal of Jiangnan Martial Arts University arrived in person, promising Su Yu the treatment of a core disciple, plus a martial emperor to serve as his mentor. Yet Su Yu's father was already a martial saint. Why would he care for a mere martial emperor? And so Jiangnan Martial Arts University had to leave in disappointment. Yesterday, it was the first military academy of the Western Theater District, offering the enticing condition of the rank of major. In this manner, Su Yu had declined invitations from over 10 top-tier universities within a single week. This time, they seemed different. My voice drifted down from the second floor. I was wearing loose loungewear holding a teapot as I walked slowly down the stairs. My gaze pierced through the door, seemingly seeing through everything. 2 first-tier interspatial starships, those were vessels that only the most elite academies could possess. I walked over and sat in the main seat on the sofa, the Martial Arts University of the capital and the Martial Arts University of the Magic City. The 2 towering pillars of the Huaxia martial world could finally no longer remain idle. As the main gate opened, the 2 of them stepped into the living room of the Yunding estate almost simultaneously. On the left was a middle-aged man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. He possessed a towering frame and a square jaw. Every step he took was as steady as a mountain. His entire body radiated the ruthless aura of a battlefield veteran. He was Lei Zhen, the admissions director of the Capital Martial Arts University and a peak martial emperor. To his right stood a young woman in a white professional suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She was breathtakingly beautiful with a cold demeanor, yet her eyes were as sharp as blades. A faint fluctuation of spiritual energy rippled around her. She was Long Qingru, the special admissions leader of the Magic City Martial Arts University, also a peak martial emperor and furthermore a spiritual master. In any smaller base, either one of these individuals would be a formidable figure whom even a city lord would have to personally welcome. However, upon entering, their gazes immediately swept past Su Yu and locked onto me as I sat on the sofa drinking tea. Lei Zhen and Long Qingru both shuddered inwardly. As peak martial emperors, their senses were incredibly acute. Yet, to their perception, the person before them appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged man, devoid of any fluctuations in blood energy. But the moment their eyes met mine, they felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, as if they were standing before the vast, boundless, star-filled sky. Truly unfathomable. They exchanged a brief glance, immediately shedding the arrogance expected of elites from top-tier academies. Their expressions turned profoundly respectful. Junior Lei Zhen pays his respects to the senior. Junior Long Qingru pays her respects to the senior. The two of them bowed simultaneously with cupped fists. I nodded slightly and gestured toward the sofa opposite me. Sit. Since you have come for the sake of viewer, let us get straight to the point. I am not one who enjoys beating around the bush. Lei Zhen and Long Qingru took their seats, their gazes finally falling upon Suyu standing to the side. With just a single glance, a spark of astonishment ignited in their eyes. His blood energy was like a coiled dragon, hidden yet powerful. A marvelous seed truly, he was a flawless piece of uncut jade. Lei Zhen's heart leapt with joy. The report stated the boy was a Grandmaster, but witnessing the quality of this blood energy firsthand, it was even more terrifying than an ordinary mid-stage Grandmaster. Lei Zhen spoke first, his voice booming. Su Yu, I am from the Capital Martial Arts University. You are already familiar with our school's philosophy. We prioritize practical combat and a solid foundation. With that, he held up 3 fingers. First, you shall be granted enrollment with elite tier benefits. All cultivation resources will be provided free of charge and without limitation. Second, we will provide a peerless cultivation manual capable of reaching the Starlord realm, the 8 Desolation 6 Monkey technique, along with your choice of 2 martial arts skills. Third, a dean of our Capital Martial Arts University, a powerhouse at the 3rd tier Starlord realm, will personally accept you as his final closed-door disciple. As these words fell, silence descended upon the living room. Su Yu could not help but feel his heart quicken. To have a Starlord realm expert as a master, this was an opportunity that countless individuals could only dream of. Department head Lei was certainly being generous. Lin Qingru, sitting beside him, adjusted her glasses, the corner of her mouth curled into an elegant yet provocative smile. However, Su Yu practices the saber arts. Are you people at Capital Martial Arts University who specialize in boxing truly certain you can guide him? Lin Qingru turned to look at Su Yu, her gaze softening, filled with allure. Su Yu, our Demon Capital Martial Arts University is situated at the most prosperous economic center of the Federation. Whether it concerns vision or the flow of resources, it is not something that the antiquated Capital Martial Arts University can compare to. Our terms are as follows. First, we provide resources of the same rank along with personal guidance from a Starlord. This is our standard offering, I need say no more. Second, and most importantly, a glint flashed in Lin Qingru's eyes as she played her trump card. Our Demon Capital Martial Arts University holds control over an ancient ruin within our solar system that has only recently been unearthed. This ancient ruin is not only promised to you upon joining our university, but we guarantee you an opportunity to enter and seek the legacy of the ancient martial arts before your 2nd year. Ancient ruins, Su Yu was stunned. In this era of high martial arts beyond modern techniques, the most mysterious and formidable power lies in the ancient martial legacies discovered from the depths of the universe. Every ancient ruin discovered represents a wealth of destiny and peril, the chance to claim the mantle of the ancients. I, who had remained silent until now, suddenly set my teacup down, the china clinking sharply against the table. I cast a smile that was not quite a smile at Lin Qingru. Miss Lin, if my memory serves me correctly, this so-called ancient ruin is a fragmented level ruin, is it not? The spatial stability within is abysmal. Those who enter face a 90% mortality rate. Do you intend for my son to act as a scout for your university, or are you truly interested in nurturing his talent? As the words finished, Lin Qingru's expression shifted instantly. She had not expected that a reclusive expert in such a remote base would be privy to such classified information. In truth, I had not spent the past week idle within the Kanglan base. Relying on the strength of a martial saint, I had traveled to other bases and naturally had gathered some useful intelligence. Senior, you have misunderstood. Lin Qingru was just about to offer an explanation. I waved my hand to cut her off, then turned my gaze toward Lei Zhen beside her. Director Lei, if the Magic Capital Martial Arts University wishes to gamble on luck, could you perhaps offer something more tangible? My fingers tapped rhythmically against the tabletop, my eyes deep and unfathomable. For instance, providing an existing martial god weapon directly. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhen's pupils contracted sharply. He looked at me intently, a storm of turbulent emotions rising within his heart. This man was far too shrewd. His very first words had struck at the heart of the matter. Exploring ancient ruins is a massive gamble. It is not merely dangerous, but to relinquish an existing martial god weapon, that is a true loss of vital resources. Lei Zhen remained silent for a long moment, seemingly locked in a fierce internal struggle. He looked at Su Yu, who possessed heaven-defying talent, and then back at me, whose depth was impossible to gauge. On one hand, securing a student with extraordinary talent, while simultaneously recruiting an expert suspected to be at the martial saint level or above. Finally, he gritted his teeth, retrieved a palm-sized metal box from his robes, and placed it heavily on the table. Senior Su is indeed an expert who knows the trade. If the Magic Capital Martial Arts University wants to play games, we of the Jingwu University will play for real. As Lei Zhen opened the box, a bone-chilling aura instantly permeated the entire living room, causing the moisture in the air to freeze into frost on the floor. Inside the box lay a single flying dagger, no larger than a standard blade, its entire body translucent like moonlight. His chaos physique surged with a trembling primal desire, a Tier 1 martial god weapon. The moon-severing blade, Lei Zhen said, his voice tinged with a hint of reluctance, though his resolve remained firm. This is an artifact we unearthed from a ruin on Mars. Although it is only Tier 1, it was forged from stellar core fragments, it can pierce anything, and possesses innate armor-breaking and freezing attributes. The most critical aspect is that it is a psychokinetic weapon, Once young Suyu attains the martial emperor realm and awakens his mental powers, he will be able to wield it. As long as young Suyu signs the contract, this blade is yours immediately. Lin Qingru, standing nearby, opened her mouth to speak, only to realize she had no counteroffer of comparable value. While the magic capital martial arts university was wealthy, a martial god weapon of this caliber was a strategic reserve. As a mere recruitment team leader, she had absolutely. Since Jingwu has shown such sincerity, Lin Qingru sighed, stood up and offered a slight bow to me and Suyu, her voice tinged with deep regret. Then this junior will no longer humiliate herself. Suyu, I wish you a future as brilliant as brocade within Jingwu. Having said this, she turned and left without the slightest hesitation. In the living room, only Lei Zhen remained, gazing at Suyu with an expectant expression. Suyu's father looked at me, his eyes filled with silent inquiry. I looked at Qing Hanyue and nodded in satisfaction. Before departing, Lei Zhen was in an excellent mood. A rare look of seriousness crossed Chuguo's face, replaced by a satisfied smile. He withdrew a jet-black metallic bracelet from his robes, its surface shimmering with light and shadow, and solemnly placed it into Suyu's hand. This is a specialized smart terminal reserved for Jingwu disciples. It is not merely a mark of your status, but also the key to accessing the vast resource treasury of Jingwu. Lei Zhen instructed with a grave tone. The encrypted data package for the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique has already been pre-installed. As for the 2 supplementary martial arts techniques, you may log into the Scripture Pavilion via your bracelet to make your selection. Once selected, the holographic projection of the manual and the core cultivation insights will be transmitted directly to your bracelet. Suyu accepted the bracelet and fastened it to his wrist. Following a crisp chime, a blue holographic interface materialized before his eyes, displaying countless complex and profound options that flowed like a waterfall. Welcome to Jingwu, Suyu. Leaving behind these words, Lei Zhen patted Suyu's shoulder before turning to stride away. He boarded his starship, which transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. After dinner, Suyu sat cross-legged on the sofa, his expression focused as he scrolled through the holographic screen projected from his wrist. It was the exclusive resource library of the Capital Martial Arts University. Beside him, I held the remote, appearing to watch the evening news with feigned indifference, but in truth my gaze constantly drifted toward my son, feeling a mixture of emotions toward the brat. Hurry up with your selection. If you take too long, how am I supposed to use it? I urged silently, thinking that the foundation of this Jingwu is indeed profound. Suyu's fingers swept across the light screen, the dazzling array of martial techniques leaving him slightly indecisive, for there were thousands of techniques at the high level and above. It was only natural that any one of these, if brought into the outside world, would cause masters to fight until their deaths. I took a sip of tea, maintaining a calm and collected composure. Jingwu is the premier academy of the Federation, after all. Without a few hidden trump cards, how could it hope to maintain its standing? One cannot digest what one cannot hold. Choose only that which is most suitable for you. Suyu nodded, his gaze finally resting upon a martial technique titled Three Fires Thunderblade. The Three Fires Thunderblade, a Tier 2 high-grade technique. Suyu softly recited the introduction, a fierce and overbearing blade technique that utilizes one's own life essence to ignite the blade, simulating the destructive power of lightning. A martial saint can use this to comprehend the power of the elements early on. Upon reaching the level of a martial saint, one can summon the true fire of the world and the divine thunder of the 9 heavens. The 3 fires are scorching fire to burn the body, soul fire to scorch the spirit, and killing fire to strike the heart. The 3 thunders are yang thunder to banish evil, yin thunder to penetrate the bones, and water thunder to shatter all resistance. Each strike of the blade is like the fires of hell, peerless in its dominance. Suyu's eyes brightened. Although he already possessed the space-severing blade, that technique prioritized speed and precision. When facing a multitude of enemies or an opponent with formidable defenses, he lacked a method of explosive offensive power, and this 3 Fires Thunderblade perfectly compensated for his weakness. This is not bad. This is the one. Suyu decisively tapped to confirm his selection. Exchange successful, you may still choose one more martial technique. Suyu did not pause, continuing to browse through the list. He already had his offensive method, and for footwork, he possessed the Wild Plains movement technique inherited from his father. Although the name was somewhat rustic, it remained remarkably effective. For defense, he had the impenetrable chaos physique. Thus, Suyu felt he still required a skill capable of immediate explosive power, something that could turn the tide of battle in a desperate situation. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a corner of the screen where a digital scroll with a deep crimson cover rested. Blood Slaughter Transformation, a secret arts technique. Suyu carefully read the description. Blood Slaughter Transformation, a Tier 1 ultimate grade incomplete scroll. An ancient martial art that draws the killing intent of the heavens and earth into the body, burning one's own life essence for a short duration to triple one's strength. However, the side effects are immense. Those without sufficient life essence who attempt to cultivate it will suffer severed meridians at best, or explode into a mist of blood at worst. Warning, unless your life essence is as vast as an ocean, choose with extreme caution. If an ordinary martial artist saw the words explode and die, they would have fled in terror long ago. But as Suyu read the phrase life essence as vast as an ocean, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Insufficient life essence? What a joke. He was a possessor of the chaos physique. As long as he had Xiaobai acting as a power reserve, or continued to slaughter enemies on the battlefield to devour their essence, his life essence would be inexhaustible. This desperate technique, which carries such grave side effects, was deemed a massive gain for him. This is the one. A flash of excitement ignited in Suyu's eyes as he pressed confirm once again. Exchange successful. The 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies technique, the 3 Fire Lightning Blade, and the Blood Slaughter transformation data are currently being transferred. He watched as the progress bar on his wristband reached completion. Suyu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though he had finally grasped the key to becoming a powerhouse. Have you finished making your selections? I was watching television. My mother immediately noticed her son's movements and turned around to ask. Yes, I have made my choice. Suyu said with excitement. Father, I have chosen the 3 Fire Lightning Blade and the Blood Slaughter transformation. I see very well. You can explore the specifics yourself. I waved my hand, cutting off my son's enthusiasm, and said with a stern expression, martial arts are merely shackles, while a cultivation technique is the true foundation. That 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies technique is a supreme art. It can be cultivated all the way to the Star-Lord realm. While your current cultivation manual is not bad, its potential is far too limited. Go to the training room at once and switch your cultivation technique. Switching techniques is the most time-consuming task. Do not let yourself be distracted. These were my sincere words. Although I did this so that I could synchronize my power rapidly, ensuring Suyu builds a foundation for the Star-Lord realm as early as possible was truly of the utmost importance. Understood, Father. Suyu did not harbor a shred of doubt. He stood up immediately and rushed into the underground training room, filled with burning determination. Watching my son's retreating figure, the smile on the corners of my mouth gradually became unbridled. Heh, good son, my future rests entirely upon you. I never expected to reach this high martial world. I have become a cripple, possessing absolutely no cultivation base. The only thing I can rely on is a genius son, one said to be a talent appearing only once in 10,000 years. I had originally intended to accept my fate and pin all my hopes on my son becoming a dragon, but who could have expected that I would activate the father relies on son system at this very moment? My strength will always remain 4 major realms higher than my son's. And so I began to play the role of an impoverished father. By day I labor at the construction site, my back aching from hauling bricks, and by night I cough up blood at home, all to ensure my son exerts himself with madness, while I sit back and reap the benefits without lifting a finger. As night gradually descended, I sat cross-legged on the second-floor balcony, silent and awake, quietly waiting for time to slip away. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, a faint fluctuation of vital energy emanated from the underground cultivation chamber. Moments later, deep within my consciousness, a familiar and wondrous mechanical voice resonated like a clarion call. System detected that the host has successfully mastered the multi-attribute cultivation technique, 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies art. Talent rating, supreme. Just as the host entered the gate, the system determined the technique is of an extremely high grade, triggering a super enlightenment feedback loop. The host's 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies art has automatically evolved to the state of perfection. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the core profound meaning of the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies art. Elemental mastery, successfully grasped the method to manipulate the essence of heaven and earth. At that very moment, I felt my soul lifted by some mysterious, unfathomable power, breaking free from the shackles of my physical form and ascending into a higher dimension. The world before my eyes transformed completely. What I previously perceived as empty, vacant air now surged with myriad colors. Countless tiny specks of light danced in the void. The intense red of fire, the gentle blue of water, the agile green of wind, the majestic violet of thunder, and the steady gold of earth. This is the essence of heaven and earth. This is the foundation upon which this world is built. Although I had already reached the martial saint realm, capable of using my immense spiritual power to forcefully mobilize these energies, I lacked the precise methods to truly command them. But now, following the perfection of the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies art, these elemental energies have become as obedient soldiers in my eyes, effectively becoming an extension of my own body. So, this is how it truly works. I reached out, my fingertips gently brushing the space before me. The ocean of energy, previously stagnant, instantly began to churn. The red fire elements joyfully gathered at my fingertips, docile as a child. Is this what they call a multi-attribute cultivation technique? A sharp light flashed in my eyes. In truth, the essence of heaven and earth possesses no inherent attributes. It is pure chaos. Martial artists merely use different cultivation routes to convert it into specific forms. An ordinary martial saint is usually limited to specializing in a single attribute, much like Li Bo, who desires to cultivate 2 simultaneously. It not only requires an incredibly high level of talent, but it also easily leads to a conflict of essence within the body, resulting in chi deviation. However, the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies manual is different. The reason it can become the supreme art of the martial realm is because it incorporates all things with a profoundly mysterious structure, forcibly fusing 3 completely different attributes, even those that naturally counter one another: fire, water, and lightning. I clenched my fists, feeling the immense power surging within my body. Only now can I truly be considered a martial saint. Although the Cloud Peak Pavilion is vast, it would certainly not withstand the toll of a martial saint's cultivation. I suppressed the excitement rising within me. My figure flickered, and 2 minutes later I appeared in midair above a desolate mountain range, 50 kilometers away from the Kanglan base. With its jagged rocks and complete absence of soul, this is the perfect place to train. Come then, let me witness the true might of this Star-Lord realm technique. I hovered several hundred meters in the air, my robes fluttering violently in the wind. I took a deep breath, no longer suppressing the power coursing through my veins. Fire, come! I raised a hand toward the heavens, and the fire elements within a 10-mile radius instantly surged in turmoil. They gathered frantically into the palm of my hand. In an instant, a gargantuan fireball with a diameter of 10 meters manifested in the sky. This sphere of flame was not a common red, but a blinding, extreme white gold. The temperature must have reached at least 10,000 degrees. I felt the blistering waves of heat. Even the space around it was scorched to the point of distortion. This flame is far beyond the so-called Li fire of Li Bo. It is not merely one tier stronger. Disperse, I waved my hand, dissipating the fireball. I then gestured with both hands, pulling the water elements toward me. Despite the arid desert surroundings, the sound of rushing tides suddenly thundered through the air. Countless azure blue water elements converged, forming a blue water dragon over 100 meters long beneath my feet. This water dragon is no ordinary stream. Each drop of water is as heavy as a mountain. It is primordial heavy water. A single drop can crush stone. A river of it could collapse a mountain. Lightning, come! Purple light flashed in my eyes. With a sharp crack, cloud suddenly blanketed the clear night sky. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, striking precisely into the palm of my hand. Far from being harmed by the lightning, it felt as though I were wielding a long, crackling purple whip. Arcs of electricity danced across my fingertips, radiating an aura of utter destruction. Fire, water, and lightning. I stared at the three forces swirling around me, my eyes brimming with exhilaration. What would happen, I wondered, if I were to fuse them together? It was a reckless, maddening thought. According to conventional martial theory, water and fire clash and explode upon contact, while lightning and fire trigger a violent collapse. Yet, the true essence of the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies manual lies within the harmony of water, lightning, and fire. This is a profound secret technique recorded within that very manual. With a grave expression, my hands moved to form seals, darting so rapidly they left only afterimages in their wake. Following my gestures, the 3 strands of heaven and earth origin energy began to converge slowly toward my chest. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment the 3 energies made contact, they erupted with a volatile, unstable vibration. Yield to me. I let out a low shout, relying on my perfection stage control to forcibly mold these 3 berserk forces together. Seconds later, all signs of turbulence vanished. Floating in my palm was a 3-colored sphere no larger than a fist. Its surface rippled with intense crimson, azure, and violet light, appearing both exquisite and eerie. It emitted no heat and no outward pressure, resting silently like a simple glass orb. Yet only I knew the cataclysmic energy compressed within that tiny vessel. It was a miniature, highly unstable singularity. My gaze locked onto a barren rocky mountain standing 500 meters tall in the distance. I flicked my finger. The 3-colored orb tore through the night sky, leaving a brilliant trail of light in its wake. It moved with such extreme speed that it vanished into the heart of the mountain in an instant. 1 second, the silence was deathly. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted, illuminating the night for 5 miles and turning the darkness as bright as high noon. Rumble. The delayed explosion sounded like the thunder of a deity, shaking the earth to its very foundations. Before my eyes, the 500-meter-tall mountain swelled like an overinflated balloon, before instantly disintegrating. There were no falling boulders, for the intense heat of the blast had vaporized every stone into dust in a single heartbeat. A scorching firestorm shot toward the heavens, forming a colossal mushroom cloud. This was followed by a frantic network of lightning, incinerating every living thing in the vicinity. Finally, a crushing shock wave of heavy water pressure descended, causing the earth within a 1-kilometer radius to sink 3 meters deep. Fire incinerating, lightning annihilating, and heavy without a moment of respite. After a long while, the dust and smoke finally dissipated. I hovered in midair, gazing down at the gargantuan crater, 1,000 meters in diameter, peering into the bottomless abyss where molten lava flowed and electrical arcs danced across the floor. I could not help but swallow hard. This power was somewhat excessive. The mountain was gone, not even a fragment remained. This destructive capability far surpassed the full-strength strike of an ordinary martial saint. I even suspect that even if a so-called Star-Lord realm powerhouse were to arrive, they would be stripped of a layer of skin just to withstand such a blow. And this was merely a small sphere fashioned by my hands on a whim. If I were to condense one with my full strength, utilizing my entire essence, the aftermath would be too magnificent to even contemplate. The 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique is truly a supreme manual leading directly to the Star-Lord realm. This Water Thunder Fire Curse shall become my standard finishing move from this day forth. I nodded in satisfaction and dispersed the aura surrounding my body. My figure flickered, vanishing into the wilderness, leaving behind only that massive steaming crater, a new unsolved mystery on the outskirts of the Kenglin base. At that same moment, within the grand capital, the opulent council chamber of the Wang clan was shrouded in an atmosphere of suffocating pressure. Wang Jin, the current patriarch of the Wang clan, sat rigidly upon his throne carved from rare sandalwood. His brows were furrowed deep in a frown, his eyes bloodshot, while his fingers tapped rhythmically and unconsciously against the armrest. It was clear he was in a state of extreme agitation. Just then, a middle-aged woman adorned in luxurious silk robes approached, carrying a tray of tea with cautious steps. After observing his expression for a long moment, she could no longer remain silent. Master, offering Lu Yun, has been gone to the Kenglin base for several days now. Logically speaking, handling such a trivial matter should have been resolved long ago, yet there is still no sign of him, and all communication has been severed. I am deeply concerned. Could something unexpected have occurred over there? Before she could finish, Wang Zhen violently swept his hand, sending the precious teacup crashing to the floor, splashing boiling tea everywhere. Get out. Wang Zhen stood up abruptly, pointing at the woman's face as he roared. Lu Yun is a peak martial king. What could possibly happen to him in that desolate backwater? Do you think I am not troubled enough as it is? Those mad dogs of the Liang clan are pressing us step by step in the western city's medicinal pill market, having already seized 3 of our core storefronts. The family business is on the verge of ruin. And yet you come to disturb me with the trivial affairs of Lu Yun? Get out of my sight! Time passes as fleetingly as a white horse galloping past a crevice. Almost a month has elapsed since the conclusion of the martial arts examination. In the underground training chamber of the manor, Feng Su practiced. Rumble. The muffled sound of thunder echoed throughout the confined space. The air was saturated with the stifling stench of blood and scorched earth. Su Yu stood bare-chested, his muscles taut as iron with a strange dark red aura undulating across his skin. With every breath he drew, the surrounding air seemed to be stained the color of blood. A brutal bloodthirsty aura erupted from within his body. The bloodthirst transformation, this supreme incomplete secret manual, demands the burning of one's own vitality in exchange for a surge of explosive power. To an ordinary person, this is no different from drinking poison to quench one's thirst. But for Su Yu, who possesses the chaos physique, it is like a fish returning to water. Consolidate, Su Yu whispered. The chaotic vortex within his body spun frantically, forcibly compressing that violent blood-red aura. Simultaneously, the battle blade in his hand swung out. Across its edge, 3 colored flames and 3 colored lightning arcs intertwined. 3 Fire Thunderblade, entry-level mastered. Although it was only the entry level, that destructive force left deep, charred fissures upon the alloy walls. Su Yu sheathed his blade and stood upright. The crimson glow in his eyes gradually dissipated. He glanced at the time, a satisfied smile curving the corners of his lips. 1 month, 2 martial techniques brought to the entry level. This speed is hardly considered slow, is it? At the same time, on the second floor terrace, I, who had been in a constant state of idle cultivation, was relaxing on a rocking chair, holding a chilled, refreshing beverage in my hand. The moment Su Yu finished his training, a sound as melodious as the heavens echoed in my mind. System notification: your disciple Su Yu, possessing transcendent talent, has successfully cultivated the 3 Fire Thunderblade to the entry level. Host: the 100x critical enlightenment multiplier has been activated. Congratulations, Host. The 3 Fire Thunderblade has automatically evolved to the perfection realm. Host has successfully mastered the 3 fires: Blazing Fire, Soul Fire, and Killing Fire, and the 3 lightnings: Yang Lightning, Yin Lightning, and Water Lightning. Furthermore, 10 days ago my bloodthirst transformation had already automatically evolved to the perfection realm. Boom, a terrifying and indescribable aura erupted from within my body, but it was locked firmly within a 3-meter radius around me by my micro-level control. With a mere thought, I summoned the system interface. Disciple, Martial Master Realm Mid-Stage. Host Realm Martial Saint Realm Mid-Stage. 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Technique. Martial Technique, 3 Fire Thunderblade. The Blood Slaughter transformation has reached perfection, the Fierce Flow Fist has reached perfection and Birth Fist Intent, and the Void Piercing Blade has reached perfection and Birth Blade Intent. The Moon Stepping Movement Technique has reached perfection alongside masterful combat skills. My cultivation is now at the mid-stage of the Martial Saint realm. I clench my fist, sensing a power within my body that feels capable of crushing the very stars. At the Martial Saint realm, the gap between every minor stage is as vast as heaven and earth, and I now possess the Supreme Chaos Body. Mastery over cultivation manuals and martial arts techniques at the perfection level, and combined with this mid-stage Martial Saint cultivation, even a peak-stage Martial Saint might not be an impossible opponent. I stand up slowly, my gaze becoming profound and inscrutable. Furthermore, it seems a little mouse has been watching this place for a long time. Outside the Yunding Manor, behind a dark cloud 1,000 meters in the air, a graceful figure, almost merging with the night, hovers in the void. She wears a black nano-stealth suit, appearing like a phantom shadow devoid of physical substance. She is the leader of the Li family's secret guards, Mi Ying, a peak-stage martial saint. She is the sharpest blade in the hands of the patriarch Li Yuan, and also his most secretive trump card for this mission to Earth. Her mission is simple: investigate the background of Su Wu and determine if there is any hidden power supporting him from the shadows. If there is, remain motionless; if not, show no mercy. Mi Ying stares at the manor below through her high-tech tactical visor. According to intelligence, this Su Wu only broke through to the Martial Saint realm a month ago. Then why just a moment ago did I sense a surge of energy so intense it made my heart race, a pressure equivalent to a peak-stage martial saint? Her intuition has never failed her. The aura that erupted from Su Wu a moment ago was fleeting, yet the oppressive force at that level reminded her even of the patriarch, Li Yuan. Could it be that he has been concealing his cultivation, or does he possess some immensely powerful ancient artifact? Mi Ying's heart is filled with unease and astonishment. She decides to move closer, relying on the darkness attribute origin energy she prides herself on. Even a martial saint of the same level would find it difficult to detect her presence. However, just as she moves her body, preparing to infiltrate the inner circle of the manor, I, standing on the rooftop, suddenly look up, piercing through 1,000, those eyes burning with a brilliant violet gold light. locked onto the dark clouds where Mi Ying was concealed with unerring precision, a cold, mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Upon observing the full extent of the chapter, a voice rang out clearly. It did not travel through the air, but instead detonated directly within Mi Ying's mind. What? Mi Ying's hair stood on end, her heart constricting in terror. She had been discovered, and by way of a direct telepathic transmission. This meant the opponent's spiritual strength was in no way inferior to a peak martial saint like herself. As a top-tier assassin, Mi Ying's reactions were instantaneous. Without a moment's hesitation, her body shattered into countless black mirages, fleeing frantically toward the desolate desert outside the Kanglan base. Since you have arrived, why the rush to leave? My voice remained steady and unhurried, as if whispering directly into her ear. In the next moment, a beam of violet gold light streaked toward the sky, its speed reaching the absolute limit, somehow even faster than Mi Ying's evasive techniques. 300 kilometers outside the Kanglan base, within the desolate mountain range, two figures, one pursuing, one fleeing, traversed hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. Damn it, how is his speed so fast? Mi Ying glanced back, her heart filled with dread. She specialized in shadow movement arts, renowned for their velocity and elusive, ghostly nature. Yet I remained behind her like a maggot in the bone. No matter how she accelerated or maneuvered, she could not shake me off. Realizing she could not outrun me, she came to an abrupt halt, hovering in midair, her hands forming a seal. Whoosh! The light within a 10-mile radius was instantly swallowed, plunging the entire space into absolute darkness. Within this void, Mi Ying's aura vanished entirely, as if she were the sovereign of the night. Such petty tricks. I brought my figure to a stop at the edge of her domain. I felt no panic, merely reaching out to grasp at the void. An ordinary alloy long blade appeared in my hand. Though the blade was common, the moment it was held in my grasp, it was no longer ordinary. I have just gained a new insight. I shall use you to test the blade. I drew a deep breath, the 8 Desolations 6 Harmonies technique circulating wildly within my body. The profound mystery of the 3 Fires lightning blade erupted to its full, perfected state. One could see that the ordinary alloy blade was instantly engulfed in 3 distinct roaring flames. The crimson scorching fire to incinerate the physical body, the ghastly green soul fire to burn the spirit, and the black slaughter fire to stir the inner demons. Simultaneously, 3 types of lightning coiled around it. The golden yang lightning, fierce and unparalleled, the violet yin lightning, elusive and unpredictable, and the white water lightning, capable of shattering all things. 3 fires, 3 thunders. 6 distinct extreme energies fused perfectly upon the blade, their vibrations causing the surrounding space to fracture into a dense web of cracks. I murmured softly, wielding the blade with both hands and striking gently into the endless void, releasing a 6-colored arc of blade energy 1,000 meters long. It carried an aura capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth as it tore across the night sky. This single strike seemed to force the very sky asunder, splitting it into 2 halves. The domain of eternal darkness, which had previously enshrouded the world, proved as fragile as a tattered black cloth against this 6-colored blade aura. It was instantly shredded, incinerated, and purified. From within the darkness came a scream of extreme terror. She felt a flash of light before her eyes, followed immediately by the arrival of an indescribable, overwhelming force. Seeing this, Mi Ying no longer hid her true strength. Her cultivation at the peak of the martial saint realm erupted without restraint, and countless streams of black energy condensed before her, transforming into thick, heavy protective shields. She even summoned a series of miniature black hole vortices, attempting to swallow this terrifying blade energy. However, it was all in vain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment the blade energy collided with the protective shields, a blinding light erupted. The thunderous roar echoed across the entire valley. The violent shockwave leveled the 3 mountains standing below. Countless massive boulders were ground into fine powder. Crack that black shield, which had seemed indestructible, under the sharpness of the 6-colored blade energy, could not endure for even a second before shattering like glass. How could this be? The power contained within the 6-colored blade aura was too pure, too overbearing. This was truly a technique birthed for the sole purpose of destruction. Seeing the blade aura closing in, a look of desperate resolve flashed in Mi Ying's eyes. She struck her own chest with a heavy palm, spitting out a massive mouthful of her core essence blood. In that instant, her body exploded, transforming into thousands of black bloodbats that scattered in a frantic attempt to escape. Boom! The 6-colored blade aura swept through, and at least half of the bloodbats were vaporized on the spot, leaving not even a trace of residue behind. Yet a few core blood shadows remained. Cloaked by the explosion, they managed to narrowly force their way into the void, vanishing without a trace. As the dust settled, I remained suspended in midair, clutching the long blade. By now, the blade had half melted, unable to withstand the sheer magnitude of the power exerted. I watched the blood shadows flee, but I did not pursue them. I knew the opponent had resorted to a forbidden technique, sacrificing their very foundation to escape. Even if they survived, they would return as a cripple. Their cultivation base would drop to at least the early martial saint stage, and they might never progress further for the rest of their lives. They certainly moved fast. I discarded the half-melted blade, my expression entirely indifferent. A peak martial saint, although the Wang family possesses some influence in Jiangnan, their foundation is far too shallow. It seems there is no mistake that this was the Li family from Mars. One beats the old only to face the older. You members of the Li clan are truly like persistent spirits that refuse to fade. Though being targeted by a Star Lord level expert is a troublesome affair, I felt no trace of fear in my heart. Through the verification of that last strike, I have gained a clear understanding of my combat capabilities. Under the augmentation of my master-level martial arts and the supreme chaos physique, my offensive power has transcended the boundaries of a martial saint, reaching the threshold of what is known as a Star Lord. Time slipped away like water through one's fingers, passing in silence. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. During these 2 months, to establish a perfect Grandmaster foundation for my son, I spared no expense. With the resources Fan Hong delivered, I even stealthily frequented the black market, using my martial saint-level strength to forcibly trade for several extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth. For instance, the blue spirit vine, which can climb marrow and meridians, and the soul yin wood, which enhances spiritual power. Beneath such a massive accumulation of high-tier resources, compounded by the terrifying digestive capabilities of the chaos physique, Suyu's cultivation base soared rapidly. Late-stage Grandmaster, peak Grandmaster, half-step Great Grandmaster, and finally, that day in the special underground cultivation room, Suyu sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This breath shot forth like a white rainbow, piercing a small hole into the alloy floor. At this moment, a layer of faint golden brilliance shimmered around his body. That is the sign that the vital energy and blood within his body have reached the limit of density, on the verge of liquefying and undergoing a qualitative change. Resting silently within the box lay a medicinal pill burning with a deep crimson hue, its surface etched with flowing magma-like veins. The Breaking Realm Pill. This was the elixir I had acquired at a tremendous cost. Refined personally by a Grandmaster alchemist within the Kanglan base, it promised a 50% increase in the probability of a breakthrough to Grandmaster realm, with absolutely no side effects. The time is now. Suyu's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the Breaking Realm Pill. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, it dissolved, instantly transforming into a torrent of energy so violent it defied description, charging through his limbs and meridians like an enraged dragon. "Break for me!" Suyu gritted his teeth. He endured agony so intense it felt as though his very meridians were being torn asunder. He frantically circulated the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique. The chaotic vortex within his body roared to life, operating at maximum capacity to forcibly suppress and absorb, refining the berserk medicinal force. Then he felt as if something had shattered deep within his frame. It was the shackle of human biological limits. Boom, a vast aura as boundless as the sea erupted from within Suyu's body. The blood flowing through his meridians had at this very moment completely transmuted. A Grandmaster, an 18-year-old Grandmaster. Suyu abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light shooting forth like lightning. He could sense that his current strength was at least 10 times greater than when he was at the peak of the Master Realm. At the same time, on the second-floor terrace, Tu Minggu, who had been guarding his son, reclined leisurely on a rocking chair, a copy of the Chronicles of Starry Anomalies in his hand. At the very moment Suyu achieved his breakthrough, that familiar and marvelous mechanical sound echoed in the depths of his mind, just as expected. System detected. Host Suyu has cultivated diligently with a perfect foundation, successfully shattering human physical limits to ascend to the early Grandmaster realm. Host has surpassed the major Master realm, becoming a Grandmaster and an 18-year-old one at that. Activating Super God feedback, synchronizing with the host's current realm. Life form level elevation initiated. Congratulations, host, you have broken the shackles of your planet and ascended to the first level of the Star-Lord realm. The momentum of this breakthrough was more terrifying than any that had come before. Suyu felt his consciousness momentarily torn from his body as if he were drifting through the infinite starry cosmos. Surrounded by brilliant galaxies with a blue planet beneath him, a brand new power that transcended all mortal things began to manifest within his body. Every one of his cells was frantically dividing and restructuring, evolving. The original human genetic sequence was completely altered in that instant, forging a more perfect interstellar life form, better adapted to the environment of the universe. If a martial saint borrows the power of heaven and earth, then a Star-Lord creates their own heaven and earth. I let out a low growl and every bone in my body began to crackle and pop with crisp, resounding intensity. Immediately after, the most astonishing change occurred. Deep within my Dantian, the vast reservoir of energy and blood which had been so abundant began to collapse toward the center, compressing countless amounts of energy until it converged into a single point, and finally it detonated with explosive force. A small vortex radiating a chaotic light began to slowly take form within my Dantian. It rotated with agonizing grace, surrounded by shimmering points of starlight resembling a miniature universe that had just been birthed. A star core, this is the hallmark of a Star-Lord realm expert and the very source of their power. With it, I no longer need to rely on the essence of heaven and earth like a martial saint, but can instead directly consume and store that essence within myself, even in the void of space where there is no air. The star core can extract energy from cosmic rays to sustain the vitality of life. Is this truly the power of the Star-Lord realm? I slowly opened my eyes and within my pupils 2 stars seemed to be revolving in silent orbit. I reached out and gently clenched my fist. Following this transcending breakthrough, I could sense that my physique had been refined and strengthened immensely. I took a deep breath and with a mere thought the star core within my body accelerated its rotation. The heaven and earth essence within a 100-mile radius surged violently, rushing toward me like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Even the clouds in the sky were torn asunder by this gravitational force, forming a massive funnel-shaped vortex. Disperse. I had no desire to cause such a commotion, so I quickly suppressed my thoughts and withdrew my aura. To any observer, I still appeared as that ordinary middle-aged man. But only I knew that if I were to strike out with a single blow now, I fear I could truly level an entire small city. Is this the true strength of a Star-Lord realm martial artist? The corners of my mouth curled into a smile of absolute confidence. Father, I have succeeded. I have finally broken through to the Grandmaster realm. At that very moment, the door to the basement was flung open, and Su Yu, like an excited child, ran straight out to the second-floor balcony, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. Excellent, I looked at my son. I nodded in deep satisfaction. An 18-year-old Grandmaster is a rare phenomenon in the history of the Federation. It seems that those resources were not wasted after all. And after all, is it not merely the Grandmaster realm? Look at how agitated you are, acting as if you have never seen the world before. On the sofa, Xiaobai licked its paws and cast a glance with an expression of utter disdain. It shook its snow-white, soft fur, and its tail rose in an arrogant arc as a powerful aura was instantly released. The middle stage of the Martial Emperor realm, do you see that? I have not been idle over the past 2 months. I have effortlessly broken through to the middle stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Xiaobai raised its chin triumphantly, saying, if I were to transform now, I could slap you to death in a minute. Do you believe me? Although Su Yu wanted to retort, he had to admit that this divine beast was truly monstrous. He had narrowly escaped death just to reach the Grandmaster realm. Yet this creature simply slept and consumed a few spirit fruits, only to reach the Martial Emperor realm. Is this the disparity in innate talent between our species? Very well, stop discouraging it. I smiled and tapped Xiaobai lightly on the head. You are a beast, and it is a human. Your starting points were never the same to begin with. However, your current strength would allow you to hold your own, even in a place as filled with monsters as the capital Martial University. That is right, I said, my expression turning solemn. My tone softened considerably. In 3 days we will depart for the Yanjing base. That place is 108,000 miles away from Kanglan. I fear there will not be many opportunities to return in the future. If you have any unfinished business or anyone you wish to see, go and attend to it during these next few days. I looked at Su Yu with a meaningful gaze. Su Yu was stunned for a moment, and a beautiful figure immediately flashed into his mind. He nodded firmly, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. I understand, Father. Night fell, and the lights began to shimmer across the Kanglan base. This was a gathering place for the middle class. Although it was not as opulent as District A, it was filled with the warmth of life in front of a townhouse. The streetlights stretched Su Yu's shadow far into the distance. He held no precious gifts in his hands. Standing there in silence, his gaze fixed on the familiar door with a hint of trepidation. This was the first time he had come to see her under the identity of a Grandmaster, yet he felt more nervous than when facing a beast that had just broken its seal. A girl in a pale blue dress stepped out. Tonight Su Yu had clearly dressed with great care. The long dress flowed like water beneath the moonlight. The hem of the skirt swayed gently with the breeze. Her long hair was pinned up with a jeweled ornament. A few stray strands fell by her ears, looking both gentle and captivating. She did not wear her usual high ponytail, nor was she dressed in her sharp martial arts attire. At this moment, she had shed the strength of a martial artist, leaving only the tenderness of a young girl. You have arrived. Su Yu stood on the threshold, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her skirt, her voice soft. I have arrived. Su Yu looked at her, his throat feeling somewhat parched. The two stood there in silence, neither speaking a word. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken, carrying the faint, lingering weight of an impending farewell. Before this, the acceptance letters had already been delivered. Su Yu had been admitted to the capital Martial University without a hint of suspense. It was the political and martial center of the Northern Federation. While Xu Yu had also put forth great effort, her innate talent was slightly limited. She had been accepted into a key martial university in Jiangnan, one in the north, one in the south, separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. In this era of high martial arts, although airships existed, the rigor of their studies meant this was not merely a long-distance relationship, but a division of two different worlds. You are leaving soon. Xu Yu was the one to break the silence. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu nodded and stepped onto the threshold. Standing before her, he said, I leave in 3 days. My father said to go early to adapt to the environment. Xu Yu's voice sank slightly, then, congratulations to you. Capital Martial is the best institution. One day, you will surely become a formidable martial artist. Su Yu suddenly interrupted her. He reached out and gently lifted Xu Yu's chin so she would look into his eyes. This is only a temporary farewell. The youth's eyes were clear and resolute, as if they contained an entire sea of stars. I will cultivate with all my might and become strong, truly strong. Once I reach that summit, no matter where you are, I will be able to appear before you in an instant. Furthermore, with modern communication being as advanced as it is, we can simply initiate a video call. Please forgive my bluntness in saying so. The tears that had been welling in Hua Yueluo's eyes finally could no longer be contained and began to fall. Yet, the corners of her mouth curled upward into a beautiful arc. You fool, who would want to video call you every single day? I snorted softly. She wept with a smile. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she pulled a small, exquisite box from her pocket and handed it to Su Yu. This is for you. Su Yu took the box and opened it. Inside lay a dark blue hand-woven bracelet. The knotwork was incredibly intricate, a clear testament to the great effort and heart the maker had invested into it. Hanging from the center of the bracelet was a small jade bead engraved with the character U in delicate calligraphy. "This is a safety knot I wove myself," Huayulo said, her face flushing with color. "I heard from the elders that wearing this can ward off misfortune. You are traveling all the way to the capital. I only hope it brings you good fortune." Suyu gazed at the bracelet, a surge of warmth rising within his heart. It was of little monetary value, not even worth a fraction of a single bottle of the grade C nutrient solution he consumed. Yet in his eyes it was more precious than any earthly treasure or divine weapon. "Thank you." Suyu solemnly fastened the bracelet onto his left wrist. "Right here upon my pulse, I shall wear it always. As if you were always by my side." Hearing these heartfelt words, Huayuolo's face turned scarlet in an instant. Resembling a rape apple, she suddenly rose on her tiptoes, and before Suyu could react, a kiss as light as a feather landed upon his cheek. "This is for you as well." Having said that, the young maiden, like a startled fawn, turned and fled into the house, closing the door with a resounding thud. She left Suyu standing alone in the breeze, touching the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him, smiling foolishly. By the time I returned to the Yending Manor, the hour was already late. I stood on the second-floor balcony, watching my son walk toward me with a dazed smile, the faint scent of her perfume still lingering upon his cheek. I shook my head helplessly. This boy possesses some potential after all. Is it not just a single kiss? Back then, my words trailed off before I could finish my sentence. I recalled that 2 years ago, on a night just as brilliant and star-filled as this one, that peerless beauty Lin Wanyer had shyly kissed me just like that, promising to remain by my side for a lifetime. "Wanyer," I looked up at the vast, star-strewn sky, my eyes flickering with an ache of deep-seated longing. "Our son has grown up. Not only has he become a Grandmaster, but he has also found a young woman he cares for. Can you see it? Wait for me a little longer. It will not be long before I bring him to meet you." I took a deep breath, suppressing the gentleness in my eyes and regaining my stoic, imposing expression. "We depart in 3 days. Our destination is the Yanjing base. It is time to witness this so-called heart of the Federation. Just how many monsters and demons dwell within." 3 days later, the Yunding Manor had closed its doors. An S-class interstellar starship bearing the insignia of the Jinwu University departed from the docks of the Kanglan base. Leaning against the window, he gazed at the city growing smaller beneath him, looking down at the home that held his memories of the past decade or more. Though his eyes held a flicker of reluctance, they were filled primarily with an intense yearning for the future. As for me, I sat upon the sofa in the first-class cabin, closing my eyes to conserve my energy. The S-class starship pierced through the cloud layer and began its descent. Suyu leaned against the window to look down, his pupils instantly constricting. A shock that simply could not be described in words. Below him, a colossal city of steel lay sprawled across the plains like a slumbering behemoth. The towering black alloy walls stretched for nearly 100 kilometers. Along the ramparts, countless heavy-duty laser turrets gleamed with a cold metallic light under the sun. A single blast from any one of them would be enough to annihilate a frenzied beast. Above the city, a pale blue energy shield arched like a giant bowl, enveloping the entire base. This was the Yanjing base, Suyu whispered to himself. Compared to this, the Kanglan base, where he had lived for 18 years, truly felt like a remote, desolate village. 10 minutes later, the starship touched down steadily at the VIP landing pad of the Yanjing port. As soon as we disembarked, a young staff member wearing the Jinwu University uniform and black-rimmed glasses approached. A receptionist badge hung from his chest, and his face was... "May I ask if you are student Suyu and Master Su Pingzi from the Kanglan base?" The staff member bowed slightly, his tone both respectful and enthusiastic. "I am the representative sent by the Jinwu Academy Admissions Office, tasked with escorting student Suyu to the campus for registration." I cast a sweeping glance over this employee from head to toe. His aura was stable and his footing firm. To be an early-stage Grandmaster in a place as full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers as Jinwu, it stands to reason that they would dispatch a Grandmaster to receive a student. I nodded. "Master Su Pingzi, according to Jinwu's regulations, in order to foster independence in new students, parents may only accompany them to this point. The remainder of the journey, student Suyu must navigate on his own." As the staff member spoke, I did not offer any objection. I turned my head to look at my son, who had already prepared himself. "Go," I said as I adjusted Suyu's collar. My tone was calm. "Once you reach the academy and get settled, send your father a message. I will remain at the base. If anything happens, just call me. I understand, father." "Father." Suyu took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for his new life. "And as for you," I extended my finger and flicked lightly at Xiaobai, who was feigning death on Suyu's shoulder. "Take good care of him. If so much as a single hair on his body is lost, I will have you stewed." I know. You dotard." Xiaobai flicked his tail in dissatisfaction and turned his rear toward me. As I watched my son follow the staff member into the distance, the smile on my face slowly faded. How strange. I furrowed my brow. The intuition of a powerhouse made me sense something highly irregular. In the next instant, my figure flickered slightly and vanished from the spot. Having left the port, Suyu followed the staff member an internal shuttle bus, eventually disembarking at a secluded, overgrown station. "Student Suyu, that is the Jinwu training grounds ahead." The staff member pointed toward a dilapidated complex of buildings in front, explaining with a smile, "This is the school's new regulation for this year. All students, before officially enrolling, must walk through this old campus to ensure they do not forget their original aspirations. That is the intention. Suyu nodded, not thinking too much of it. After all, Jinwu is a top-tier institution. It is quite normal for them to have a few eccentric rules. However, after walking for half an hour, the surrounding structures became increasingly ruined, with dried vines growing thick upon the walls. Not only were there no other new students to be seen on the path, but not even a single shadow could be found. The air was thick with the scent of mold, and the silence was so oppressive it was terrifying. Something was wrong. Little Bai, who had been sleeping on his shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze, usually languid, instantly turned vigilant. It scratched at Suyu's neck with its small claws, transmitting a message through its divine sense. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Little Bai's sense of danger had never been wrong. He slowed his pace without changing his expression, his hand quietly moving toward the alloy long blade at his waist, while he inquired, "Master, how much further is it?" "I recall the map stating the main entrance of Jinwu is to the east. We seem to be heading north." The staff member walking ahead did not stop, his voice merely becoming somewhat hollow. "Almost there. Right ahead lies a shortcut that leads directly to hell." The moment the voice finished, the hair on Suyu's entire body stood on end. Without the slightest hesitation, he channeled the Xie movement technique, his body retreating dozens of meters instantly, moving like a phantom. At the same time, the staff member, who had previously appeared harmless, slowly turned around. The professional smile on his face had vanished entirely, replaced by a twisted, malicious grin, which bore features that were far from human. "Your reactions are quick, indeed." The man tilted his neck, causing his bones to crack and grind. "It is a pity that even if you grew wings, you would find it difficult to escape." A powerful aura of the martial sovereign realm erupted from his body, but this energy was not pure vitality. It was tainted with a malevolent miasma that made one's soul shiver. A genius. The man stomped his foot, shattering the ground as he transformed into a black streak of lightning, lunging straight towards Suyu. A pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand, thrusting directly towards Suyu's chest. The speed was overwhelming. Although Suyu was a Grandmaster, he still appeared somewhat weak when facing a martial sovereign in such an explosive state. His visual perception barely managed to track the opponent's movements, but his body could not react in time. Courting death. Just as the dagger was about to strike Suyu, a white blur leaped from his shoulder, letting out a roar that shook the narrow alleyway. Little Bai's figure expanded against the wind, instantly transforming into a majestic beast the size of a tiger, its white fur standing on end like needles of tempered steel. Surrounded by a shimmering, divine radiance, it struck out with a ferocious blow toward the target. What was that? The man clearly not expect Suyu to be harboring such a monster. In his haste, he could only raise his dagger in a desperate attempt to parry. Following the clash of metal came the sickening sound of a blade slicing into flesh. Xiaobai's peerless, razor-sharp claws shattered the dagger and, without losing momentum, viciously gouged 5 deep, bone-revealing gashes across the man's chest. His chest was torn asunder, his body sent flying backward to slam violently against a crumbling wall. That was a close one, almost scared the life out of this master. Xiaobai landed on the ground, maintaining a combat stance, and glanced back at Suyu. "Kid, you owe me a feast for this." Suyu let out a sigh of relief. But then something went wrong. Xiaobai suddenly bristled. Suyu looked closely and his scalp instantly went numb. The assailant, despite his torn chest, was not dead. From that horrific wound, it was not blood that flowed but a viscous blackish-green fluid. Even more terrifying was the sight of the internal organs within his body spasming and deforming uncontrollably. The man crawled out from the rubble, emitting a bizarre, spine-chilling laughter. The intelligence report was flawed. To think there would be a martial emperor-level beast guarding you. However, this is even better. Killing you both will earn me double the merit points. Accompanying a screeching sound of tearing fabric, the man's skin split open completely. Countless tentacles covered in suckers and sharp barbs erupted from within his body. His head split open, transforming into a maw filled with rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth. In a few short seconds, he was no longer human but a monstrous abomination, half man, half beast. As the transformation completed, the aura emanating from him began to skyrocket maniacally, directly breaking past the limits of a martial emperor, reaching the martial saint realm, a follower of the demon sect, a demon human. Suyu had studied this in high school. With a single glance, he recognized the origins of such a monster. This was the signature method of the heretical demon sect, fusing the genes of humans with alien beasts from the void to create run. Without a second thought, Xiao bit onto Suyu's clothing and turned to flee. A martial emperor challenging a martial saint, that is nothing short of courting death. "Do you think you can escape?" The monster roared, and the dozen tentacles behind its back instantly elongated to 100 meters, descending like a vast, inescapable net from the heavens, sealing off every path of retreat. "It's over." Suyu gazed at the tentacles blotting out the sky and earth, a surge of despair rising in his heart. Could it be that upon arriving at the capital, before even reaching the academy gates, he was destined to perish here? At the critical moment when the viscous, writhing tentacles were about to crush both man and beast into pulp, time itself seemed to halt. A majestic, indescribable pressure descended upon the desolate region without a single sign of warning, and the surrounding space instantly solidified. The tentacles, which had been thrashing wildly, now froze mid-air as if struck by a pause button, hovering less than 10 centimeters from Suyu. "Who?" The monster's eyes darted in terror. It discovered that it could not move even a single digit. The demonic energy within its body was completely suppressed as if it had encountered its natural nemesis. A figure appeared silently before Su Yu and Xiao Bai. I was dressed in simple casual attire, hands tucked into my pockets, my expression indifferent. Yet standing there, it was as if I were supporting the entire heavens. Boss, you have finally arrived. Xiao Bai transformed back into a small ball of fur, darting into my arms with a whoosh, trembling uncontrollably. I patted my son's shoulder gently before turning around, my gaze locking onto that hideous monster with glacial coldness. The demon heart sect. My voice betrayed no joy or anger, yet the surrounding temperature instantly plummeted to the freezing point. To attempt an assassination of my students in broad daylight on Jinwu territory. You have quite the audacity, don't you? Star-Lord, how is this possible? The monster emitted an indistinct roar, sensing a destructive danger emanating from me. I did not answer. I merely raised my right hand slowly and clenched the void toward the creature. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique, primordial heavy water prison. The water molecules in the air instantly converged, manifesting into a massive dark blue liquid hand. This giant hand, crystalline and translucent, seized the martial Saint Realm demon tightly within its palm. The monster let out a miserable shriek. Its incredibly resilient tentacles were crushed and shattered by the tightening torrent. The moss-green blood the moment it bled out was purified and evaporated. I spoke, who sent you? How many accomplices remain? My gaze was as sharp as a blade, the monster's bones shattered under the pressure, yet a deranged, distorted smile broke across its face. And what if you kill me? The sacred sect's grand design has already commenced. Not only him, but every single one of you must perish. Upon uttering these words, its body suddenly swelled with violent intensity. A black core within its body began to emit a blinding, piercing light. Thinking of self-destructing, are you? I let out a cold snort. If I were still at the martial Saint realm as before, facing a demon of the same level choosing to self-destruct, I might have been forced to retreat 3 paces, but now that I am a Star-Lord, in my presence, you do not even possess the qualifications to die. I tightened my palm abruptly, and a muffled deep vibration echoed through the air. The energy of the self-destruction, sufficient to level half the district, was compressed into the palm of my hand. The terrifying explosion occurred within the water prison, yet not a single droplet escaped. That arrogant martial saint-level demon was reduced to a puddle of moss-green gore. I dismissed the water prison with a casual gesture, and a black crystal fell to the ground. That was the demon's core, the only remnant left behind. Suyu's father stepped forward, gazing at the crystal on the floor, his heart still gripped by lingering fear. This is the capital's top 5 admissions office director. Half an hour later. What? The new demon sect. Admissions director Lei Zhen stared at the black crystal I had tossed onto his desk, along with the puddle of foul-smelling, undried fluid. He stood up abruptly, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. This is a high-level demonic star core, one that can only be formed by a martial saint-level demon. Lei Zhen's hands trembled. He could not fathom that at the Yanjing base, hailed as the safest in the entire Federation, right under the nose of the Jingwu Academy, a martial saint-level demon had infiltrated the premises and attempted to assassinate their students. Had I not been protecting them in secret, a peerless genius like Su Yu would have truly lost his life here today. Brother Su, please wait a moment. This matter is of too great a magnitude, and I must report it immediately. Lei Zhen no longer cared for protocol, directly picking up his phone. Within the Yanjing base, in a secluded location, sat a room both opulent and ominous. Mysterious stellar totems hung upon the walls, and the air was heavy with the scent of faint incense. A man clad in a deep crimson silk suit reclined lazily in a high-backed chair. His appearance was unnervingly bewitching, his eyes possessing rare vertical pupils. In his hand he gently swirled a glass of liquid as red as blood. The high priest of the earth branch of the new demon sect, Master Yi. From the shadows, a figure draped in black robes knelt on one knee, reporting the status of the first phase of the purge in a respectful tone. Of the 109 targets, 73 have been purged, and 15 have been severely wounded. The mission is essentially complete. Yu Xiao took a sip of the liquid in his glass, his tongue tracing his lips as a look of intoxication washed over his face. The blood of these geniuses is truly exquisite. It is a pity that my subordinates were incompetent enough to let a few escape. The black-robed figure bowed his head. Among them, a green-bladed demon cultivator attempted to assassinate target number 100. The result was a total loss of contact, and their soul lamp has flickered out. The final traces of energy fluctuation from the scene suggest that a Star-Lord realm expert has appeared there. A Star-Lord realm expert. Yi Xiao paused, his hand swirling the wine glass as a flicker of surprise flashed across his narrow, elongated eyes. This is somewhat interesting. It seems this batch of freshmen contains someone with a significant background to have a Star-Lord realm expert serving as their protector. Yet he did not show any sign of fear. On the contrary, the smile upon his lips deepened. No matter, a mere Star-Lord cannot alter the grand scheme of things. Yi Xiao stood up and walked before a massive star map tapestry. He spread his arms wide as if he intended to embrace the entire universe. The great task is underway. The downfall of these 73 geniuses is merely the beginning. The seeds of fear have been sown very soon. This planet, and indeed the entire solar system, will become the grazing ground for our holy sect. Pass down the decree. Initiate the second phase. Within the gloomy room, the frantic yet elegant laughter of Ye Xiao echoed. However, the whispers of demons signaled that a greater storm was gathering at the highest level of the Yanjing Capital Administrative Building. The members of the new demon sect were able to obtain the list of our freshmen, and they even knew Su Yu's route as if it were the back of their hand. The speaker was an old man with silver hair, dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit. He had a gaunt face, but his eyes were as deep as an abyss. It was the vice principal of the five capitals, Xu Liang, a fifth-tier Star Lord. His fingers tapped gently against the table, his voice cold enough to chill the bone. There is a spy within our ranks, and furthermore, this individual's rank is not low. Lei Zhen, the director of the admissions office, stood by his side, his body drenched in cold sweat. As the person directly responsible for this admission cycle, having suffered such a massive failure, with 73 geniuses dead, he could hardly escape the principal's wrath. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "I will arrange it immediately. Before the matter is clarified, all personnel who have had contact with the freshman files must be isolated and interrogated." Xu Liang narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. "You need not worry about this matter. Go and reassure the surviving students and their parents. Do not let the panic spread any further." "Understood." Lei Zhen, as if granted a reprieve, quickly replied and retreated. As Lei Zhen departed, the office door slowly creaked shut. Xu Liang turned around, his gaze sweeping across the desk before settling on the genuine leather sofa on the other side. Two individuals were seated there. Suyu sat with a composed and rigid posture, his expression calm. As for me, I sat with my legs crossed, holding the black crystal that had fallen from the demon creature, my expression etched with impatience and cold detachment. "You claim the capital's 5 great academies are the pinnacle of the Federation, a sanctuary of absolute safety." I tossed the black crystal onto the tea table, the object emitting a sharp, resonant sound as I spoke with unconcealed mockery. "And yet, what are the results? More than half of the freshmen were assassinated before they even reached the academy gates. If I did not possess a modicum of strength, my son would likely have been slaughtered by that monster by now. Principal Xu, your administration is truly far from reassuring." I stood up, the unique aura of a Star Lord realm cultivator silently erupting from my body, holding its own against Xu Liang's presence. "Initially, I intended to follow the customs and abide by your regulations, which forbid parents from entering the premises. But as it stands, these rules seem entirely unnecessary. For the sake of my son's safety, I must remain by his side. If you do not agree, then we shall withdraw from the academy." This was a naked, uncompromising threat. Yet Xu Liang did not show the slightest hint of anger. Instead, a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He had been observing me the entire time. According to his records, Suyu was nothing more than a fallen martial artist from the Kinglan base. But looking at him now, this is no fallen warrior. This is clearly a dragon of immense power, hidden deep within the Star-Lord realm, possessing an aura so refined and profoundly dense that even when facing a fifth-stage Star-Lord like himself, he shows no trace of fear. This implies that the man before him surely possesses a trump card capable of threatening his very life. "You speak too harshly, Brother Xu." Xu Liang wore a conciliatory smile. The initial oppressive tension in the room instantly dissipated. This incident was indeed a lapse in judgment by our capital academy, and I deeply regret the distress it caused young Suyu. I fully understand the depths of a father's love for his child. Xu Liang retrieved a gold leaf document he had prepared from the drawer and slid it toward me. "This is the invitation letter I have just signed." Xu Liang smiled and said, "Considering your strength, Brother Xu, as well as your contributions in managing this recent crisis, I, on behalf of the 5 great academies of the capital, respectfully invite you to become an honorary guest elder of our institution." "An honorary guest elder?" I furrowed my brow, picked up the document, and glanced over it. "That is correct." Xu Liang explained, "This position falls outside the standard hierarchy. There are no mandatory tasks or work requirements, yet it carries immense authority. You would have free access to all areas within the campus, excluding forbidden zones, receive the benefits afforded to a professor, and be eligible to reside in the Specialist Villa District. In this way, Brother Xu, you can both look after young Suyu and cultivate your spirit upon the precious lands of the capital. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter." This was an exceptionally calculated scheme. On one hand, it offered me a graceful exit and fulfilled my need to protect my son, while on the other it integrated me into the Jingwu system. It allowed them to recruit a Star-Lord tier powerhouse, while simultaneously making it easier to monitor me. After all, a Star-Lord of unknown origin wandering through Yanjing would always be a hidden danger. I looked at the invitation, the corner of my mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. I was well aware of what this old fox was planning, but I did not care. Consequently, I took the pen and signed my name. Half an hour later, a black commercial aerial vehicle passed through several checkpoints. We entered the central district of the 5 great academies, a living area distinct from the high-rise student dormitories on the outskirts. This was a villa district nestled against the mountains, shaded by lush trees, overflowing with spirit energy, the environment as tranquil as an isolated paradise. "Senior, we have arrived at the residence of young Suyu." The young man serving as our guide stopped the vehicle in front of a detached villa marked number 186 and respectfully opened the door. "This is a residence reserved exclusively for faculty members of expert status. Principal Su personally granted approval. He has allocated this vacant villa number 186 for the 2 of you." The young man smiled as he introduced the property. The villa includes a private gravity cultivation chamber, an elixir refinement room, and a complete smart interior system. The basement level even connects directly to the school's primary spirit vein. The cultivation efficiency here is twice that of the outside world. I stood with my hands behind my back, my divine sense sweeping outward. The entire structure of the villa became as clear to me as the palm of my hand. The security measures are excellent, and there are no unruly neighbors in the vicinity. Finally, we have a place to rest. Su Yu had been impatient for a long time. The moment the car door opened, he pulled Xiaobai and rushed inside. What is this sofa made of? It is incredibly soft, father. The refrigerator is stocked with nothing but B-grade nutritional supplements and higher, not to mention this cultivation room. The gravity settings can be adjusted up to 5 times the norm. Seeing my son's excitement, I shook my head helplessly and turned to the young man. Please convey my gratitude to Principal Shang. I am very satisfied with this place. It is good that you are satisfied, sir. I shall take my leave so as not to disturb you further. Should you have any needs, simply contact the butler. The young man bowed and retreated. Once the heavy doors closed, only father, son, and little Xiaobai remained in the villa. Very well. I sat on the sofa, watching Xiaobai engage in a fierce struggle with the robotic vacuum cleaner, my expression turning serious. Even though we have entered Jingwu and are living in such a secure environment, do not forget the 73 students who perished. Su Yu stopped what he was doing, the smile faded from his face and his gaze turned sharp. I know, the new demonic sect, this debt will have to be settled sooner or later. I nodded. Tomorrow, you must go and meet your lecturer who is at the Star Master realm. Figures at the dean level in Jingwu are not to be trifled with. Perform well. Rest assured, father. Su Yu clenched his fists tightly. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating the grounds of the Jingwu 5 great academies. After finishing breakfast, Su Yu took Xiaobai and followed yesterday's guide, officially stepping into the lecture hall district of Jingwu. Along the way, Su Yu truly began to grasp what it meant to be the #1 academic institution in the Federation. The academic atmosphere here was so dense it was astonishing. Furthermore, as the rumors suggested, the students here were incredibly formidable. Su Yu cast a casual glance at the passersby. The aura emanating from them was at least at the sect master realm and those who appeared to be core disciples. Their auras were even deeper, with quite a few already touching the threshold of the martial king realm. The guide came to a halt before a dense thicket of purple bamboo, his expression becoming profoundly reverent, perhaps even touched by a hint of fear. Beyond this bamboo forest lies the residence of Dean Hong. The dean values tranquility and possesses quite a peculiar temperament. I cannot venture any further. Please take care of yourself. Having said this, the guide vanished without a trace, as if fleeing in haste, a truly peculiar temperament indeed. Su scratched his head and looked at Xiaobai on his shoulder. I have a bad feeling about this. What is there to fear? With this seat present, any demons or specters must kneel before me. Xiaobai curled its lip in disdain. Su Yu took a deep breath, adjusted his robes, and stepped into the bamboo forest, following a winding path paved with cobblestones. The view before him suddenly opened up, revealing an ancient, perhaps even dilapidated, courtyard with a swaying wooden plaque hanging above the entrance. Inscribed upon it were 3 large characters, Jingling Yuan. These characters were written with the vigor of a dragon in flight and a phoenix in dance, exuding a sense of unbridled, transcendent spirit, as if they might soar right off the wooden board. He pushed open the wooden gate, which let out a sharp creak. The furnishings in the courtyard were exceptionally simple, one might even say crude. A well, an old locust tree, and a few chickens pecking at grain. Beneath the shade of the locust tree sat a peeling rattan chair. An old man dressed in shorts and a white undershirt, wearing simple flip-flops, lay sprawled upon the chair in a disheveled state. In his hand he held a palm leaf fan, and draped across his face was a garish, floral-patterned magazine. He was sound asleep. His snoring was thunderous, and saliva trickled from his mouth. Is this truly the legendary dean? Su Yu's mouth twitched. He began to suspect he had entered the wrong residence. Junior Su Yu pays his respects to Dean Hong. Su Yu called out tentatively. There was no response. The snoring remained rhythmic and unchanged. Junior Su Yu has come to report for duty. Su Yu raised his voice, yet there was still no reaction. Is the old man playing dead? Xiaobai could no longer contain itself. It detested anyone who put on such a display in its presence. It leapt from Su Yu's shoulder, transforming into a white blur, and pounced directly onto the old man's stomach, preparing to use its claws to pluck out the elder's sparse beard. Hey, old man, wake up and receive your guest. Yet, at the very moment Xiaobai's claws were about to touch the beard, the old man, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. There was not a trace of drowsiness to be found within them. Instead, they glinted with a brilliance as clear as a child's eyes. Where did this wild cat come from, and why is it so ferocious? The old man's hand moved with lightning speed. Before Su Yu could even focus his gaze, the haughty Xiaobai was snatched by the scruff of its neck, hoisted into mid-air like a mere chick. You foul old man, you can speak? Xiaobai struggled violently, its foreclaws flailing wildly in the air. The old man let out a sly chuckle, revealing a set of stained, yellow teeth. Daring to pluck my beard? Consider this your greeting gift. The old man showed no restraint, flipping his hand to deliver a sharp strike to Xiaobai's furry backside. The force was perfectly measured. It spared the bones and sinews, but was undoubtedly painful. Xiaobai let out a wretched yelp, tears streaming from its eyes. Never in its life had anyone dared to strike its posterior. Do you yield? The old man landed another strike. Still not yielding? I yield. Grandfather, spare me. Wise enough to recognize a disadvantage, Xiaobai immediately conceded. It cradled its bruised rear with its paws, looking as grieved as a small child. Su Yu stood by, stunned and dumbfounded, wanting to laugh but fearing the consequences. Enough. Scram to the side, little brat. The old man tossed Xiaobai into a pile of grass in the corner, then slowly stood up, scanning Su Yu from head to toe with a probing gaze. You are Su Yu, are you not? The old man scratched his toes, speaking in a distracted tone. You certainly look the part. Junior Suyu. Before he could offer humble reply, the old man interrupted, "Spare me those flowery pleasantries." The old man waved his hand, pointing at the alloy long blade at Suyu's waist. "You practice the blade? Come here. Draw your weapon and show this old man what you are capable of." Understood. Suyu's gaze sharpened, his expression instantly turning solemn. He knew this was a test and perhaps an initial show of force. If he failed to demonstrate genuine skill, he likely wouldn't have a single peaceful day under the guidance of this unorthodox elder. The elder suddenly exerted pressure, his aura as a peak-level Grandmaster erupting without reserve. Suyu drew the long blade from his waist, assuming the stance of the triple flame thunderblade. Although he had not yet practiced this martial technique to the realm of perfection like his father, under his guidance, Suyu had managed to grasp much of its essence. The blade quivered, and while the tricolor lightning and flame did not manifest clearly, a searing, scorching aura clung firmly to the edge of the steel. Suyu let out a thunderous roar. His body moved like a lightning bolt, covering 10 meters in a single stride as he brought the long blade down toward the old man's head with the force of a mountain-cleaving strike. This strike was swift, precise, and lethal, even carrying a faint trace of intent. A flicker of astonishment crossed the old man's eyes. Facing such a formidable blade, he did not dodge, nor did he move his feet. He merely extended 2 withered fingers. With a crisp, metallic chime, the long blade, capable of cleaving a tank in 2, was effortlessly pinched between the old man's fingers, remaining unmoved, its power rendered insignificant. A mere master-level cultivator possessing such bizarre strength, it seems you possess a unique physique. The old man commented, his wrist flicking slightly, sending a wave of force that was both soft and impossible to resist surging through the blade. Suyu felt a sharp numbness in the webbing of his hand, and he was sent stumbling back 3 paces against his own volition. Refusing to yield, Suyu's fighting spirit surged once more, and he unleashed a flurry of chaotic, air-piercing strikes. If brute strength proved insufficient, then he would compete with speed. Suyu's form turned into a blur of afterimages, circling the old man and launching attacks with frantic intensity. 100 strikes per second, every single one targeted the old man's vital points. Yet the old man moved as if he were merely taking a stroll through his own garden, one hand clasped behind his back, the other waving dismissively, parrying, striking, and pressing. Each movement intercepted and shattered the rhythm of Suyu's assault with surgical precision. 3 minutes later, the old man suddenly cried out, his finger coming to a rest just 1 inch from the center of Suyu's brow. Suyu's entire body went rigid, cold sweat drenching his. Had that finger struck, his skull would have been pulverized. Suyu sheathed his blade and retreated, gasping for air, his eyes filled with the respect a junior should show toward a master of supreme martial prowess. Save the flattery. The old man withdrew his hand and settled back onto his rattan chair, though the flicker of admiration in his eyes remained impossible to conceal. Not bad, truly not bad. The old man fanned himself a few times, clicking his tongue in praise. I did not expect your foundations in swordplay to be this solid. They are, in fact, far superior to my own at that age. You are quite the genius of the blade. Suyu scratched his head and replied, You are too kind, Academy Head. This junior has merely practiced with more diligence than most. From this day forth, you are a disciple of this old man, Hong Tianya. Yes, master, Suyu bowed respectfully to perform the rite of apprenticeship. Very well, enough of these formalities. Go and retrieve that white-haired piece of work of yours. Time flows like a white horse galloping past a crevice. Ever since entering the sect of Hong Tianya, Suyu's life had become exceptionally disciplined and monotonous. Every morning, as the first rays of light pierced through the Jushin forest, he was already standing on the training grounds outside Jingling Garden. There were no high-tech training aids here, nor any holographic illusions to dazzle the eyes. There were only wooden blades, polished to a shine by the passage of time, and fallen leaves covering the ground. To say the blade is an extension of the arm is the idle chatter of an outsider. Hong Tianya maintained his usual disheveled appearance, wearing simple shorts, clutching a Zisha teapot that had clearly seen many years of use, sipping his tea with a slurp, watching Suyu as sweat poured from him like rain. The blade is your will, your soul, the only scepter you possess to reason with in this wretched world. In the beginning, Suyu did not understand. He relied on the techniques he had been taught, foolishly believing he had already attained a high level of swordcraft. It was not until one day that Hong Tianya used a single dried branch to effortlessly deflect the alloy combat blade from his grip. In that moment, Suyu finally understood what it meant for the intent to reside within the Tao of the blade. During these days, Hong Tianya would often boast to Suyu, 30 years ago I was exactly your age. Hong Tianya reclined on his rattan chair, his gaze fixed toward the distant east, his voice carrying both a hint of nostalgia and a touch of arrogance. At that time, with my heart set high, I traveled across the ocean alone with nothing but my blade to challenge the sword techniques of the Yinghua kingdom. The people there were somewhat interesting. They were incredibly stubborn, refining their sword techniques to the absolute limit of killing arts. What did they call it again? Night Nichi Ryut Subum Geishi, they had far too many tricks. Suyu stopped his movements, listening in silence. I spent 3 years there. In the very first year, I challenged every single one of their training halls. From the island of Kyushu to HKO, I shattered 800 samurai blades. Back then, they called me the Chinese demon. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Hong Tianya's mouth. By the second year, their sword saint could no longer remain idle. He was a monstrous old expert, a half-step Star Lord, and he challenged me to a duel on the summit of Mount Fuji. On that day, amidst a blizzard that covered the peak, the battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights. His blade was incredibly fast enough to slice through a falling snowflake, but my blade was far heavier, heavy enough to crush mountains. In the end, I attained a sudden enlightenment. A single strike shattered his domain of blood and spirit. From that day forth, whenever the martial world of the Yinghua Kingdom heard the name Hong Tianya, they lowered their heads in submission. Listening to his master's tale, Suyu could almost envision the heavy snow falling upon the summit of Mount Fuji, a man and his blade standing alone to suppress an entire nation. An unparalleled demeanor. Little one, do you know why this old master is telling you these things? Hong Tianyang asked, looking towards Suyu. Suyu pondered for a moment, then probed tentatively, Master, are you trying to tell me that only through actual combat can one discern the truth? Hong Tianyang rolled his eyes. This old master wanted to tell you that I am incredibly cool. Over the next 2 months, under Hong Tianyang's guidance, Suyu began to attempt to fuse his own emotions and will into his blade. At the same time, Xingwu Academy remained the premier institution of the Federation. The resources provided were truly formidable. With his status as a distinguished student, combined with the various high-grade elixirs I provided in secret, Suyu's cultivation base soared rapidly. As the blood essence of the Grandmaster within his body was continuously compressed, he finally reached the point of refinement by the first snow of winter. Within the quiet garden, a massive surge of blood energy erupted toward the heavens, clearing all the snow from the courtyard. Suyu, now a mid-stage Grandmaster, stood amidst the snow holding a wooden blade. Although he had not yet fully condensed his own blade intent, he had already reached its threshold. Outside Villa 186, the wind and snow could not penetrate the temperature-controlled residence. I lay lazily on the incredibly soft sofa. In my hand, I held a tablet reviewing the latest information regarding the Star Demon sect. For the past 2 months, the Star Demon sect had seemingly fallen silent. The high-level mole hiding within Xingwu had vanished like a stone cast into the ocean, leaving no trace. It was the silence before the storm. I rubbed my temples. I knew the enemy would not give up. If they were not completely eradicated, Suyu would face danger sooner or later. Just then, a series of urgent notification sounds suddenly rang out in my mind. Ding, the descendant Suyu, possessing exceptional talent, has successfully comprehended the embryonic form of blade intent and achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage Grandmaster realm under the guidance of a renowned master. Based on the system's assessment, the descendant has made a major breakthrough in his martial will. Host's cultivation realm is synchronizing. Comprehension is synchronizing. Congratulations, host. Cultivation base has broken through to the 5th stage of the Star Lord realm. Congratulations, host. The Star Realm has reached perfection, and the fusion techniques of the 3-Fire Thunderblade domain have automatically evolved into a divine ability. From the burgeoning blade domain, a ripple emerged, invisible, yet terrifying to the extreme. I used myself as the epicenter, instantly scanning a radius of 100 miles. Yet I kept these fluctuations under precise control, ensuring no damage was dealt to the physical world while directly impacting the layer of fundamental laws. I suddenly opened my eyes. In that instant, my pupils vanished, replaced by 2 boundless oceans of blades. As a 5th stage Star Lord, I raised my hand and gazed at my slender fingers. If the 1st stage Star Lord implies one has only just ignited their own starlight, capable of projecting primordial energy through thought in a crude manner, then the 5th stage represents the peak of refined control over this power. The star origin within my body has expanded tenfold, resembling a true star burning brightly within my Dantian. That vast reserve of primordial energy is sufficient for me to engage in high-intensity combat for months without exhaustion. But what surprises me most is the newly awakened divine ability, Blade Domain. Once a martial artist comprehends an intent, they can not only utilize it themselves but externalize it into a domain. Within this domain, I am the blade, and the blade is me. All things may become blades, and the weapons of my enemies within this territory shall be absolutely suppressed. My own damage output is increased tenfold. With a mere flick of my thought, using the villa as the center, the space within a 1,000-mile radius instantly underwent a strange distortion. At this moment, should any expert of the Star-Lord realm wander into this range, they would be struck with terror. Every speck of dust floating in the air would transform into the sharpest of blades. Even the sound of the wind would transform into the keen slicing noise of blades cutting through flesh. I lightly tapped the fruit plate on the tea table. The small stainless steel fruit knife immediately turned into a streak of light, shattering automatically in midair, transforming into countless microscopic metallic particles. Under the amplification of the blade domain, each of these particles conceals a terrifying power sufficient to pierce the protective chi of a martial saint. This is not merely object manipulation, this is bestowing the attribute of the blade upon inanimate matter. Such a powerful divine ability, a flash of excitement surged through my eyes. With this blade domain, combined with the perfected level of the Water Thunder Fire Curse, as I am now, if I were to encounter a 6th stage Star-Lord, I fear I could fight them on equal footing or even slay them without needing to reveal my trump cards. This is not blind arrogance. Martial arts produced by the system are of a quality far exceeding those of ordinary martial artists. My foundation is flawless, my techniques are perfected, and my physical body is the supreme chaos body. Fighting those above my own rank is to me as simple as eating and drinking. My son, oh my son, you truly are my luck. Inside the villa, everything returned to normal, as if the terrifying scene that had just transpired were merely a hallucination. A week later, the snow had just melted, and the entire Xingwu campus was painted a stark, pristine white. Suyu led Xiao Bai, their footsteps crunching through the snow as they made their way to Jingling Garden. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed that the atmosphere today was somewhat unusual. Usually at this hour, Hong Tianyong would be reclining on his rattan chair, sipping tea or pruning the bonsai. But today, there was another person in the courtyard. A middle-aged man who appeared to be around 40 years old, dressed in a sharp, gray Zhongshan suit. Perched on the bridge of his nose was a pair of classic, round-rimmed spectacles, and his hair was neatly combed back. In his hand, he held a strange metallic device, scanning the ancient locust tree in the courtyard, while muttering something under his breath. "Xiao Yu, you're here." Hong Tianyong noticed Su Yu and gestured with his hand. With rare seriousness, he added, "Let me introduce you. This is the dean of our university's Institute of Cosmic Biology, and one of the Federation's foremost biologists, Qi Yunshan Dean Qi." Su Yu quickly bowed in greeting. To hold the position of dean at Xingwu, one must at the very least be at the Star Master realm. Furthermore, the title of cosmic biology researcher alone sounded incredibly profound. Qi Yunshan adjusted his spectacles, his gaze shifting from the ancient locust tree to Su Yu. His eyes were gentle, yet they betrayed a hint of scrutiny. "I have long heard the old man brag about discovering a peerless genius. Meeting you today, I see your vital energy is like jade, your spirit concealed within. You are truly a raw gem waiting to be polished." "All right, old Qi, enough with the flowery words." Hong Tianyong waved his hand, losing his patience. "I didn't call you here today to appraise my disciple, but to examine this little creature." With that, Hong Tianyong pointed to Xiaobai, who was curled up, warming itself on Su Yu's shoulder. Qi Yunshan's gaze instantly locked onto Xiaobai. In that moment, his previously gentle eyes became fervent, much like a lonely man beholding a peerless beauty. Is this the beast that is said to possess such high-level intelligence? Xiaobai felt the intensity of that gaze, its entire body trembling as it puffed up its fur and hid behind the nape of Su Yu's neck. "What are you doing? This lord is not something to be eaten. This master has not bathed for days. It truly knows how to speak." Qi Yunshan identified the situation at a single glance. Moreover, its vocal apparatus is entirely different from that of a human, utilizing spiritual vibrations to achieve perfect, flawless articulation. "Xiao Yu, would you permit me to examine it for a moment?" Qi Yunshan rubbed his hands together, his face filled with anticipation. Su Yu looked toward Xiaobai with hesitation. "Big brother." Xiaobai was on the verge of refusing, but upon seeing the cryptic, knowing smile on Hong Tianyong's face, and recalling the lingering fear of being struck on the backside, it could only aggrievedly extend its claw. "Gently, be gentle." Qi Yunshan took Xiaobai, his movements as delicate as if he were cradling a rare and precious treasure. He retrieved from his side pouch a silver device no larger than a palm, yet possessing an incredibly complex structure. He placed it gently against Xiaobai's abdomen, initiating the genetic sequence analysis. As the device scanned the energy output, it emitted a faint blue light, projecting a stream of data that Su Yu could not comprehend. A moment later, the device emitted a piercing, shrill sound. The data on the screen shifted to a glaring, vibrant red. Qi Yun's hand trembled so violently that he nearly dropped Xiaobai. This cannot be." Qi Yunshan stared fixedly at the screen, his pupils contracting, his voice strained as he uttered, "Genetic compatibility level, energy levels immeasurable, and it has even detected nuclear fusion reactions." "Speak plainly, old Qi," Hong Tianyong said, frowning. Qi Yunshan took a deep breath and looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment and profound awe. "Old Hong, this creature is neither a ferocious beast nor a mutated one." After a long silence, Qi Yunshan seemed to recall something, adding, "It is likely a star beast." "A star beast?" Su Yu and Hong Tianyong were both startled. With a grave expression, Qi Yunshan began to explain. "What we call ferocious beasts are indigenous creatures of this planet that underwent genetic mutation due to the resurgence of primordial energy. Even at their strongest, they do not escape the biological constraints of this world. But star beasts are different." Qi Yunshan's fingertips trembled. "They are the darlings of the cosmos, born from the depths of the nebulae, feeding upon starlight and making nests within asteroid belts. Every mature star beast is capable of traversing the void with its physical body alone and tearing warships asunder. Most importantly, the bloodline of a star beast is incomparably noble and exceedingly rare. In our primary star beast zone, there has been no record of a living star beast for 300 years. Once this little one matures, it will reach at least the peak of the Star Lord realm." Hearing this, Su Yu drew in a sharp breath. He knew Xiaobai was powerful, and he knew he had brought it back from that strange place in the Luohe Mountains, but he never expected its origins to be so significant. However, Qi Yunshan's tone shifted, his expression turning grave. "The appearance of a star beast is often accompanied by calamity, because their very existence, to higher civilizations or powerful cosmic predators, makes a young star beast nothing more than a walking delicacy. Whether for taming or consumption, it holds immense value to them." Su Yu felt a surge of tension, instinctively wanting to pull Xiaobai back into his arms. Yet at that very moment, a sudden change occurred. Xiaobai, who was being held in Qi Yunshan's arms and had been listening to the discussion of its own heritage, seemed to have an invisible key inserted into a seal deep within its mind. A fragment of ancient, desolate, and terrifyingly vast memory exploded within its consciousness. It saw fire that consumed the sky, and a colossal purple planet engulfed in flame. Six-eyed creatures were slaughtering small beasts that looked just like itself. In the next instant, a white mountainous beast was struck down by a beam of light that tore through the galaxy. "Run, my child, run quickly, do not look back." That desperate roar transcended both space and time, echoing deep within Xiaobai's soul. Xiaobai suddenly let out a cry of absolute piercing agony. This scream was no longer the innocent, milky voice of before. It was filled with wild ferocity and madness. A terrifying aura erupted from its small body. Qi Yunshan, bearing the brunt of the shockwave, was sent flying, crashing hard against the courtyard wall while the equipment in his hands shattered into pieces. What is happening? Hong Tianyang was horrified. His figure flickered, attempting to suppress the beast, but it was already too late. He saw Xiaobai's eyes instantly turn blood red, and its snow-white fur began to lengthen, rapidly transforming into gleaming silver scales. The natural essence of heaven and earth above the jingling, countless amounts of origin energy converged frantically toward Xiaobai, forming a massive funnel-shaped vortex. Immediately afterward, a silver-white pillar of light, spanning thousands of miles, erupted from Xiaobai's body and shot straight into the heavens, piercing through the sky and shattering the base's defensive shielding. Yanjing Base serves as the central hub for the Human Federation within the Huaxia region. Its geographical position could be described as both blessed and fraught with peril. To the west, several hundred kilometers away, the Taihang mountain range stretches across the Grand North China Plain like the spine of a colossal dragon. Once a scenic landmark of the old era, it is now a forbidden zone for humanity and a paradise for ferocious beasts. Thick fog covers the region year-round, home to towering ancient trees that scrape the sky. Tens of thousands of high-level beasts dwell within, with no fewer than 1,000 at the Martial Saint level. In the deepest unexplored reaches, legends speak of terrifying divine beasts, rivaling the Star-Lord realm, currently lying in slumber. To the east lie the North China Plain and the vast surging waves of the Bohai Sea. Across the plains, mutated reptilian beasts swarm like ants. They roam the ruins of abandoned cities, trampling the remains of a once great civilization underfoot, while the deep ocean remains even more unfathomable. Giant mutated sea monsters can summon towering tsunamis with a single turn of their bodies. The tentacles of deep-sea behemoths can easily crush nuclear submarines. These regional overlords possess a fierce sense of territorial sovereignty. They abide by the rule that the river water does not interfere with the well water. However, today, as that silver-white pillar of light rose from the spirit garden within Yanjing Base to pierce the firmament, a primal agitation from deep within their bloodlines instantly rippled through every beast within a 1,000-mile radius. Deep within the Taihang Mountains, a golden-winged eagle that had slumbered for a century suddenly opened its eyes. Its wings, spanning 1,000 meters, blotted out the heavens and the earth. It raised its neck and let out a piercing cry, a sound that shattered gold and stone, carrying a fervor akin to a pilgrimage. On the plains, millions of wolves, rats, and snakes ceased their slaughter. They collectively changed direction, bowing toward Yanjing Base in trembling submission. In the Bohai Sea, the surface boiled as countless aquatic beasts rose from the depth. Their dense array of fins resembled a dark submerged forest. They surged toward the land in a frenzy, hunting for the origin of that pillar of light, a 10,000-beast pilgrimage. This was not merely the allure of energy, but the instinctive submission and yearning of subjects toward a supreme royal lineage. The highest level of alert for Yanjing Base was activated at that very moment. Detected CS-level beast tide reaction, Taihang Mountains, North China Plain, Bohai Sea. A three-pronged beast tide is converging. Expected arrival at the Yanjing defensive line, 2 hours. The entire base fell into instant chaos. Countless searchlights swept across the night sky as the city defense military scrambled to assemble. Every laser battery began to charge its energy reserves. A catastrophe was imminent. The silver-white pillar of light continued to erupt, illuminating the entire garden as if it were midday. Xiaobai, situated at the center of the light, had completely lost consciousness. Its body was curled into a tight ball. Silver scales sprouted incessantly and its aura surged at a terrifying speed. This did not feel like a typical breakthrough. Qi Yunshan adjusted his cracked spectacles on the bridge of his nose, gazing at the sight that defied all logic, and muttered to himself, "This resembles a ritual of ancestral bloodline evolution more than anything else." At that very moment, a figure appeared in midair. I did not make a single sound. Yet the moment I descended, the violent storm of vital energy surrounding the area strangely fell silent. My expression was grave, and the purple-gold blood energy radiating from my body remained hidden but ready. However, the aura, deep as an abyss, made both Hong Tianyang and Qi Yunshan feel as though they were struggling to breathe. Su Yu's father, who had been standing nearby, hurried over. "Xiaobai, I am aware of the situation." I waved my hand dismissively. My gaze fell upon Xiaobai within the pillar of light. I could clearly sense a vast, immense power awakening deep within Xiaobai's body. "Tell me everything that happened," I said in a low, resonant voice. Su Yu recounted of Qi Yunshan's bloodline examination with great haste. Xiaobai had suddenly lost control and unleashed the pillar of light. Upon hearing this, I turned my head and fixed a deep, piercing stare upon Qi Yunshan. That single glance made Qi Yunshan, a Star-Lord realm biologist, feel a chill down his spine as if he were being targeted by an ancient predatory beast. The current state of this little one is unique. It cannot be interrupted at this moment. Furthermore, Qi Yunshan said, looking up at the sky, it has created too great a disturbance. Hong Tianyang, standing to the side, furrowed his brows as he watched me. His mind was cast into turmoil. This was Su Yu's father, the first-rank Star-Lord that the other had spoken of. How could this be? As a veteran Star-Lord, Hong Tianyang's intuition was incredibly keen. For me, he sensed a vastness that one only experiences when facing the deep ocean, an unfathomable depth akin to the star-filled heavens. It was enough to make even a third-rank Star-Lord such as himself feel a sense of utter despair. "Su Yu, you should head back first." Su suddenly spoke, his tone brooking no argument as a father. But little Bai, Suyu said, filled with worry. Rest assured, father is here, I said, patting my son's shoulder as a gentle surge of power nudged him away from the courtyard gate. Go on, do not distract your father. Seeing the determination in my eyes, Suyu gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He knew that if he remained here, he would only become a burden. After seeing Suyu off, I turned around and stood alone before the pillar of light. With my hands clasped behind my back, my posture stood as straight as a pine, much like an inviolable guardian deity. Qi Yunshan and Hong Tianyang exchanged glances, both seeing the grave seriousness in each other's eyes. They did not leave, but instead silently retreated into the corner. Yanjing Base, the stronghold of the Star Demon sect, was experiencing intense fluctuations of primordial energy. High Priest Yi Jiao stood before the altar, greedily inhaling the energy surging through the air, his face filled with intoxication. This is not your doing, is it? He turned his head and asked. It is not us, the subordinate in the black circular robe replied respectfully. Then, as if recalling something, his voice became agitated. My lord, do you remember the wanted order issued by the headquarters? The royal-blooded star beast that fled from the depths of the universe to the first star sector. Yi Jiao suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils dilating. Is it possible that this commotion was caused by that royal star beast? Subordinate once saw a description of a royal star beast's awakening in an ancient tome. It is an omen that causes 10,000 beasts to bow in homage, with star cores resonating exactly as they are now. Heaven truly aids me. Yi Jiao laughed aloud, his laughter causing the altar to tremble violently. If that royal star beast can be captured and sacrificed to Lord Demon God, it would be a monumental achievement. Half an hour later, above the jingling garden, the winds shifted abruptly. Two powerful auras descended without warning, instantly locking onto the pillar of light below. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man wore the custom-made blue star battle armor of the Federation. His face was the woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, clad in a skin-tight suit, possessed a scorching figure. Her body was wreathed in flowing primordial energy. Zhao Feng, the Inspector General of the Federation's North China Military Region. Catherine, the Inspector General of the Federation's North China Military Region. These two represent the pinnacle of combat power currently stationed at the Yanjing base. They stand as the official representatives of the Federation in this region. As Tier 5 Star Lords, I saw through the depth of their cultivation at a single glance. So that is what a star beast is. Xiaofeng gazed down at Xiao Bai within the pillar of light, his eyes betraying an unconcealed excitement. Furthermore, judging by the purity of this bloodline, it is undoubtedly a high-level star beast. However, when his gaze fell upon the middle-aged man standing beside Su Yi, Xiaofeng's brows furrowed as if he had recognized him. The existence of this star beast poses a threat to the safety of the Yanjing base, and may even endanger the security of the entire solar system. Our Federation must take this star beast into custody. I took a single step, rising slowly into the air until I stood eye to eye with the two of them. Xiao Bai is for all intents and purposes a member of my household. Suddenly the purple-gold bloodline energy within me erupted. The aura of a Tier 5 Star Lord was unleashed without reserve, appearing even more condensed and tyrannical than that of the two before me. If you wish to take Xiao Bai away today, you must first cross me. A Tier 5 Star Lord. The expressions of Zhao Feng and Catherine shifted slightly. The intensity of this man's life essence far exceeds that of a standard Tier 5 Star Lord. Is this a special physique? Zhao Feng had begun to notice my anomaly. Are you openly defying the Federation? Have you given any thought to the safety of the citizens in the Yanjing base, or the safety of the people in the solar system? Catherine shouted sternly as primordial energy gradually condensed in her hands. I let out a cold laugh and suddenly a long blade appeared in my grip. I slowly raised the blade, pointing the tip directly at the two of them. What does any of that have to do with me, Sui? I only know that whoever touches my family, I shall kill without hesitation. The space surrounding me began to distort, and my blade domain manifested instantly. The space within a 1,000-meter radius transformed into my domain. The air within those 1,000 meters turned into countless sharp blades, locking Zhao Feng and Catherine firmly in place. A prickling sensation of danger crawled up their spines, causing them to break into a cold sweat instantly. What is this sensation? How truly bizarre. Zhao Feng felt a tremor of shock in his heart. He was a 5th-rank Star Lord, and he was accompanied by Catherine, another 5th-rank Star Lord. He could sense that if they were to engage in this situation, there was a 70% chance they would be severely wounded, or perhaps even slain, by me. I was clearly no ordinary 5th-rank practitioner. Damnation, how could this be? Zhao Feng's gaze flickered. The greed in his heart was swiftly eclipsed by the cold grip of fear. To risk his life against this monster for the sake of capturing a spirit beast was simply not worth the cost. Zhao, what shall we do? Do we fight or not? Sharon looked toward Zhao Feng. She too had realized that I was not to be trifled with and did not dare to act recklessly. But at that very moment it seemed Zhao Feng had realized something. Su-yi, you are quite capable. Zhao Feng suddenly withdrew his aura, a cold cryptic smile spreading across his face. Since you are so persistent, do not blame me for being discourteous. However, the spirit beasts have arrived at the city gates, and as a protector I must head to the front lines to hold them back. I have no time to squander my internal energy on you here. Having said this, he looked at Catherine. Let us go. Catherine was momentarily stunned. Zhao Feng smiled at her. Trust me. Catherine nodded, and the two transformed into streaks of light, rapidly departing the spirit garden and soaring toward the city walls. As they left, Hong Tianyang and Qi Yunshan stood below, dumbfounded. They had not expected that the two Federation supervisors who usually held themselves in such high regard would truly be intimidated by a few words from me. Only I stood watching their receding figures, my gaze growing increasingly cold. I knew full well that the two of them would not let this matter rest so easily. Upon leaving the spirit garden, Zhao Feng did not head toward the front lines at the city wall. He hovered in midair, opening the encrypted communication device on his wrist to initiate a long-distance interplanetary video call. As the 3D hologram manifested, the imposing figure of an elder appeared on the light screen. It was none other than the head of the Li family from Mars. Supervisor Zhao, is your time on Earth not proving pleasant that you would contact this old man? Li Yuan sat in his seat of honor, his expression visibly displeased. The recent matters regarding Su Yi had been giving him quite a headache. I have news to report, Zhao Feng said with a venomous smile. That Su Yi, whom you have been yearning to eliminate day and night, I have just encountered him. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. That first-rank Star-Lord martial artist? In truth, more than a month ago, the Li family had already investigated and confirmed that there were no powerful forces backing Su Yi, and that his previous words were largely meant to intimidate them. However, Su Yi had since become an honorary guest of the Capital Martial Arts University. This development left them in a difficult position. Your intelligence network is in dire need of an update, Zhao Feng said with a cold laugh. He just unleashed the strength of a 5th-rank Star Master. Even I nearly suffered a setback at his hands. What? Li Yuan, a 6th-rank master, abruptly stood up, his composure instantly vanishing. That is impossible. He only just achieved a breakthrough a few months ago. How could he ascend 4 cultivation realms in such a short period of time? Even a top-tier prodigy could not possibly possess such speed. The reality is exactly as I stated. Zhao Feng spoke leisurely. This boy possesses monstrous talent. He undoubtedly harbors a great secret. Furthermore, you are aware of the deep-seated grudge between him and your Li family. Now that he is a 5th-rank master, consider this. What will happen when he reaches the 6th or 7th rank? Will he not march straight to Mars to eradicate you? These words struck at the very heart of Li Yuan's fears. Dread and overwhelming fear of the unknown potential Su Yi possessed tightened its grip on Li Yuan's heart. To ascend 4 levels in a mere few months, this rate of growth was truly monstrous. If he did not strike now, it was certain that the Li family would face total annihilation once Su Yi matured. What do you want me to do? Li Yuan's voice became hoarse and filled with killing intent. It is very simple, Zhao Feng said, gesturing toward the Yanjing base below. Yanjing is currently in chaos, facing a massive beast tide. To protect an awakened spirit beast, Su Yi is trapped within the spirit beast garden and cannot escape. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. As a guardian of the Federation, it is not convenient for me to act directly, but if it is your Li family, it has nothing to do with me. When it is finished, it will even be seen as a contribution to the Federation. Li Yuan remained silent. This was a blatant case of killing with a borrowed knife, yet he had no choice but to accept. A fierce, ruthless glint flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Since he seeks his own death, this old man shall grant his wish. The call ended, and as the light screen vanished, the sneer on Zhao Feng's face grew more sinister. Sui, oh Sui, you're far too naive to challenge me. Once you... Catherine hovered beside Zhao Feng, a flicker of hesitation flashing in her eyes, though it was quickly replaced by steely resolve. Even though she harbored doubts regarding Zhao Feng's plan, as a federal overseer, she remained steadfast. Her thirst for high-level spirit beasts and the lavish rewards promised by the Federation compelled her to choose silence and cooperation. She knew full well that if this operation succeeded, her position within the Federation would be further solidified, and she might even attain the higher realm she had always dreamed of. Meanwhile, beyond Earth's atmosphere, a jet-black spacecraft adorned with a blood-red star emblem tore through the clouds at near-light speed. On the command deck, the air was thick with killing intent. The heads of the Yi and Lu clans were present. Li Yuan sat upright in the central chair, his hands idly 2 warm jade walnuts. Though he appeared calm, the icy killing intent deep within his eyes could not be concealed. That brat Sunga has not only humiliated my grandson, crippled my elder, but now publicly opposes the Federation for the sake of a beast. If this boy is not eliminated, where will the face of the Li family remain? The head of the Yi clan sitting to his left was a gaunt old man with sinister eyes, holding a bronze cube that emitted strange oscillations. With a treacherous smile, he said, "Brother Li, rest assured. Ever since our ancestors migrated to Mars, our 3 families have been as one, bound together like iron. We have faced countless trials side by side. That Sunga may possess some unorthodox tricks, but at the end of the day, he stands alone." Looking around, the clan head spoke with an arrogant tone. With 3 rank 6 Star Lords and 6 rank 5 Star Lords, this formation is enough to hunt down even a rank 7 Star Lord. To kill someone without a foundation such as him is like using a slaughtering blade to kill a chicken. The head of the Lu clan on the right, possessing a robust frame, radiated a bone-chilling coldness. He sneered indeed. I hear that brat holds a great secret, allowing him to break through 4 realms in such a short time. Once we kill him and seize his soul, that secret will belong to our 3 families. Li Yuan nodded slightly, the greed in his eyes flashing before vanishing. If that is the case, then let us strike fast and settle this swiftly. Although the Federation has their surveillance drones, that old man Jinwu is no simple character. We only have 10 minutes. Let us make this a swift and decisive battle. Advance at full speed. The spirit ship's propulsion engine at the stern erupted with a blinding azure light, descending like a falling star, carrying an aura of absolute destruction, as it hurtled straight toward the Yanjing base. Within the spirit garden, the white pillar of light still soared into the heavens. My little Bai was at the heart of that light, its aura growing ever stronger, vaguely brushing against the threshold of the Star-Lord realm. Beside the pillar, I sat crossed-legged. Though I appeared to be resting with my eyes closed, I was actually on high alert the entire time. As golden-purple blood surged through my meridians like a great river, my divine sense blanketed a radius of 100 miles. Someone was approaching. I abruptly opened my eyes, and as if on cue, a piercing sound of tearing wind echoed through the air. A colossal black warship appeared in the skies above the spirit garden without any prior warning, blotting out the sky and shrouding the courtyard in a suffocating darkness. The hatch opened, and 9 figures descended with an overwhelming pressure that shook the earth. The 3 figures in the lead possessed an aura as deep as the sea. They were clearly 3 6th-rank Star-Lords. Behind them, 6 5th-rank Star-Lords stood in a silent row, their gazes cold and indifferent, as if they were already looking at a dead man. Qi Yunshan, hiding in the distance, drew in a sharp breath. The Li clan, the Yi clan, and the Lu clan. Are the heads of the 3 great families of Mars truly intending to turn all of Yanjing upside down? Hong Tianyong gripped his iron blade tightly, his veins bulging in his hands. Principal Shu and the others were being held back by the heart demon sect, unable to arrive in time. This time, we are in deep trouble. Suspended in midair, Li Yuan looked down at me from above, much like a giant dragon gazing upon an ant. Sugei, you have obstructed the Federation's operations and hidden a spirit beast of your own volition. Refusing to surrender it to the Federation is a crime that touches the very heavens. Li Yuan's voice, amplified by his internal energy, boomed like a thunderclap. Our Li family of Mars is a glorious pillar of the Federation. Today we shall act on behalf of the heavens. We shall excise this tumor and execute you on the spot. Truly, if one wishes to find a pretext to commit a crime, they will always find a reason. I slowly stood up and brushed the dust off my clothes, the corner of my mouth curling into a cold, contemptuous smile. Acting on behalf of the heavens? So it turns out the shameless dogs of the Li family of Mars are nothing more than cowards who send the children first, and then the elders follow? I looked up, my gaze sweeping over the 9 figures in the sky. Not only was there no fear in my eyes, but a frenzied battle intent ignited within them. 3 6th rankers and 6 5th rankers. You truly hold me in high regard. Enough with the idle chatter. The head of the Yi family clearly did not intend to grant me any opportunity to delay the inevitable. With a flick of his wrist, a bronze cube instantly flew forth. As it met the wind, it expanded into a colossal semi-transparent cube, enveloping both me and the surrounding 1,000-meter radius within its confines. A supreme-grade ancient artifact, the world-trapping square. I felt the scenery before my eyes shift abruptly. The familiar spirit garden had vanished, replaced by a desolate gray dimension. Here there was neither heaven-earth energy nor a path of retreat, only an oppressive binding force. Once inside my world-trapping square, even a 7th-rank Star-Lord would be stripped of a layer of skin. The figure of the Yi family head manifested within the space, his expression one of triumph. Sui, this shall be your burial ground. Moments later, Li Yuan, the head of the Lu family, and 6 other Star-Lords appeared one after another, forming a 9-palace formation that hemmed me in tightly. Simultaneously, these 8 Star-Lords produced their respective weapons. Naturally, each weapon was a formidable ancient relic. There were flying daggers, long swords, and spears. As for Li Yuan, he drew a crimson longsword, and even before he struck, one could feel a sharp, piercing sword intent surging toward us, as if it could cleave the very fabric of space itself. Faced with this desperate encirclement, my expression remained terrifyingly calm. I did not draw my blade immediately, but instead took a deep breath. I suddenly laughed, a smile that carried a hint of ferocity. Very well, since this place is isolated from the outside world, I no longer need to worry about causing collateral damage. If you wish to trap the dog to beat it, then so be it. The blood essence within my body erupted without the slightest restraint. My star core whirred maniacally. Facing 9 Star-Lords, I dared not harbor the slightest negligence. I knew that the smallest oversight would result in my death here. Blood slaughter transformation, supreme chaos body. I even bit my tongue, spitting out a mouthful of purple gold essence blood to trigger the burning blood secret art. In that instant, my aura surged, directly shattering the 5th rank barrier to temporarily reach the peak of the 6th rank. The alloy longsword in my grasp was flooded with an unimaginably terrifying source of energy. 3 colored flames ignited, 3 colored lightning crackled, the blade itself roared as if it might shatter at any moment. Li Yuan sensed that energy fluctuation, which caused his heart to race, and his expression shifted violently. Yet it was too late, my figure vanished from where I stood. The following micro-moment, I appeared before Li Yuan. Li Yuan could clearly see the blood-colored pupils swirling violently within my eyes. Terrified, Li Yuan attempted to raise his blade to parry, but I roared, "Lend me your blade for a moment." My growl deepened, and the alloy longsword in my hand, unable to withstand the force, shattered into fragments the instant I swung it. Yet, I did not stop. I replaced the blade with my bare hand, channeling shards of lightning fire and a terrifying unstoppable blade intent. I slashed fiercely at Li Yuan's neck. The triple fire lightning blade strike erupted. This strike was swifter than thought, and sharper than anything imaginable. Li Yuan's protective vital energy proved as fragile as paper before this single blow. Fresh blood erupted like a geyser, staining the gray expanse a deep crimson. His severed head soared high into the air. His eyes remained wide open, filled with profound disbelief. The patriarch of the Li family on Mars, a 6th-rank Star-Lord, was no more. With Li Yuan dead, I seized the red longsword from his grip and simultaneously kicked his headless corpse toward the Yi family patriarch. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth like a Shura returned from hell, gazing coldly at the remaining 8 men. The entire hall fell into an absolute deathly silence. How could this be possible? The 8 remaining Star Lords stood stunned. In a single move, Li Yuan had been slain in the blink of an eye, denied even the slightest opportunity to resist. Suna, I will hack you into 10,000 pieces. Seeing the headless corpse, the Yi family patriarch was gripped by terror, yet immediately fueled by a desperate, boundless madness. With Li Yuan dead, he realized that if he did not stop me, not only the Li family but his own, the Yi family, would surely be annihilated. Everyone, do not hold back. Kill him with your full strength. The Yi family patriarch bellowed, and the restraining artifact in his hand blazed with a brilliant radiance. Countless golden runic chains shot forth from the void, coiling around me like venomous serpents. The Lu family patriarch also reacted. His long spear vibrated, sending a colossal ice dragon roaring forward to freeze the void. The remaining 6 Star Lords launched a frenzied assault, unleashing a torrential downpour of blade light, sword shadows, and energy pulses that threatened to submerge me. Come then, I gripped the crimson longsword I had just seized. With this artifact, my combat prowess surged by 30%. I unleashed my blade domain to its full extent. With me at the center, the surrounding space transformed into a sea of razor-sharp chi. I did not retreat but surged forward like a bolt of lightning. I took the incoming, overwhelming attacks head-on, allowing 2 energy blasts to strike my shoulder and back. Flesh tore and blood streamed down instantly, yet I did not utter a single groan. The longsword in my hand, imbued with the power of lightning fire, slammed into the Lu family patriarch's ice dragon, shattering it to dust. Using the momentum, I closed the distance and delivered a devastating kick to the Lu patriarch's chest, sending this 6th-rank Star Lord flying back hundreds of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Yi family patriarch manipulated the runic chains, finally managing to bind my left leg. Break for me. I twisted my body and unleashed a single decisive slash. The Thunderfire blade energy erupted, cleanly severing the rune-forged chains that were as hard as alloy. Yet that split second of resistance slowed me down, and I was struck in the back by the combined assault of 3 5th-rank Star Lords. I coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, my body swayed, and I realized I had been wounded. Seizing the moment, Patriarch Yi was overjoyed, believing he had finally caught a glimpse of victory. However, as I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, the smile on my face became even more ferocious. The chaotic vortex within my body, born from the supreme chaos physique, spun frantically, not only rapidly healing my wounds but also ravenously consuming the energy drifting throughout the air. Once again, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, I threw myself into the fray. 5 minutes later, in that gray expanse, blood sprayed everywhere and severed limbs lay scattered across the ground. My entire body was drenched in blood, some belonging to my enemies and some to myself. My left arm was shattered and 3 of my ribs were broken. My body was covered in wounds both large and small. Yet the crimson longsword in my grip swung faster and faster, growing heavier with every strike. Beneath my feet lay the 3 corpses of the 5th-rank Star Lords. Patriarch Yi, Patriarch Lu, and the 3 others were alive. Though they were all heavily wounded, their eyes filled with deep, haunting terror. What kind of monster is this? Why is his life force seemingly inexhaustible? Why can he still unleash such terrifying combat prowess despite sustaining such grievous injuries? The 2 sides temporarily pulled apart. Patriarch Yi clutched his shoulder, which had been cleaved halfway through, his eyes filled with despair. We cannot drag this out any longer. If we do, we will all surely perish. Patriarch Lu's face was equally pale, his long spear was broken, and a horrific saber gash marred his chest. Desperate to survive, they exchanged glances, deciding to burn their life essence to unleash one final fatal blow. But I would not grant them that opportunity. It was time to end this. I stood atop the pile of corpses, my longsword pointed toward the earth, blood dripping from the edge of the blade. I slowly raised my left hand. During the chaos of the battle, I had been secretly accumulating power, utilizing my micro-level control. I had silently compressed the 3 types of origin energy, water, fire, and thunder, that had been scattered throughout the battlefield into the palm of my left hand. Now that the moment had arrived, my lips curled into a wicked, ruthless smile. 8 desolations, 6 harmonies technique, water, thunder, fire, seal. 2 spheres of tricolored light, emitting a destructive aura, surged from my palm without the slightest warning. Their speed was as swift as lightning. What is this? Patriarch Dai and Patriarch Lu, just as they were about to unleash their secret techniques, watched in horror as those 2 beautiful yet lethal orbs of light closed in upon them. A wave of deathly cold instantly froze their very souls. Boom, both orbs of light detonated simultaneously. Within the confined space of this containment vessel, the power of the explosion was magnified tenfold, unleashing searing hellfire and violent, destructive lightning. The shockwaves of the heavy, dense water intertwined instantly, forming a cataclysmic storm. It engulfed both Patriarch Di and Patriarch Lu, along with the 3 remaining 5th-rank Star Lords. The collective screams lasted less than a second before being drowned out by the thunderous roar of the explosion. Crack. Even the Earthgrade artifact, famed for being indestructible, finally succumbed to the terrifying pressure of the blast from within the containment vessel. Its surface webbed with cracks, and with a deafening crash it shattered into pieces. The spatial rings and ancient artifacts belonging to those Star Lords were naturally gathered into my storage bag. Outside in the sky above the Star Spirit Garden, the massive semi-transparent cube suddenly erupted amidst a rain of debris. A figure, bathed in blood and wielding a long blade, stepped forth from the wreckage. Behind me, 9 charred, mangled corpses fell like rain. I stood in the void like a war god drenched in blood. One blade, I had successfully slaughtered 9 Star Lords. How is this possible? Qi Yunshan's voice turned hoarse. He stared in disbelief at the blood-soaked figure above, his mind completely paralyzed. These were 9 Star Lords, including Li Yuan, the patriarch of the Li family on Mars, a 6th-rank Star Lord who had been renowned for ages. Patriarch Dai had even utilized an ancient spatial treasure. Such a terrifying and extravagant lineup had been utterly decimated by me alone in a mere dozen minutes. He is truly a monster, Qi Yunshan muttered, feeling as though his entire life's understanding of martial arts had been trampled by me. Hong Tianyong drew a deep cold breath, struggling to suppress the turbulent waves in his heart. Regardless of anything else, the man above, appearing like a god of slaughter, was the biological father of his own disciple. My disciple's father had won. The heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted, yet in the air above I showed no signs of lowering my guard. I gripped, suspended in mid-air, my chest, back, and left arm were shredded. Every inch of my body was covered in ghastly wounds, deep enough to reveal the bone. Fresh blood dripped incessantly from the gashes. But in the next heartbeat, a sight occurred that would make anyone's scalp tingle within my body. The purple-gold blood, which had been nearly depleted, suddenly surged with the ferocity of boiling lava. As the Supreme Chaos physique began to circulate, energy from the surrounding heavens and earth flooded in. Even the residual primordial essence left behind by the 9 fallen Star Lords, which had not yet fully dissipated, was forcibly drawn into my body by an overbearing, irresistible suction force. With the naked eye, one could see countless tiny granular flesh buds sprouting from the edges of my mangled skin, emitting a faint clicking sound as they knit together. The torn flesh mended at a speed that defied the laws of biology, the scabs forming and flaking away instantly. Within a mere 3 breaths, aside from the rags that remained of my clothing, wounds so grievous that a normal Star Lord would be bedridden for half a year, had been completely restored to their original state. Even my pale, drained complexion regained its healthy, vibrant glow. This is the true, terrifying nature of the Supreme Chaos physique. So long as I am not killed in an instant, I am a monster that knows no fatigue, an unkillable nightmare to these rats hiding in the shadows. I slowly raised my head, my eyes having recovered their sharp, icy coldness, and stared fixedly into the void. I pointed my blade directly ahead. Since you have already arrived, just like those 9 pieces of trash from before, crawl out and accept your death. Why bother skulking about like a coward? As my words faded, Hong Tianyong and Qi Yunshan standing below felt a tremor of shock. There was someone else lurking in the dark. The two of them were considered seasoned experts, yet at this moment, even with their divine senses fully unleashed, they remained entirely unable to detect any other aura of life in the vicinity. A slow, low-pitched round of applause suddenly echoed through the void, appearing to emanate from all directions at once. Immediately afterward, in the direction my blade was pointing, the empty space suddenly rippled like a dark, disturbed pool of water. A mysterious figure entirely enveloped in a vast black cloak emerged from the void like a phantom. Upon his face was a featureless white mask, devoid of any sensory organs, with his entire form radiating a veil of black mist, a nauseating stench of decay and death permeating the air. As expected of one who could single-handedly slaughter 9 Star Lords while crossing realms of cultivation, your senses are remarkably sharp and your physical form is truly formidable. You are nothing short of a perfect work of art. The voice of the black-robed man was raspy and low, like 2 pieces of rusted metal grinding against each other, grating painfully on the ears. The mongrels of the inner demon sect Hong Tianyang, watching from below, immediately recognized that distinct and loathsome black mist. He gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting flames of fury. It was these very sewer rats who had ambushed and slaughtered so many geniuses of the Golden Crow Gate. Yet he dared only to curse beneath his breath, he dared not act. For the pressure that the black-robed man emitted unintentionally had already reached the 6th stage of the Star-Lord realm. To challenge him now would be no different than throwing his life away. My gaze remained icy as I stared fixedly at the black-robed man. I said nothing. The black-robed man shook his head slightly. Upon that faceless mask, an expression of strange pity appeared. Then he sighed. What a pity, what a profound pity. Such a brilliant and breathtaking power, to perish on this tiny, insignificant world would be a true waste of heaven's gifts. The black-robed man spread his arms wide, his tone filled with fanatical enticement. Su Yu, return to the embrace of the Holy One, the essence of your origin. If you accept the grace and the baptism of the great demon god, shattering the shackles of this starry void, ascending to the Star King realm would be merely a matter of time. When that day comes, you shall stand alongside the gods. Do you not desire this? The grace of a demon god? I felt as though I'd heard a preposterous joke, my gaze filled with the utmost contempt. Do you monsters of the lower underworld, hiding in the shadows, truly dare to call yourselves gods? You wish for me to serve as your dog? You should first ask if the blade in my hand agrees. As the words left my lips, murderous intent surged. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then you shall become nutrients for my blade. With a cold snort, he suddenly thrust his hands forward, and the eerie black mist surrounding him surged instantly like an erupting volcano. In the blink of an eye, thousands of pitch-black spears condensed in mid-air. These spears were not made of physical metal, but were compressed from the purest forms of resentment and demonic energy. Upon the tips of the spears, one could even hear the agonizing wails of countless vengeful spirits. Go! Countless black spears surged forward like a torrential downpour, their whistling flight tearing through the fabric of space toward me. A flicker of light ignited in my eyes, my divine sense instantly locked onto these incoming lances. This was an attack from a 6th-stage Star Lord. Naturally, I would not treat it with anything less than total focus. However, the moment the first black spear entered the 3-meter radius around me, a sudden jolt erupted within my mind. It was not a physical strike, but an onslaught of extreme malevolent intent. It was twisted, akin to countless cold steel needles tracing my consciousness and forcibly piercing deep into my very soul. These spears, manifested from black energy, carried a corruptive force that bypassed all physical defenses. In that fleeting instant, my train of thought was brought to a screeching halt. Before my eyes, countless illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood manifested. Within my heart, an uncontrollable surge of frustration welled up. It was a despair so profound I could not contain it. I felt an urge to cast my life away. They are the resentful spirits of my victims. Even a 7th-stage Star Lord, upon contact, would have their soul instantly corrupted and assimilated, turning into a hollow puppet driven only by the thirst for slaughter. The man in black robes let out a triumphant laugh, believing that if I were an ordinary Star Lord, I would have certainly been reduced to a corpse by his 10,000 spears piercing the heart during that moment of paralysis. But I, Su Yu, am different. Within my sea of consciousness, a roar of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering fury resonated as my supreme chaos physique confronted the external spiritual corruption. Even without my conscious command, the chaotic energy within my body triggered an instinctive defensive reaction. The malevolent, evil resentment, enough to drive a normal person to madness upon the slightest touch, collided with the source of the chaos. Like a pebble falling into a motionless black hole, the resentment was pulverized and swallowed in a microsecond. My eyes regained their clarity, and I let out a cold shout, surging forward rather than retreating as I stepped through the void. Like a streak of purple-gold lightning, I lunged directly into that dense forest of black spears, the sharp red blade in my hand radiating a blinding light. The 3-colored flame and 3-colored thunder fused perfectly upon the edge of the blade. I swung the blade like a gale. There were no flowery techniques, only the manifestation of absolute speed and power. The sharp, shimmering arc of the blade transformed into a dense, impenetrable net of fire and thunder. These black spears, which would have corrupted anyone else upon the slightest touch, were instantly sliced into wisps of black smoke and evaporated into nothingness the moment they met the overwhelming righteous